jammed in that Toyota 86.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky start there. It's always a bit of carnage off the start here in Queensland. Yeah, really exciting to be in commentary. There's a lot of cars here. It's an awesome event, the 2 Days of Thunder, and looking forward to some big racing today.
Oh, it's going to be absolutely fantastic as we're already seeing the action right here. There's our Trans Am crew, the big V8 muscle power. This is familiar to you. You're normally here to listen to 8 cylinders firing up. Our Trans Ams obviously have a mixture of 6 cylinders, a couple of 4-cylinder turbos thrown in there, and a few of the V8s as well. But the Trans Am, it is all about muscle. And have a look at this, the Camaro in the lead at the moment, but a couple of Mustangs in the background. They seem to be the car of choice when it comes to TA2. Yeah. What do you reckon we're going to have here?
There's a lot of Mustangs in the TA2 field, but yeah, there's some pretty cool cars in this category. Obviously, a lot older than the cars we're running, so you'd like to think they've got a lot more respect for each other, because you don't want to bend some panels in these ones. But they go out there and all the red mist comes in, and there's some pretty hard racing.
Yeah, let's have a look at this, the BMWs. We're missing our V8 BMWs when it comes to our Trans Am. There it is, Cothill, who went off in the 72 car. It's not often I had to look twice, because it was a Honda power plant inside that little 86, and I was like, no, I'm seeing things. But no, they've gone with the power of choice, and he's got a lot of driver training behind him. We just saw Michael Ricketts back there, he's a giant killer, isn't he, in that little Pulsar for his category? Yeah,
Michael Ricketts in the young car wash Pulsar. He's been going around in the Pulsar for quite a while now, so if you need any tips on how to drive one of them, he is the guru. Pretty cool.
Oh, here we go. Back. This is what happened just earlier, and that was Cothill. Might have made a little bit of contact there with Saint in the RX-8, of course, LS powered. Luckily, he's only lost a few positions there. The Jägermeister BMW, he's managed to get that back on him already. And as you can see, the leader in our Trans Am at the moment. We have a look. That's going to be Edser out there in front with Hudson behind. Prefontaine as well in another one of our Mustangs. And it's back to Palmer in the orange Camaro in the background. Wadley, Allingham, Robertson, Jones, Buchanan as they come through in our Trans Am category. But there's our leader at the moment for Trans Am.
Eds is doing really well here. He's got Hudson right on his tail, so he's handling well under pressure. He's still got a long way to go here. There's 17 minutes, so there's a lot can play out.
Yeah, 17 minutes is a lot. What's it like, 17 minutes on a racetrack at Queensland Raceway? We're talking times of about a minute 10 to a minute 20 when it comes to these categories. Like, does it seem like time stops out there?
Yeah, definitely. Queensland's actually, as much as it's a simple layout, it's quite a technical track, and physical too. So, yeah, definitely when you got some pressure, it's pretty physical out there, and the clock definitely slows down, that's for sure.
Oh, no, big moment here, and that's the 65 of Hudson with a big spin, and the Mustang manages to pull that up on the inside. That's out of harm's way at the moment, but that looks like turn, where are we, 5, are we? Or is this at the start? Oh, that's our leader as well.
Made a bit of a moment there.
That is unfortunate for our leader who's gone off. We'll have a look at a quick replay here. This is Brett Edwards who's leading our Super TT. Now he's wide right out of the ripple strip. That's got to get a couple of fillings come out as you go over there. And we saw down the inside then Chilby gets an advantage in the BMW. So nice overtake manoeuvre going into turn number 3. But this was the moment we want to go back and review. Was there there was contact made. How much does that unload a car? Like, it's not a big, heavy contact shunt, but how much load does that take off the back of the wheels that really upsets you going into the corner in a braking zone?
Yeah, it's hard too. Like, that's obviously pretty misconceiving. So he's just stuffed up the braking a little bit there and unfortunately taken out the car in front. But, yeah, just a tough one.
Yeah, that is a tough one. This is a gorgeous car as well. Allingham's. Wow. That's what do you say when you put something that nice out on track as well? Yeah, the Plymouth Duster, I mean, it was incredible last year when we saw that out on track as well. They're going to start getting a little bit mixed up here. And I'm just having a look, yellows are out, no surprise there. As you can see, a couple of our Utes now, our Super TTs have caught up to them. Big shout out to Plazmaman who got on board for the Australian Super Tin Top Championships in 2025. We started out at Winton. We had some huge numbers at Sydney Raceway just a few weeks ago, really. And look, that's carried over to Queensland Raceway. 2 Days of Thunder here this weekend. And ironically, it's been 35 years since we saw Days of Thunder come out at the movies. That was probably before you were born, Josh. It's all right, I remember it. It's fine.
It's a bit before my time. I have watched it, but yeah, it's got
a bit of Days of Thunder feel about it, doesn't it, with the Trans Am coming out on track at the moment.
It does.
Yeah, great to have the Australian Trans Am back with us. They did join us in Queensland last year as well. We went up on a little tour in Morgan Park last year, which is a little bit different to QR. Let's head down to pits though with J-Mac.
Well, the sun is shining here for our 2 Days of Thunder. Suspected to have some weather coming in tomorrow, but right now we're expecting a maximum of 20 degrees, slightly overcast conditions. This is going to be a brilliant day's racing. Super TT out on track. IRC next cab off the rank. Back to you guys.
Yeah, don't put that poncho down too much. We've already seen a little bit of that suspect weather make its way over a little bit earlier. So let's hope it stays away. A bit of forecast for tomorrow. Potentially it's going to grip in there. We've got a 2-hour production car race on tonight as well. So that's going to be interesting because the weather changes for that. 2-driver event as well. They've got the fill rigs out and ready to go. So lots happening in this 2 days of Thunder. Josh, I suppose, what is it when you come to QR? What do you get prepared for?
QR is a big braking track, so obviously you've got to prepare to maximise your braking here. So you can see some of these drivers are right on the edge of their braking limit, and that's why they go off right at the end of the straight. But yeah, that's where you find your pace here, and it's pretty cool, this event. You know, you got, like you just said, you got the 2-hour production enduro tonight, and that's certainly different because there's not many lights around this track, so that changes it all as well. It's pretty cool.
Makes it fun for us too to follow the cars around. I know you've got into a couple of these cars. You've done a few laps in Michael Rickett's little Pulsar, haven't you, in like winter 300s and things like that. A little bit of endurance racing. What is that car really like? Because that's been a bit of a giant slayer back in its day.
Oh, that Pulsar is honestly unreal. So I usually run the open face helmet in that car, and I cannot wipe the smile off my face. And Michael is exactly the same. So yeah, if you ever around the track, make sure you go and see Michael Ricketts in the Young Car Wash Pulsar. He'll show you what it's all about.
Well, the TAT muscle cars not too far away from getting their first race underway. Qualifying was very interesting. It's been a while since we've seen so many Dodgers in the field as well. 4 Dodgers out of the 20 cars here, or 24 of them that are here this weekend. So that's some big numbers. It probably hasn't been the most popular body style, but they're great looking cars when you get them out on track.
Oh, they're an amazing looking car, and as are all the other body shapes. So it's it's been great this weekend for TAT2. Obviously, it's different this year. They're running on the Goodyear tyre, so that changes things a lot. But yeah, the first race is coming up, and it's going to be pretty cool.
And what do you think of Alice Buckley? She's on the front row of the grid behind her teammate Jared Hughes. I mean, that's she's in a great team in terms of a lot of data there. Tim Slade's down there helping her as well. In her own right, though, she's a fantastic driver.
Oh, massive respect to Alice. Like, that's an awesome effort. You've got a lot of good drivers in this field, especially a lot of local drivers. So, yeah, to be able to put it in, you know, up the front there on your first time is very, very good. So it'll be interesting to see how she goes in the race.
Yeah, walking down pit lane, I almost felt like you had to live in the Gold Coast. It's like, oh, you're a Queenslander, it's your local track. Yeah, where do you live? Gold Coast, Gold Coast, Gold Coast.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's the way it rolls here.
It's a breeding ground for TO2 drivers, I think, the Gold Coast, and lots of other drivers as well. So you can't blame it. Have a look at the sunshine out there at the moment. I mean, we've come from, both of us have come out of Canberra, and when it's minus, and we're lucky to see it go past 5 degrees most days at the moment, this has to be the best weather.
Yeah, well, I've been walking around in T-shirt and shorts, and everyone's like, you must be freezing. But yeah, it's certainly much better than Canberra. So I dare say that's another good thing about Queensland Raceway. It's always much warmer up here.
Yeah, perfect time of the year to have such a festival on here. Like I say, we've got the drifting going on our back. We've got Jump and Castle for the kids. It really is. The 2 days of Thunder is a festival of motorsports, isn't it? And, of course, we've got some endurance racing coming up in, I think it's about 6 weeks' time. We come back in mid-August where we're going to have a 2-driver TA2 event, which you've done a couple of now, and they're very interesting. Also going to have a 3-hour production car race. So we really start to push the endurance next time we come here.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting. Like, the endurance racing obviously changes everything a lot. So, it's great for people to come out and watch. Like you said, this event, it's like a festival. There's so much going on. It's great to come out with the family and, have a look at some awesome racing.
Well, let's head down to the pits for a new and exciting face. Joins us here on the Super Series, Tammy Marshall.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here in pit lane at Queensland Raceway, known for the name The Paperclip. The reason why we've got a whole heap of straights and really tight corners. Now, if you are a spectator, you are going to get a vantage point from almost every point of the track here. Up along the pit, on top of the pits, you can get up here and check out almost every single corner on the track. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, great to have Tammy join us. She's been doing a lot of our social media with the Super Series this year, and great to have her out on camera. We hope she enjoys down in pit lane. We know how much activity happens down there. It's really where it all happens, and we'll wait to unfold some of the stories this weekend down there. I tell you what, though, we've got Josh Haynes in the commentary box here. Josh, are we getting any insight? Are we going to see you in a 2-driver event? Like, are you going to be sneaking in there and keeping a seat warm?
I'd like to think I can get a drive. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. It's quickly approaching. So,
are you offering services to those that don't have a co-driver yet?
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, it's I'll never turn down an offer to drive someone's car. So, yeah.
Oh, look, it's amazing. Here we go. Restart on the race by the looks of it. Safety car has pulled in, and we've got a bit of power getting put down to the ground once again. Let's get this underway. Still 9.5 minutes remaining in this race. And have a look at Saints got in front of Edwards at the moment. But Chilby's led away in that BMW. So Chilby is not mucking around. He had that opportunity to overtake after a little mishap there from Edwards when he went wide on a corner.
Chilby's done an awesome job off the restart there. Obviously, he's got control over the field, so he's chose the right time to go and build a really nice gap off the start there.
Yeah, a lot of experience there from Chilby as well. I mean, when you think he's run in legend cars, big winner in Oz trucks around Australia as well, done some stock car racing, and ironically, he's done off-road buggies. So if he has a little off-track excursion, I'm sure he'll be fine.
He'll be all over it. That's exactly right.
Oh, Saint in that he'll be happy to be back in that RX-7 as well. I know down at Winton they had a few mechanical issues there and didn't quite go to plan as soon the whole way. I just had a look back there. Is that Arnold sliding the car around behind Edwards in the R33 Skyline, the RB? I went and had a look at it. Coming from a lot of drag racing background, I thought the turbo wasn't... I always used to see massive turbos on the side of RBs, but it's got the right size turbo on it for here, a little housing on the back, but that thing's probably making about 500-600 horsepower easily, the RBs nowadays, and they come out and you can see it is just churning the back tyres.
Saint just had a moment on the last corner there, so Edwards is back up on the back of his car, so this will be interesting coming down to the back straight.
Just having a look at Edsa and the 555 car. We saw that go off the track earlier too, which brought our safety car around as well after that contact with the Mustang. Now he's working his way back through. It looks like he's potentially in third place when it comes to our Trans Am category out there at the moment, as they're still getting through the little MX-5. There's Dennis Panner out there, and that is getting another couple of laps in. Oh, that's Maris actually in the 16, sorry. Dennis is also here this weekend, like the MX-5 category, joining the Super TT. And look, that was a great category on its own, but it's great that they fit in. And here we go, Michael Riggins. That's a bit wide. You got some driver coaching for him?
I'll have to go and see him about that one. He's absolutely sailed it past the apex.
Had a bit of shoulder surgery in the off-season there. Missed our first race, so it's good to see him back fighting fit and behind the wheel after he toured around for a couple of years. Did quite a few kilometres in the tow car, especially coming from young. He's sort of centralised, I suppose, in Australia for the whole of the East Coast. But great to have that.
Michael does a lot of racing. He did like 20-something rounds last year, so he's doing well for his age, and he can put on a good show for everyone.
Oh, Cott Hill there, you can see him fighting it out at the moment with Arnold. We'll let that progress. Let's head down to the pits though with Mel.
So here with Alice Buckley, P2 in your first qualifying ever in TA2. You must be pretty happy?
Yeah, very excited. Wasn't where we expected to be. We had really good practice yesterday. We got third and 2 firsts. So we knew we had pace, but because we were on a different set of tyres, because we're a rookie compared to everyone else, we just kind of took the day as it was, and it was good, but you know, now everyone's on the same set of tyres, same restrictions. So, yeah, it wasn't what we expected, but very happy,
And we were talking yesterday about what a family, sport this is for the Buckleys. You've just been down at the go-kart track supporting your brother and brushing up on those rolling start skills.
Yeah, definitely. So I went and watched a few rolling starts around at Ippy Kart Club just then, but it's pretty funny. It's divide and conquer between the family, but at least it's near each other, the pre-6 that are near each other. So, got straight out of the car after quali, got P2 and ran over and watched my little brother drive. So, pretty cool to be able to do that.
Fantastic story. Awesome start to the weekend. We can't wait to watch you in your first race. Hope it goes fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you.
And there we go. Alice Buckley, a great addition to the TA2 ranks as we get back into our Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Tops. Connell there in the 70. Oh no, the 55 Edsa has pulled up. That's not in a great position either. Let's have a look at the replay here so we can unfold this one. What's Michael Ricketts done?
What's he done?
No. Bit of lick of flame. That's just a gearing down. Michael Ricketts, no, he's got in the middle there. Or have we lost a valve on that engine or something? Because that has lost a lot of power, hasn't it?
Yeah, something's gone on there. You can see he's pulled off the track there. So it looks like it might actually be in a safe spot. And here we have got Robertson has just pulled off the track. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Yeah, the Mercury Comet. Please do not damage that car. That is a superannuation fund on 4 wheels at the moment. Let's have a look at this. Just looks like no one around. Just spun himself out. Almost entered the burnout competition. Managed to get off that before it went on the grass. That's all right. We're not digging any trenches out there at QR. We're trying to keep the place looking beautiful as it is at the start of the weekend. Still so many cars to get through here. You can see Michael Petit at the moment. The Juars or the Dua Performance engine on board, which out of Albury there. The boys have do some pretty good machining, actually. I'd say for the 6-cylinder that one's going to have a little bit of go in that, especially for a naturally aspirated 6-cylinder. He's going to have a look down the inside of the 17 car there of Ball. Just gets away, Ball, though. Have a look at that as they go down that into turn. Was that turn number 3?
Got him under brakes a bit there.
Yeah. And that's what it almost is like a couple of little drag racing sections, isn't it? You get that chance. The cars with a little bit more power in the main straights, they'll get down there, but you also expect them to have to get on the brakes a little bit earlier as well.
That's what also brings really good racing, you know, because there's such a big variance in all these cars. So each car's got a different strength in different spots, and yeah, it brings some pretty cool racing. Yeah,
this little section between 3 to 5, I mean, it doesn't. The big horsepower cars get a little bit of a drag race. It's probably really down the main straight, and if you can hold on to it around turn 1 and 2, however good your tyres are and however fast you want to have a go at it, that's when you can really try and make an advantage there. As you can see at the moment, on the outside.
Has he done it?
The number 8, is it going to hold on to it? That's the question, or is the 17 of Ball going to get it?
I think he's got it.
I think he's got it. That's a nice pass. Done and dusted.
3 minutes to go here. Edwards has got a nice gap on Saint, so if he can maintain this, stay out of trouble here, it'll look good for the finish of the race.
Yeah, oh, look at that. And there's our race in the background. So Edwards, so something's happened to our BMW actually of Chilby. He is right back. So we didn't see that one go, down in 24th position. So Chilby's had a big moment. He's going to be coming through the field flying, considering he was leading this race for quite a bit.
Wonder if he's had an issue there. That seems really weird.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So we'll have to wait and find out. It's good to see the field. They know they're getting out of the way. He's coming through. Look at a rate of knots. Yeah. He's flying. Now he's going to have to negotiate a little bit more traffic. A couple of our Trans Am cars as part of this now. Utes makes for a big field of cars out there, just over 30 cars. Gillett's already gone off as well, so he has had a bad run in 2025. Gearbox issues mostly. I know they've just had that rebuilt with upgraded stuff, getting some real help from the professionals. So Corey Gillett, who does a lot of work behind the scenes with this category, he'll be kicking himself at the moment. I'm sure they'll try and work towards fixing that car. Great to have him here this weekend. That always brings the kids and the wife and everything like that. It's great to see the family down in the pits. Dennis Panner holding onto the edge of the MX-5.
Those tyres are starting to get to the end of the life there. You can see that. Pretty loose.
Simon Cox is just in front of him in that. Well, it's a Nissan Skyline, one of those very rare ones, a 350 GT style. Great to have him on board this weekend. Another one of ex-veteran as well, getting around there, getting a few laps in. Hasn't done too much stuff when it comes to this race and decided to get into it. Only the second time out from memory when it comes to racing out there for the Australian Super TT Championship anyway, but fell in love with it in Sydney and wasn't going to miss out in Queensland.
It's pretty easy to fall for this motorsport bug. A lot of people get caught out by it.
Yeah. It's only the bank account that doesn't like the motorsport bug. I think everything else is fine. Oh, here we go. Have a look at this. I told you, the R33, plenty of power. Nice dive for Arnold down the inside, and he'll stay gripped up. He won't get involved in these couple that are going to be fighting it out at the moment. So at the moment, that's Montgomery just went past Ball as well for 19th position in the Ute.
You can see Saints actually reeled in Edwards a little bit here too. So there's a minute left, so there's still time for something to happen here.
Have a look at Cottill. He had that big moment before the safety car. He's slowly been working his way back in that Toyota 86. We spoke to him. He said, it's a mild 500 horsepower in that little turbocharged Honda outfit there. And so we've got our final lap for our Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Tops up there at the moment. Final lap to get this done. Brent Edwards leading us, and he's got himself a healthy 2.5 second lead. He just needs to hold on. There we go. Checkered flag as we get through a few more. These are some of our back markers. Saint will end up in second. That'll be a great result for him. And Cottill in third. Does a lot of driver training as well, Cottill, so he's been using all of that to try and get himself there. The 86 didn't like going on the dirt, that's for sure, a little bit earlier on. Some of our beautiful Australian Trans Am cars getting through there too. I just can't believe we've got a Mercury Comet out there. You know, things like that, Firebirds. There's just so many cool cars. The Plymouth Duster, though, that's just, that's eye candy.
Yeah, a lot of cool cars and a lot of history too. So for them to be out on track, it's pretty special on this awesome weekend.
There's our Australian Super TT presented by Plazmaman. Brent Edwards with the big thumbs up. He's pretty happy as the smoke is in the background from our drifting displays on here this weekend. If you're in the Queensland area, we're just 45 minutes west of the CBD. I tell you what, this is a weekend to be here. Let's have a look at the official results. Brent Edwards in first, followed by Tony Saint, Dylan Cottill, then it's Benny Arnold, Peter Ryder, John Prefontaine is the first of your Australian Trans Ams. Then it's back to Simon Athenies, Ian Palmer, Glenn Allingham and Michael Ricketts makes it into the top end in the Rocket Pulsar. And it's Warren Wadley in 11th, followed by Gareth Jones, Simon Cox, James Buchanan, Patricia Chant, Peter Clark, John Young, Michael Petit, Troy Montgomery and Rod Robertson rounds out our 20, followed by Lauren Bowl, Craig Casper, Helena Maris, Stephen Chilby, who was a big fight back. We're not quite sure what happened there. We'll have to wait. That's really the story to find out what happened to Chilby. Let's have a look at some of our race highlights, though, thanks to Hi-Tec Oils. And this was the rolling start from the Australian Trans Am. We'd already had our Plazmaman Super Tin Tops take off from their standstill start. And these two went out at the start with, didn't they? It was the 555 car there of Edsa who was leading us out. And we thought this was going to go all the way down to the wire there with Peter Clark. And this is the big moment from Cothill. This is where we saw him go off. There might have been a little push and shove there with Sainty. I'm not quite sure. I don't think there's anything vicious in that one. This is Chilby. He was fast. Brent Edwards had nothing for him down the straight. Look at Chilby just pull out. The BMW just paced him down to turn 3, but managed to hold on to it. There's that little bump there too, which can just get drivers unstuck. This was the contact though. Little bit of contact on the back though of Edsa, and we saw the car spin out of Zach Hudson in that beautiful Mustang. See the damage on the front left. This is a little bit of a burnout there from our Comet. He just, unfortunately, he spun out. Then it was Brent Edwards, who was pretty dominating. Something happened to Chilby, we're not quite sure, went back through the field, and from then on, Brent Edwards was pretty dominant. I reckon another 10 minutes, Cothill would have definitely been on the back of him. Yeah,
definitely. He was coming, so it's always one of those things. When you're up the front, you want the time to go away quickly, and when you're trying to chase down the pack, you don't want it to end, so...
Well, Josh, the Man of Steel, we are going to let you go back. We'll see you back for the Australian Super Tin Tops a little bit later. We're going to bring J-Mac into the commentary box, of course. We've got Innovation Race Cars up next on our live stream. We have got plenty more action coming your way. Of course, the live stream going till just after 12 today before we head on to our Foxtel and SBS from 1 p.m. this afternoon. We've got so much racing. You're not going to miss the production cars, though, because we'll be back on our live stream after our coverage finishes on Foxtel and SBS to make sure that the viewers at home can watch all that unfold. J-Mac, welcome to the commentary box. You've been out in the fantastic weather, enjoying the fresh air of Queensland, and now we're going to lock you up in the booth and we're going to talk about some innovation race cars.
How cool are these things? We had a really close look at Danny Studdard's new machine that he has effectively only put about a half hour of running time on since it rolled out of the factory. It's a 4-week process, pretty much from paying your final balance to receiving your brand new car, and we were just blown away at some of the really intricate sort of CAD designed, even just the tubing in the cooling system in the front end of that thing. It was just awesome to look at.
Yeah. So the Yatler, they build these cars in, but let's head down to pit lane though with Mel.
Fantastic to see you back on top of the podium, Brett. You've had a tough couple of rounds, but it's all started well this weekend.
It's been a long time between drinks. I think it's been since Calder 2 years ago. So, we got a bit of a jet of a car this weekend. It's good, and they made it hard for us, that race. It was a bit of a shambles, but we got it back and capitalised on Stephen running out of brakes, which we thought he would, but we didn't get the pressure him earlier, as I thought I would. But Cable Source Falcon, what a rocket. It's been going really well.
Well done. Great to see you back here. Thanks.
Yeah, no surprise, some smiles down there. Sydney, they did a gearbox overnight, so they were working hard in Sydney and had to fight their way back from the back of the pack. So, Brent Edwards, big smiles up here in Queensland, like most of the people that travelled up, are enjoying the warmth at the moment. As the Innovation Race Cars, they will be trying to get these tyres activated and get out there, because this one's going to be an interesting one. Can't wait to find out how this plays out. This is another one of their sprint rounds as well, J-Mac. So, of course, we have alternate rounds, don't we? So all the odd-numbered rounds, like 1, 3, and 5, are all going to be a sprint round format, and of all our even numbers are going to be an endurance round format.
Well, here we go, shaping up, ready behind the safety car for that rolling start. The Innovation Race Cars, you'll see the Mark cars in there, as well as a couple of interlopers in the form of the Porsche GT3 and the 2-seater Hi-Tec Oils TA2 muscle car and the stock car. rounding out the back of the field. So very, very interested to see how these interlopers actually go up against your veterans here. Taunton and Goodacre will be starting from the front. Danny started in that brand new TechWorks Motorsport machine from 3rd place, with Gileson in 4th. John Hollinger in the Hollinger Racing machine from 5th place. Grant Donaldson for Axel's Earth Moving, part of a 2-car team from 6th, with Brian Finn in 7th. Jeff Emery in 8th. Brad Carr in 9th, with John Crossing rounding out the front 10.
Yeah, you're right.
Then it's Darren Curry with Lee Stibbs in the Hi-Tec Oils Mustang, with Grant Draney in 13th, and Antonio Basile, the 14-car spot.
Yeah, Finn's a new name there. Of course, done a little bit of, I suppose, replica tour, the V8 touring car style racing as well, and decided to step up into an innovation race car. Started handing that car over that he raced at the last round, a new car on the books for him, so that's very exciting. Great to see they're made in Australia. A few of these getting sold overseas at the moment. Innovation Race Cars also incorporates the Mark cars, the Mark 1 and Mark 2 cars, which were their previous, I suppose, revisions of the car. It all started with the Mark 1. We saw things like our Mazdas and our little lasers and things like that come into that before we headed up into some different styles for the Mark II. But the Innovation Race Car is the latest iteration of this one. It's got all the fruit on board. Very similar, though, I think, when they get through some of the cornering here, it's going to be all on. They've moved up to the paddle shift when it comes to Innovation Race Cars. That's probably one of the main differences. And have a look at this. We get underway. There is no stopping Taunton, who's back here. He missed the last round. It wasn't... a bit of a shame not to see him out there. He had some good results in round number 1. And he's leading us out of this race at the moment with Goodacre. Oh, no, Goodacre around the outside. He's going to have a look. Can he hold on?
Yeah, Taunton's got the track position on the run down into the next corner, but Goodacre right there with him. They're going to go too wide and not giving an inch. All of a sudden, Gileson looks to be trying to poke a wheel up, but will rethink that decision. Taunton holds it down in the number 95. Picks up the spot.
Yeah, have a look. When you go through this field, there is so much endurance racing experience. I know a lot of them go over to Spa and Europe and things. Here we get on board and just having a look. Just pulling up behind Hollinger at the moment. This will be Finn, so this is the newly acquired car and his first time racing in the category. He's done a couple of little test days in this car, got a bit of a taste for it. I don't know how, because when you look over the cars, they are absolutely gorgeous. It's no surprise if you get the opportunity to get your hands on one or get behind the wheel that we're seeing new drivers here. As Gileson just gone back into 4th. Let's have a listen to these fantastic cars. They sound so good around Queensland Raceway.
Through the go, and it's purple across all sectors in that first lap there from Taunton. 113 at the opening stage. Only going to get quicker from here. This car's running that full slick with a huge aero package.
There's a lot of thought gone into that, hasn't there, when you go over the cars? The front splitters on them all throughout the car, some of the bracing, how they use the chassis to really get the biggest advantage they can out of these cars. Even on the side skirts, have a look at how much aero they're trying to get through this. It almost brings on that time attack style sort of look, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, these things are not quite a ground effect car, but those big deep sills really just working to channel the airflow through the entire length of the chassis just to keep it sucked down to the tarmac. As Taunton now starting to put on about 0.4 of a second over Goodacre in 2nd place, and it's Gileson in 3rd with Studdard holding down 4th, Emery in 5th as they come single file.
Yeah, a lot of them based up in Queensland, Taunton being one of those. Sponsored by Mark Cars Australia. Gileson now has got Studdard going back in front there, so Gileson into 3rd position, Studdard in that brand new car in 4th, and watch out for Emery, who's not too far behind in that 48 machine.
Taunton just putting in some hard work here, but a fast mover in the form of Gileson. He's cranked out a 109.63 on lap 2. It goes purple, the best out of our lappers here.
Yeah, so the West Coast Windows entry is currently sitting in 5th there for Emery, who had a great start to the year. Got the first race win actually down in Winton in round number 1. And unfortunately then we saw a little bit of contact between that car, didn't we? He was actually in the, looks like the local search car that round. So he stepped into a slightly different machine this time round. Have a look at this, Gillison right up on the back. Wow, there's not much in that. He's all over the back of Goodacre and applying that pressure. Great exit too. Goodacre just grabs a little bit of the grass on the outside left and tries to cover off a little bit, but it's too late. Gillison has the run down into turn number 1. All those bumps, all that carbon fibre bodywork getting so close. Oh, you know how much work goes into that, and it's just scraping along the ground at over 200 kilometres an hour.
That's a great move from Gillison there to get around Goodacre. Got the crossover right before they jumped onto the anchors for turn 1 and just really starting to mow into that gap forward to Taunton. It's currently sitting at 1.6 seconds. Will Goodacre have the pace to be able to run with him? I love the way that we see him get almost a full car width off. The racing line really does go right so far out to the left of screen there.
Well, the best thing you do is use as much track as possible, I suppose. You're looking for those little moments. We did have that little bit of precipitation earlier in the day, a little bit of stuff falling from the skies. It's dried right up out there at the moment, and they are not affecting any of this race at all. The Sunshine State, well, it wasn't as sunny this morning, but it's looking fantastic this afternoon, and it's just going to get better and better as the day goes on.
Started under pressure from Emery. Let's check the in-car out. This is Finn in the X-studded machine. And you can see they drop the hammer and just the pace. How is the move there from the Silver IRC?
That's Emery.
Big move there mid-corner.
Emery just dove down the inside, didn't he? We know how aggressive we've seen him out on track. He's an aggressive driver in a good way, not in a bad way. But if you leave a gap, like they say, if you're not having a go, you're not a race car driver anymore. Well, he's definitely a race car driver.
Emery only 0.2 of a second back off Studded. On screen now.
Just watching this. Have a look at Emery. Has a look down the inside of Studded. It's going to be on as they go into turn number 4. How are the brakes going to pull up? They're a big brake package on this too. It's got all the ABS. We saw a couple of those modules playing up in Sydney. I'm sure the teams have been over there. Much like a modern car, they are stressing every component out in this car. They are putting it to the absolute limit. And every now and then that means sometimes you get a little bit of a dicky sensor or something like that. Looks like they've got that car sorted.
It looks like Emery, just going through the sector times, Emery's got about 1/10 of a second on Studded in sector 1 here. So we're about to hit that right now. It's that run down into turn 1. And it's all happening out here for Innovation Race Cars. Tammy, out there in pit lane, where are you?
I'm down here on pit wall with Mark, one of the owners from Mark Car. Now, you've got how many again?
4 cars running.
And which is your best performing car? Who have you got?
Luckily, the one at the front at the moment, they all perform about the same. So we got one guy doing a slightly better job than everyone at the moment, so he's out in front.
Fantastic. You look pretty happy about that.
Well, I'm always happy when we're in front. I'd like the other guy to catch up a little bit, but, that's racing, I guess.
That's it. Back to the commentary team.
Four cars. Imagine trying to pit crew on all those ones. You must have a team there, a fleet of people.
You'd have to. Yeah. Only the best minds will do.
Look, pretty controlled sort of car. When you look at the Innovation Race Car there too, all the parts very, very similar amongst the chassis and how they set up. Have a look at this. Started down the inside. He's going to take a big risk there. And he's going to dive down Goodacre and have a look at Emery. Emery's going to try and follow this one as well. They are great. They all go to dinner together. They're great mates off the track, but they are going to go at it here and have a look down the inside. Can Goodacre get this one back? No, Studded. Gets a nice run through there. Emery probably the one that didn't get the most advantage out of that, and he's going to have to look for his opportunity, especially heading down into turn 3.
Emery getting a little bit tail happy on the corner exit there, but he is tucked in. Tries to move out into the clean air, and he's going to have to drive the long way around. Goodacre covers him off nicely. Emery looking for the crisscross, won't be able to get it done, and just inches between the bodywork there for Emery and Goodacre.
A lot of trust, isn't there, at that point? A lot of trust we have between those drivers. Goodacre's Donaldson, just behind in the 111 entry. He has taken full advantage of this one as he's starting to close that gap down now, and that's down to less than 1 second.
Stibbs has managed to find a place, moves up into 11th in the Hi-Tec Oils 2-seater.
That's a ride car. I don't think we're going to have passengers in it throughout a race, though. That's unfortunate.
How cool. What a corporate experience that'd be. Sign me up.
Yeah. Where do we buy our tickets for that one? Lee Stibbs, great to see him racing in IRC. Had a little bit of was filling in for Robbie Farr last time we went out at Sydney, who couldn't be here that weekend, and I think he impressed the boss that much that he said, I can't have you sitting on the sidelines, you need to be behind the seat of a race car. So Stibbs are here this weekend just racing the 2-seater in the IRC, and obviously great supporters of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series.
Interesting to note now, we've been seeing Goodacre and Emery going at it hammer and tong. This has actually worked to bring Donaldson in the 111 machine up into closing that gap. You're trying to take chunks out of each other and it just ends up slowing you down. So we see a great group of cars. Here we go, nose to tail now.
Yeah, Gillison just seems to have rolled back. He was catching everyone at a rate of knots early. I don't know if Taunton was just working to a number, knowing they had a little bit of advantage. And have a look at it. You know, at the moment, fastest lap out there are 1:09. We've been seeing the cars sort of across the categories anywhere from, say, a 1:12 up to around a mid-1:20. So to be doing 1:09s, these are very, very fast cars.
Well, we looked to TA2 and Jared Hughes was getting dirty because he caught up to a gaggle of cars on the final corner. He swears he would have been good for a 1:11. And nonetheless, still took pole on that 1:12 lap time that we saw. But that's going to be coming later on.
He's a trustworthy kind of kid too, so I reckon he might have been.
Absolutely. He'll back himself in on that one.
Emery just hasn't been able to make it happen on Goodacre. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to have to give those tyres a little rest. Have a look at Donaldson in the background. Has to go a little bit wide in that Axel's earth-moving entry.
I'm going to say that two-car team absolutely looking brilliant. As here we go. Further back down, one of our marked cars. So I was just talking about the Axel's team. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's Darren Curry.
Ooh. Big moment there, grabbing some grass.
Have a look at Studdard. He was there to try and... He got the advantage of that. It was the Goodacre moment there, as Emery's now on the back of Goodacre. They've got a very different braking marker there at the moment. We know the cars, obviously, it's a trust that the driver puts into the car. A little bit of driver style as well. Very well set up, these cars, for the endurance style racing, although this is a sprint format weekend. Designed a couple of these cars already over in Europe, doing 24-hour races and things like that. We know Danny's gone over there. Taunton, Goodacre, the Emery, they're all starting to make their way over to Europe and drive all sorts of cars over there. Great to have the Porsche in here this weekend as well. We know we are going to see a few more of these Porsches start to make their way into the IRC ranks, the GT3 style Porsches.
Here we go. Just drawing right up onto the back is Emery on Goodacre. And the battle still raging out here at the Paperclip Queensland Raceway. Mel, down in the pits.
Yes, 1 from 1 so far in the Legends category, Rob Hogan. We were just talking about the strategy there. You've been doing this for a while and you played it perfectly.
Yeah, it all comes down to, well, basically the last lap. If you're out in front, you're probably a sitting duck, so you sort of got to get that slipstream and make it count the last lap, then hold them out till the end. So, yeah, and I got the win, which was good.
You showed him all your tricks now.
Well, I think everyone's going to be doing that for the rest of the time that we're racing here, so, yeah, you just got to hope and pray you're in the right spot. But, yeah, you can do that from 3rd or 4th as well down the back, so...
Oh, well, hopefully we see some of that. Now, it looked like the skies had just opened up with a bit of a sprinkle before your race. Did it change the conditions?
No, it was a little bit. It wasn't enough to actually wet the track, and probably the heat in the track kept it dry anyway. So first lap or so is always a little bit greasy with these cars anyway. So warm up the tyres and away you go.
Well, as always, plenty of action in the Legends race and plenty more to come. Thanks.
Plenty of action out on track at the moment. Emery is out in the dirt, and that's unfortunate. The car looks like it's stopped, and we're not sure if he's going to get that restarted. But Jeff Emery, no. That's a sinking ship. Don't keep it going. Let's have a look at the Super Series replay. Mr. Hi-Tec Oils, he's behind Goodacre.
Just got crossed up. It was a solo effort and so unfortunate. We were seeing some of the best racing out there. Emery, unfortunately, in the West Coast Windows number 48 machine, will bow out of this one.
Are we going to see yellow flags? That's the question at the moment. Oh, no, have a look at this. On the back of started Goodacre. Having a good look at those rear tail lights. They're brand new. Goodacre, don't do it.
Especially considering
they're
now
fancy.
under yellow flag conditions. No passing.
Not surprised at where we saw Emery come off either. That is very unfortunate. Curry as well looks like he's in the pits, which is that 777 entry, the dual car there from Axel's earth moving. So that's gone off as well. Hopefully nothing too much wrong with that Mark car. They've just come in for a bit of a check after that spin. But Emery, the 48 car, unfortunately unloaded himself then, nearly took out our Ringers Western sign as well on that turn.
So this was the run into turn 2, and just watch the body language on the Emery car. There we go, we're out of... Yeah, it just snapped on him, didn't it? He tried to collect it up, throw in the opposite lock, and it's just on its way off.
Be interesting to know the tyre temperatures there in terms of when you're following a car on these, with the amount of aero, would that affect some of the tyres out there. Let's head down to the pit side with Tammy.
I'm here with George. George, you've got one of the cars out there, GT3.
Yeah, so we had a two-seater passenger car for the TA2s, and I needed Lee's got a drive in that today. And I asked Danny from Innovations if we could race behind him just to get some track time, and he said great. And then apparently they race overseas with these guys. So I said, oh, great fit for us. And now I've got 3 cars on there. We actually bought another one. So we're building that next round. We'll have one for Lee to drive and against the other boys here behind us.
Great. How long did it take to get that car over here? Because I know that it came here, you ended up with it this week.
The car we inherited a while ago, I bought it off Tony Quinn here, obviously from here, and it's been a great facility. We actually took it to Sydney, took passengers on the Sunday for a race. They loved it, so might as well put it on the track, get some more lap times in it.
Fantastic. Well, all the best to Lee this weekend.
Yeah, he's doing okay.
Yeah, it's great to have George, and the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport family just seems to keep growing. And you know, there was a bit of suspicion, I think, that they were getting a third TA2 car when we saw Stibbsy's name pop up in a 2-seater. But great to have that confirmed by George Gambino, who's a great supporter, obviously, the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And, yeah, growing in the sport and getting involved in many forms of motorsport.
Well, I mean, we saw Stibbsy really show up in Sydney, of course, George's hometown. So that went a long, long way to sort of cementing that trust to really make the investment, because these TA2 muscle cars, they are not cheap, and you want to have good people behind the wheel. And Lee Stibbs doing a good job.
He looked after Robbie Sparr's car.
Yeah.
He brought it home with just a couple of scratches on it. It didn't come home bent up and hurt. It meant Robbie, you know, just a quick clean up, and Robbie could get out there this weekend and get the car on track.
I did have a super quick chat with George about the differences. Obviously, we keep saying that it's a ride car and it's a 2-seater. Aside from some minor seat mounting points, there's really no difference. If worst comes to absolute worst, and either Gartner or Farr were to meet with massive incident, they could repurpose that 2-seater ride car and stick it in with the TA2 muscle car fuel.
Yeah, I think the only difference for me is it's got the full exhaust out the back. It's a little...
Well, that's right.
It feels like it's a little bit tamer, but it's not.
Well, it was interesting. I had a chat with Lee Stibbs, and he was saying that it was a little bit tougher to gauge, obviously, engine noise, because instead of exiting out the side, which you can't really do in a ride car because the passenger is going to burn himself, 100% guaranteed. But, yeah, he was saying a little bit tougher to pick, as we just see Emery departing stage left there, which is great to see, and he's going to have dragged a little bit of gravel out there onto the racing surface, right onto the exit there of turn 2. That's going to be less than ideal.
Well, that could make it exciting if we, for a couple of our races. I'm sure they will be looking at that one. Let's head down to the pits, though, with Mel.
Well, after an incredible debut round in TA2 at Sydney, qualifying didn't quite go to plan. Brock Payne, there's a bit of work happening to the car. What are you up to?
Yeah, there is. Look, we're making a few setup changes. We thought putting the green tyre on, from yesterday's practice, we would gain the speed, but it just wasn't quite there. So, look, we're making a few setup changes now. We'll focus on getting through race 1 and 2 cleanly today, and then put our focus on qualifying 2 for tomorrow.
Well, if your pace from Sydney is anything to go by, we look forward to watching you pass a few cars in this first race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Of course, Brock Payne getting some renewed support from Brisbane Builders. Great to see them come on board. Can't see it on the bonnet, but guaranteed there is a fair bit of real estate, and really, really cool to see such an awesome group of supporters rally around young Payne.
Yeah, and look, again, it's all about qualifying. The Road Active Suspension Pole Award for Saturday and Sunday here this weekend as part of the TA2 muscle cars. So definitely one that he'll be searching for tomorrow. Like he says, I think that's a smart move. Just try and get out there, make some places today in the 2 races for TA2. And let's reset tomorrow and see if we can get that further up.
Yellow flag conditions here in Innovation Race Cars. 7 minutes remaining on the clock. And your running order looks like this. Taunton in first, Gillison in second in the number 20. Danny Studdard in the 702, holding down third place. Goodacre in fourth, and Donaldson rounds out your top 5 with Hollinger on the outside, looking in from sixth. They had a Finn, Draney, Crossing, Carr, Stibbs, and Emery looking to rejoin as we streak past the start finish, and we are clean and green, Matt.
Oh, Hollinger, he's got a little bit of work to do, but it's come down to this final 6.5-minute little sprint race. Ken Hollinger come off the back there, looking to see him grab a little bit of dirt out there in 6th position behind the orange and white Donaldson machine there. He was on the podium every time at Sydney, so Hollinger there will be looking for his moment. Just covers off though Donaldson. He wants to let Hollinger know he's not going to come down the inside. Taunton started. Oh, look at Studdard under brakes. He's done well. But will he overshoot as Gillison? Have a look in the background. Goodacre now might come down the inside. I thought we might have had a 3 wide for a moment there, but they sort themselves out. Studdard gets that move covered off over Gillison. Look at the braking difference. Is Gillison having some issues in that local search car potentially, or is it just a braking mark they can use to? Potentially some tyre temperature changes after the safety car.
Goodacre looking to pile metric tons of pressure all over the back end of that local search machine. Love the holographic look of the wrap. Actually, the presentation in IRC is brilliant.
Yeah, it's very clean cars. Like I say, every time you look at it, there's another piece of the puzzle that you go, that is very intricate, whether it has to be made by a machine. You can tell it's all really a formatted build, I suppose, in terms of the parts and manufactured. All the same and made in certain factories, whether it's the bend in the pipework for the cooling system or whether it's the bracing on the chassis and things like that. So very intricate machines. Every time you go down, you just seem to find another little piece of the puzzle that interests most of us who love to go down and figure out what's going on there. Studdard just goes a little bit wider on that corner. I don't think that's a mistake. He seems to have just a little bit of a different line as he drives through there. It's a bit of an alteration, I suppose, from some of the other drivers. Oh no, Stibbs, he's got the 2-seater. He's gone looking for a passenger. What are you doing, Stibbs? Get that back out on track. Hopefully that's not a big issue. We know that cars still running the old gearboxes too that they used to have in these. Obviously we've got 2 different gearboxes they can have in the TA2. I believe that's running the original size format. Potentially could be a linkage issue or something like that because the motor's running.
Yeah, that car was rolling backwards, so almost like it wasn't able to select gears.
Good news is there's a TA2 truck sitting out the back here, and that comes with a load of spares. So, unfortunately, it means you've got to crank out the credit card, George.
We would have been hoping to avoid that as we just checked the 111 of Donaldson for Axel's Earth moving. Under pressure from Hollinger in 6th place. And Stibbs, well, he's out of harm's way, but it doesn't look like he's looking to rejoin this race. He's parked it up. They're on the short track.
Is that now like an advertising sign we've got out there like the others?
Pretty expensive billboard.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Race Control think about that one. It's not in a great spot, but it's also not in the general racing line either. So it's sort of in the middle area there, and a decision will get made on that shortly. Here we go, the Axel's Earth moving of Donaldson. The 111 machine in 5th place at the moment. We saw for a few laps there, he was right on the back of Goodacre. He's got John Hollinger breathing down his neck at the moment, though. With just over 3 minutes remaining, we'll have a look at the Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. It's Taunton, Studdard, Gillison, Goodacre, Donaldson on your screen with Hollinger behind for your top 6. And the new man to the category, Finn, in 7th.
Finn's got to be very happy with this rookie outing here in Innovation Race Cars. And Hollinger just looking to try and latch on to the slipstream.
Yeah, have a look at the wings. It's like it's out of Fast and Furious. Some massive wings on this. It brings some aero into it, though. And we're going to see that in tracks like this where we get those straights. It's going to come into play just a little bit. How they set those up, the angles, how much downforce they want to put on the rear of the car.
One thing that a lot of people don't appreciate really is just how undulating Queensland Raceway actually is. The amount of pressure that all 4 corners of the car are actually experiencing at different points on track, and it really has the potential to upset and unsettle and essentially unstick the car's aero platform from the racing surface.
Yeah, I kind of think when you look at the Queensland Raceway in a paper format, it's unassuming. It's it looks like a fairly basic track, but when you actually go out there and experience it, you realise there's a lot of other factors that come into play when you get around this in a two-dimensional state, I suppose it looks like a simple track, but in 3D in real life, there's actually a lot going on out there, some slight variances to each corner as well, so there's always something to play for.
Yeah, the onboards really show that as Hollinger looks to try and edge out and make a run down into turn one. Won't be within striking distance on this lap. Just under 2 minutes left as Goodacre trying to hunt down Gillison for third place. Hollinger still with an eyeful of that 111 machine. Hollinger, an incredibly savvy, experienced racer, I believe, actually number one in the points so far.
Yeah, we'll wait and see how that goes with Hollinger, because, and this is what I like about the competitiveness of this category. You've got an IRC car that John Hollinger's steering, and that's actually one of the Mark II cars that you see in Donaldson. So although we've upgraded some of the technology and they're building the new cars, they're still keeping them, you know, in a very similar, I suppose, race format to keep the competitiveness of the categories. It looks like Lee Stips might have got that car back into pit lane, and the crew will be going over that one, having a good look at what's going on.
Unfortunate times there as we check back in with our race leader, Taunton, onto the last lap. And just large and in charge, almost a 2.5 second gap back to the hard charging Danny Studdard.
Well, hasn't him and Gillison had a little bit of a race here, haven't they? They've exchanged positions a couple of times, seem to have had their moments throughout the race. Goodacre has been within striking distance the whole time. At the moment, though, Taunton just needs to get through the final few corners. Easier said than done. Just got to keep that head cool, calm and collected. He's been in some good control of this one, Taunton. Have a look at him. Great looking car, the 95. And he's just rolling through. No need to do anything silly at this point with that slight advantage that he's got there. Almost 2.5 seconds over Studdard. Can go in a moment though. One brake lock up. As we hold onto the edge of our seats just for this final corner. Yeah, it's a good exit. Doesn't go too wide. Looks like he's going to bring this one home. And Taunton will get themselves the checkered flag in this first race of the Innovation Race Cars on the Saturday here at Queensland Raceway. It's the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Studdard follows up with Gillison not too far behind, and it's Goodacre, Donaldson, Hollinger and Finn to round out our top 7. As he crosses the line, Emery, well, he went off the track throughout that race, and he's fought his way back into 10th position now as he comes around to take the checkered flag. So that's a little comeback there, but knowing how even these cars are, it was always going to be hard to work your way back to get all the way back to the front row.
Absolutely, I mean, and there was some stiff competition that he'd have to get past there as well that weren't going to give him any quarter. Car coming through for 11th with Stips and Curry bowing out of that race one. So it's Taunton from Studdard with Gillison rounding out your top 3. John Goodacre on the outside looking in with Grant Donaldson in the 111 Axles earth-moving machine in 5th place. John Hollinger not able to close the gap and will have to be happy with 6th with Brian Finn in 7th, John Crossing in 8th, Grant Draney in 9th and Jeff Emery in that silver number 48. Brad Carr in 11th, Lee Stibbs down a lap and Darren Curry in 13th. Antonio Basile didn't look to turn a lap for that one, unfortunately not able to join the party, Matt.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, as you know, with race cars, they're all good in the shed, and when you give them the racetrack, sometimes they do some little quirky things. Let's have a look at some of our race highlights here from the Innovation Race Cars. Started pretty good, Goodacre alongside of Taunton, and we thought this was only going to go for one corner, but it managed to keep going with Taunton down the inside. He wasn't quite in front going into turn 1, but have a look as they went down the back straight. Gillison put his nose in as well, and we thought this was going to be 3-car wide for a moment. Taunton, though, held his nerves on the inside. Studdard had the front row seat there. That was the perfect view from Studdard's car to watch this unfold. Goodacre and Studdard got into it for a little bit before Studdard. Have a look at this dive down the inside. That was a moment. We held our breath, didn't we? We thought there was contact going to be made, and Emery was always floating around that top 6. And then just later on in the race, wasn't it, about halfway through, unfortunately, you just saw it just lose traction for a moment there. Didn't manage to grab it. Managed to beat yourself. Brought out the safety car. This was the race restart.
Yeah, great launch there from Taunton. Gillison following right along. This is where Stibbs bowed out, unfortunately, in the Hi-Tec Oils machine, having to retire to the pits. But from there, it was Taunton getting out to a very handy 2.8 second lead to cross the finish line for the checkered flag, and it's a great starting race to open the account.
Well, that was our race highlights there. So much action happening at 2 Days of Thunder here at Queensland Raceway. It's only day one of the excitement. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coming your way.
There you go.
Thank you. What would you actually do if you won the GR86?
Well, I'd drive it like I stole it.
Yeah, we did plenty with an 86. I'll tell you what, if we could get our hands on one of those. Have a look at Ringers Western coming on board this season. They've kitted us out, and of course they've got the girls down here this weekend. Advertising Ringers Western, so there's some great shirts, aren't they?
They're great, but we don't make them look anywhere near as good.
We're trying.
We are very
trying. That's the main part, of course. Victory lane down there for our innovation race cars, and Mel is caught up with our winners.
I'm pretty sure Ringers Western can make some hot pants for you guys too if you want to have some cowboys in there with the beautiful looking cowgirls. But over to our race winner, Jeff Taunton, back again. We missed you.
Yeah, we're back as an IRC spec, so back to having ABS brakes, a good tyre, good bunch of blokes to race with, so we know we can race well together. But yeah, we're definitely doing a lot of racing, as you know. But what a magnificent car. Like nines the whole race, all nines. It was just brilliant. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless.
They take those things away and then you get all the goodies back. You must feel spoiled driving around
It is, especially for us old fellas. It's a kid in a candy store.
Well, fantastic to watch. Great start to the weekend. Good job.
Thank you.
A fantastic run there from Jeff Taunton, taking out the not only top qualifier but also race one victory as we are getting set to continue on here at Queensland Raceway. 2 Days of Thunder for round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Matt Kavanagh and myself, Jared McLean, up here in the box, and everyone's favourite pocket rockets, the Hyundai Excels, are about to make some noise, Matt.
Oh, look, they are a pocket rocket. They're a whole, about 94 horsepower of stock engine in the front of these things. We know that they are looking for anything, whether it's the airbox, things like that. They're not allowed to touch the engines too much in these. It is the Australian Hi-Tec Excel Super Sprint here this weekend. I believe standalone event too for them as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. So there's going to be lots to try and unfold. Let's have a look at our starting grid. Tyler Collins will be on the start there with Sam McLaren, Caleb Patterson. That's Manwaring, Campbell, Parrish, Peacock, McSwan, Warner and Sturgis to round out our top 5 rows.
Huge field of 20 cars about to make some noise as we count them in. All lights are lit. And we are away. Collins wasn't able to get the start he wanted in the number 55 machine, but will have the inside line. Wasn't able to get the power down.
This is another one of those categories. It's going to be all about slipstreaming down here. So many Queenslanders here this weekend. You'll see a lot of local races as well, names you've seen throughout Excels, and some of them get to have a little bit of a moment when they come up to Super 2 and things like that. But look, it's going to be some fantastic racing, and they're going to go bumper to bumper and try and get some of the slipstream down here. Have a look at the inside, though. Collins having a look down on the inside of McLaren. Can he get it done under brakes?
He's got the crossover. He's got the track position. He's going to force the issue. Is Patterson going to be able to go with him? He's glued himself to the bumper. McLaren sandwiched in the middle in that number 11 machine.
Yeah, we saw so many of these guys. Just, they do so many kilometres in these Excels. They're relentless, I suppose, when it comes to going to the track. They've got to be a little bit, I suppose, nice on the pocket in running them compared to some of our bigger categories.
Don't get me wrong, there's surely an expensive way to run a Hyundai Excel as the action rages in the back of the pack. Everybody glued together on this opening lap, just under 14 minutes on the clock. So we get some great shots here around Queensland Raceway. Love the aero package on the number 55 of Collins. McLaren holding it down. And across the finish line, the end of the first lap. So it's Collins from McLaren with Patterson in third, Campbell running with them, and Waring in fifth with McSwan. Sixth, Warner in seventh. As we do a hot swap in commentary, we say goodbye to Matt Kavanagh and hello, Jared Hughes, mate.
Afternoon shift.
You missed your call, but the action still raging here. Excels, the order of the day. This is race 2. Race 1 taken out by Tyler Collins. How are we feeling, Jared?
Yeah, feeling good, mate. So I was bleeding some brakes. But I set the wrong stopwatch on my phone, so that's a bit of a rookie error, isn't it? Oh, Collins leaving. Oh, no, he's blocking well. Patterson up the front. He's doing double duties. He was racing Aussie cars in Perth, and now he's back in the Hyundai. Which one's got more horsepower, the Hyundai or the Aussie car?
Oh, I have to be the Aussie car.
No, it'd be the Hyundai. Especially the roof space one. It's got some good handle, but he's doing a good job, isn't he? Doing a very good job.
Collins right there in the mix as they lift that inside wheel. That's got to be a different sensation.
It's good. It's so good. You got to do that though. Otherwise, these things don't turn. Got to get that inside wheel up in the air, less friction, get the thing to turn.
Less rolling resistance.
Yeah, exactly, and just get on the gas and get out of there. But he's firmly under the rear. You can see that inside wheel lifting, even locking. It's not even rotating as it's in the air. But Collins right up his rear end, giving him a bump. How are you going, mate? You having fun?
Having a great time here. The importance of aero and slipstreaming in something like the Excels, how crucial is it?
Oh, you got to cable tie the rear bars back, and well, actually, Collins, I think on the purple car, what have they got? The big wing? Yeah, they got the big wing on it. I don't know if that's gone to the F1 wind tunnel, but it's it looks cool. But no, these things you haven't got a lot of power, so every little bit you can get is massive. And the tow and qualifying, it could be a couple tenths a lap easily. So these guys working together, keep pushing forward from Campbell in fourth. If they keep working together, they should be able to pull away from him. But Campbell looks like he's doing a good job hanging on there.
Yeah, Campbell running pretty much in clean air. Hasn't got anyone really up behind him. Waring almost 2 seconds back. But our top three covered off by just on half a second. Going purple, the best lap on lap 2 was Patterson. Our man out front in the 101 machine.
Tyler Collins flying the B-Pro flag, but you got to, what does Caleb call his team? OTAP or something, I think it's called, his team. Him and Sam McLaren have got there. But, yeah, Tyler's flying the B-Pro flag. Oh, that's speaking of B-Pro. He's only just hanging on to that.
Yeah, that's the battle between Sturgis and Parrish.
Oh, he actually tipped him out too. Oh, that doesn't look... Yeah.
Yep.
Gave him the send, obviously. Some bit of puff and bash there.
Yeah, Boylett didn't actually finish race 1, had to start from the rear of grid.
I was going to say, he was a long way back.
Yeah, he managed to fight his way up. I was slightly concerned, but I didn't see him up there. Of course, that race happening late in the afternoon yesterday.
Well, there goes all that work.
Unfortunately, yeah, he's going to have a bit more to do here as we check out the replay. Keep an eye. There it is. Did he unstick himself, or was he had a bit of help?
He got a bit assisted there, I think. He got a slight assistance, but be interested to see what happened before that, though, because Brett looked like he was hanging on to it down the straight, and normally your straight is where you hold the steering wheel dead straight. So I think there was something going on there.
Our top three really getting away.
Oh, Sam McLaren, maybe a problem, or made a little bit of a mistake. Dropping back a little bit. Look at that. They got the thing jacket in the lead, don't they? It looks like it's got really good entry to mid-turn, though. He seems to get a bit of advantage over Tyler through the entry phase of the corner. But then that toe just brings Tyler straight back into action before you get to turn 4 here.
How much communication do you really have with Pit Wall, you think, in the Excel series?
Depends if your dad's on your radio or a guy that knows what he's doing. For me, it was way too much when Dad was on my radio. He was just telling me to send it harder. And I'm like, man, I can't push this throttle any harder. But no, in this sort of scenario, there might be a bit of communication to what the gap's going on behind you and if you're pulling away or whether the car's behind you catching up. But there isn't too much. You get the normal communication, like how many laps to go and what your lap time is compared to everyone else. But it's all pretty basic stuff. Not doing supercar pit stops, so you don't have to worry too much.
We're at half race distance here for race 2.
Oh, another replay.
Here
we go. This is it. So side by side.
Boylett already had the overlap. and just muscling.
Oh, maybe they, probably just knocked a little bit of, Brett, I think, Brett was a little bit unhappy with that one by the look of it. Definitely gave him the old escort. Oh, and Brett's hanging on to it there too. I think that just locked away a bit of wheel action down the straight. But looks like Boyle, is he still going, is he? Nah, no, he says he's in 11th.
He's managed to really fight back. We saw him down in 18th at one point in time. Check the lap time, 1:31.14.
Jesus.
And he's got some serious pace compared to the drivers ahead of him.
Heaps of pace, and he's actually... where's Brett Parrish? Brett Parrish is past Brett Parrish again. Get back in front of him. Nice little move there. Oh, 3 wide. That's a good thing about these cars. They're small enough to do it, aren't they? Oh, the P-plate is getting in there. Good on him. Give it some.
That's the number 5 of Edwards there. He's rolling quick. 1:32.79, his best performance. Great boom shots here.
Oh, yeah, he's got past Brett again. Wonder if Brett made that easy or hard for him. Maybe he felt bad.
Regressed the position, you think?
Oh, I don't know if that's in Brett's blood.
The red mist well and truly descending as we are just over 5 minutes from the checkered flag. The battle now, that's further back in the pack between McSwan and Richards. And the replays just keep coming. Check this out. So this one looking to be under investigation. Big jump on the anchors there for Parrish.
And a bit of room on the inside.
You reckon he bled the brake off on that one?
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like he had a bit of room on the inside to keep going to the left, but maybe he was getting the squeeze and both parties weren't too happy. I don't know. It's a bit of an odd one. Good luck, race control.
Lucky they're large and in charge. Here we go. This is the battle for 5th and 6th. Manwaring and Warner.
Oh, Carly, hang on to it. She did an awesome job over in Darwin last weekend. She was doing a great job.
Peacock
up in the north.
Machine, the number 39.
Good looking cars out there, isn't there? The presentation's awesome.
They put so much pride into it, and then they go out and absolutely blow the doors off the things.
That's the spirit, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's the spirit. The top 3 have blown out a little bit, though, haven't they? They're not sort of back up each other's clacker anymore. They've got a bit of a gap going on. But
all the action's happening back here in the rear of field.
Josh Richards, he's a little bit further back than normal by the look of it. Maybe struggling a little bit this weekend. Oh, big
Burgess and McSwan. McSwan trying to make the move on the Sharon Rentals machine.
Oh, he's left the door wide open.
Yeah. There's a bit of pace around the outside, but that inside line on the run into turn 1. Dab of the brakes there. You saw that as well.
That would have to be the earliest brake tap I've ever seen in my life. So you do that to get the pad back up against the rotor. So that when you get to the next corner, you got a solid brake pedal. But he wasn't stuffing around, was he? He's come straight out of the corner, still plucking a gear, and he's grabbed it. But that's a good run around the outside for the Sharon Rentals car. Oh, Josh is going to maybe put a bomb on. We can't see anymore, but he did put a move up the inside. Yeah, got it done. Good. Oh, and then feed him a little bit of outside rear. That's a good move. Good move, Josh.
This is great. The number 72 of Sturgis just finding that little bit of breathing room.
Oh, it's back on. Don't leave it open.
Oh, McSwan. And it's a high-speed get-off at one of the fastest sections of the track. That's the run into, I think it's 7 for the number 8 machine of McSwan.
So turn 3. Just that would probably explain why he was doing the brake tap. Maybe he was sensing a bit of brake fade, and I think that wasn't a lock-up. That was a pretty big lose. So I think he knew where that was coming. That's why he was tapping it up nice and early.
Unreal. I've been told that we are getting the checkers on this one. The Excel's getting very, very hairy out there.
Crisscross move, but there you go. Caleb Patterson says an 8/10 gap too. So it went from them being pretty close to each other to fanning out a little bit. So Tyler Collins won the first race, didn't he?
Tyler Collins took the first race over Sam McLaren, and Caleb Patterson in 3rd.
Oh, look at the front on that one. That's
a pretty average. That's the number 72 of Sturgis. Didn't see that one, but
I think that might have been from where he lost the brakes, and he might have clipped his front possibly. He did a good job there. It was at Mick was it? Did a good job to not clean up Josh and too much of the other car there, but scary. I've lost brakes twice here, and it's not fun. So I hope he's all good.
Here we go. Caleb Patterson takes a win here in race 2 over Tyler Collins. Sam McLaren in 3rd. Rio Campbell in the 333 machine for 4th. Carlo Warner in 5th. Connor Peacock in 6th. Josh Richards in 7th. Sturgis, Boylet and Mainwaring round out your top 10. Boylet flirted with the back of the field and managed to find his way back up into a top 10 position. That is an effort.
He got there quick. When I looked, I was like, sure, the timing's wrong, but he's done a good job.
Parrish in 11th with Kent Quinn in 12th. Scott Kinsey in 13th. Brooke Wilson 14th. Craig Coleman 15th with Neville, Wallace, Edwards, McSwan and Trappett rounding out the 20-car field here for the Australian Excel Race 2. Here at round 3 for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. This is going to be a good one. Buckle up for your race highlights.
Start again. I missed it.
It wasn't the greatest run out of P1 there for Collins. He handed that one over fairly early to the number 11 machine of McLaren, but the pressure didn't come off for a second as those top 3 really started to skate away early in the piece. It was a great move, just ballsy on the brakes, and managed to grab that position. That would have been the run into 3.
Oh, nice little move back onto. Oh, beats him a little bit. Good moves. This is where Patterson must be coming into the play. Teammates working together. Give him the toe.
101 definitely copped a bit on the rear bar there.
So that's where McLaren lost the lead, unfortunately. And these curves are aggressive. This is where Brett gives him the. That's only a slight assistance, I think. Only slightly. But, yeah, and then that's, he definitely he's just clipped the front end of the other car. But, yeah, hope that guy's all good. But he's done a good job there to limit damage. But this is a bit of a feisty race, isn't it?
Absolutely. Race 2 for the Australian Excel Super Sprint. And a brilliant finish there for Caleb Patterson, bringing it home for the first race of the day for the Excels. They've got a few more scheduled as it's all happening here at 2 Days of Thunder for Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Round 3 of the calendar. McLaren on screen. And
on him. Look at the hair. He loves it. I'd wave to the fans. Probably yelling out for the mullet.
We love it. We love it down here in the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Some very deserving winners. And how much does it take it out? Just quickly, how much does it take it out of you pedaling these things for almost 15 minutes at a time?
Do you know what? They're harder than you think. They haven't got power steering. And as you can see, the racing's pretty intense. So when you're actually in a tight battle, they're a lot more physical than what a lot of people think, physically and mentally. You got to be thinking pretty hard with these guys, and they're physical races, especially around QR, because you got a lot of bump drafting and a lot of big bombs. But the boys have done a good job there.
Well, down with our winners in victory lane. Mel, who have you got?
I got Sam McLaren in P3 in that one, and you were right. Some cheers for the haircut from up in the crowd there as well.
Yeah, it was a good race. Got off to a good start, but the car sort of dropped off towards the end, so I just couldn't keep up with them too, and congrats to Pato on the win. So, yeah, good run.
Great job. It's close at the top, isn't it?
Yeah, it's real tight racing. It's good. Thank you.
Tyler Collins, that was a great race to watch. You'll be able to add a few more points to that lead that you've got. How was it?
Yeah, 100%. Don't have that much of a buffer over Caleb, obviously, and he's coming for me quick and fast. So, got to be happy with the second place, but obviously would love to be first. But, just made a mistake in those first few laps and allowed Caleb to get a bit of a gap, and I just couldn't get it back. He was too quick. So we'll go to the drawing board and see what we can do for the next one.
Keep an eye at you on the next one. Thanks.
Well, it's all about the hair down here in Excel Cup. Our winner also getting a bit of a hair touch-up there from Kaz before the interview. That was a tough one, but great job.
Yeah, no, it was good. I started third and ended up first, so I'm stoked with that. Yeah, it was a tough race at the start. The boys were giving it to me. And then, ended up pulling away from the guys at the front. So, no, it was great.
So how much does the slipstream play in this category here?
It's massive. As you would have seen, I was giving the boys a couple of big bumps, try and help them out. And once I got in the lead, I just don't think they could stay with the slipstream and, ended up pulling away. So it was perfect.
Great job. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, there's so much more yet to come here on day 1 of 2 Days of Thunder. That's the end of our live stream. But if you want to watch more, head over to SBS from 1 o'clock. It is all going off, and we'll be kicking it off with the TA2s. Our big guns here. The action rages at Queensland Raceway. See you soon.
Queensland Raceway, it's alive, it's ready, it's pumped, it's noisy. There's so much going on around this precinct here today as we build up to round 3 of the 2025 Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo is ready for race 1 of 4. Pole position going to Jared Hughes, who makes a return to the series after Tim Brook kept the seat nice and warm down at Sydney, sweeping the round down there. And the first time a Chevy has swept the round since Brad Gardner did it at Morgan Park back in 2024. Some key things to think about here today as the cars are about to leave for the formation lap. Chev have not won 5 straight races. Today that could change. It's not been done since the series started back in 2017. And Jared Hughes in the box seat, but well done to 17-year-old Alice Buckley, who qualified on the front row yesterday, Matty Cav. Blistering during practice. She's incredibly unwell this weekend as well. So imagine what she's going to be like when she's fully at operating temperature.
And you've got to think about that. There's only been a short amount of practice that she's had in a car like this, obviously coming out of Toyota 86s and Excels and smaller forms of cars. These cars slide around a lot. They create that exciting racing, don't they? And this is going to be very different for her, but now she's got to do that out in a little bit of traffic. Not bad when you get your teammate Jared Hughes alongside, who's just pretty much quick in anything he gets in at Queensland Raceway. Is there anyone who's got a record off him here?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be hard to beat from this position. There's no question about that. As Josh Thomas has been nice and polite, waving to his fans and friends at home watching today across the country. And the ever threat of rain. We had a little shower of rain during Formula Ford qualifying earlier today. It was a very quick burst of water from the sky, dried before it really hit the ground. But you can see in the background, that's where the weather could come from. It's not shown on the radar. I reckon you could rock those sunnies too, Matty. Maybe later tonight during the 2-hour production car race, we'll get some of that going.
We won't talk about what I've got to try on a little bit later that we brought up earlier, so we'll wait. There'll be a bit of entertainment tonight, I think.
Can't wait for that. It's a big day, 2 days of thunder. Our first stop here at Queensland Raceway of the year. TA2 muscle cars will be back in August for the ever-popular co-driver race. We'll have 2 races each day and an endurance race and some big names, so we'll start unveiling them in the next couple of weeks or so. But 1999 this track opened. It's our 10th time we've been here in TA2 muscle cars. Hughes on the pole for the 3rd time this year and the 4th straight for a Chevy. Alice Buckley locks out the front row. Ben Gomersall and Tom Davies on row 2. Josh Thomas and Ayrton Hodson back with Ash Jarvis this weekend. Diesel Thomas and Hayden Humer returns to the series in 2025. Des Collier and Tyler Cheney, son of Graham Cheney, his first solo start in TA2 muscle cars. Then it's Josh Webster starting from 11. Lockie Evnett makes his debut for Ash Jarvis. With Brock Payne, Brad Gardner, James Simpson and Connor Roberts who returns. Hey, we haven't seen this many Dodge Challengers in a long time, which is good to see. We've been wishing for this to happen, and they have delivered. Danny Reddy starting from 21. Colby Cowham starts out at 22. And Steve Wilson, troubles for him yesterday in qualifying. We'll see him start from 23. Gee, there's a good atmosphere here. We've got some DJs spinning the discs behind us here in the TV compound. It's just a great atmosphere. There's some drifting happening over at the back. The karting championships are on, and the Willow Beach Motorsport Precinct is alive.
We had the stunt motorcycle out there just before we went on air as well. So there's so much to really look at the 2 Days of Thunder, and we spoke about it. It's 35 years since Days of Thunder came out, and we got the 2 Days of Thunder happening. So it's, it's a momentous weekend. It's what we love, and it happens every year here at Queensland Raceway, the 2 Days of Thunder, and no surprises here. Everyone, Todd Hazelwood puts the thumbs up. He had a big weekend last weekend up in Darwin as well.
He did, and he's down here this weekend once again. He actually raced at this round last year, but keeping the TFH guys happy down here in pit lane. They've invested a lot into this year's series. A second formation lap incident, if you're wondering why they're going around again, and a new start procedure that we're going to trial this. If you follow IndyCar and NASCAR, we're going to get these cars around to what's called a go zone off the last turn at turn 6. And when the pole sitter decides to go in that zone, the green will go. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's been bought in. There's been a lot of, IP that's been sourced from the great Marcus Ambrose, who was quick to jump on there saying we need to try a different start because they weren't great up at Hidden Valley last weekend, but a different racetrack to try this out on here today as we ride in car with Brad Gardner, Hi-Tec Oils, Chevy Camaro, car number 22, who starts from 14th this race. Ahead of him is Brock Payne, who started tremendously at that round previously at Sydney. Rookie round, scored himself a podium.
Yeah, Brent Gardner won't be happy about being down at 14th because he knows when it comes to the one-lap sprint, he's normally really good. They are struggling, though. Data not recording in that car this weekend. So, unfortunately, Max Vidal engineering that car, he goes, I'm just having to make slight changes. I'm not getting any data back to find out what's going on. Another great inclusion is to have Robbie Farr back in the number 7 this weekend. He unfortunately missed the last round, but we love having him as part of the series. Back in 20th position, but first time at QR, and here we go. We're getting ready for this, I suppose, first time we're going to see this start in TO2 muscle cars.
We like trialling something new in this series. So Alice Buckley needs to bring that car up. It's up to Jared Hughes. When he puts his foot down in this zone, from this point, the green will wave. And that's much better than what we were expecting to see. We're away in race number 1. As they fan out, the Chevy will lead us down into turn number 1 for the first time. They'll try and hang tough on the outside for the first couple of laps. Tyler Cheney in car number 50 down in the mid-pack, but the leader is Hughes.
And look at Buckley getting a big welcome to the TO2 muscle car ranks, isn't it? Muscle to the outside of the track. You can't be there because they're going to come down the inside. Gomersall up the second hand. We can see heap of smoke in the background trying to see who that might be. And I think Farr involved in that. I could see one of the Hi-Tec Oils cars. Jared Hughes already starting up his campaign almost out to 1 second. Have a look at Josh Thomas. He might be up to 3rd as they come out of this corner.
One of the Hi-Tec cars going massively wide there at turn 3. And finds himself is Gardner because we're in car with Robbie Farr to a lot of positions for the South Aussie. In fact, his teammates point up alongside to challenge the 2 Hi-Tec cars side by side down at the first of 2 left-handers on this 3.1 kilometre course from the drone cam. And everybody's safely through. No real big dramas on this opening lap. They make their way down towards turn 6. Hughes from Gomersall, Davies, Thomas and Alice Buckley rounds out the top 5.
It's going to take a few laps for these tyres to really get their peak condition. We know a lot of them may have only used them in qualifying. There wouldn't be too many laps on them. Have a look at the background there. Ed Hodgson starting to come through. Diesel Thomas is another one too. He's just got past Diesel, and good to have Ashley Jarvis here. A 2-car team this weekend. He said as he ventured into his 40s, he wanted to change his electrical career and get a couple of cars running, get some young drivers in there. And they're having a good outing.
He's passionate about TA2, of course. He used to run in the inaugural years of the series. In fact, dominated 17 in the first year, but where it was primarily based out of Queensland. And now taking in tracks right across the country is Crutcher. Dramas for the number 4 car yesterday. The Bumblebee yellow Ford Mustang down the inside of Graham Cheney. Down here at turn number 3. Behind, around goes Des Collier. So Collier in the TFH car won the Dodge Challengers. Also off there, Connor Roberts. And lucky to get out of the gravel trap. So the Dodge Challenger, his return, puts him to near back of the field. Separate incident. But for Des Collier, that drops him outside the top 10.
Yeah, he would be unfortunate about that. Tyler Cheney, though, he's in 9th position, so it's great for him to come in this weekend. Like you say, first solo drive in these cars. He was very quick at the bend last year, though, in the 2-driver event, so I think he is going to impress us this weekend, especially seeing he's doing the 86 series this year. But Gomersall up on your screen at the moment. Have a look at Tom Davies starting to close down that gap. It's down to just over 0.3 of a second, and he is breathing all over the back of him. It's going to be a big moment under brakes. How far do you want to push these cars there? It's not like a big brake GT4 style on these cars. It's like a very small brake for such a heavy car. Let's head down to pit lane though with J-Mac.
I was lurking around Team TFH and overheard Michael Harders, the team principal, talking to Diesel Thomas. Looks like there's electrical gremlins in that TFH Hire car. There's no shift light by the sounds of the radio chatter.
That's a shame for the rookie. He's going to have to do that all by ear for this race. It'll make it a long afternoon for Diesel, who scored his first podium at Sydney. And going back to Des Collier, spare a thought, he is still very sore from that car cruncher up at Hidden Valley last weekend in the National Trans Am Series round. So this is a replay, thanks to Hi-Tec Oils down here at turn 3. Cruncher locking up, but it was already Collier around. And poor Connor Roberts, which way he went? Well, he had to go around the outside and scoop up some of that heavy gravel. Here it is from the turn 1 camera. And he was already locked up, but you'll see the TFH car looping around there. And Connor Roberts to the outside. Down there at 3, lucky to get out of there and motor on aboard car number 19, but back in 23rd position as through comes the leaders. It's 1.6 seconds and a new fastest lap for Ben Gomersall. At the end of that lap, 1 minute 12.81. Davies is 3rd, then Thomas, Alice Buckley, Eden Hodgson behind in 6th, and Diesel Thomas. Back to Hume, Cheney and Josh Webster in the 200 Autofix Ford Mustang. You look at Hayden Jackson. Skating across the track is Josh Thomas. He's trying to get out of the channels of dirt out there. But look at the speed he's lost at over 200 k's an hour on the approach to turn number 3. But Alice Buckley go back up ahead.
She just looked so cool, calm and collected then, didn't she? There was no sort of panic behind Josh Thomas. She just pulled to the inside. The experience she's showing at just at such a young age is great, and she could be very successful here in the TA2 ranks. So that'll put her back up into 4th position after that unfortunate start where she ended up on the outside, which I'm sure she'll learn from in the next race. It's really a little bit of elbows out, isn't it, on the start here? We used to see him go 3 and 4 wide. And Josh Thomas just drops off a little bit. Have a look at Eton Hodgson just behind in 6th position now. He needs to watch out for that very, very quick. And then his brother, Diesel Thomas, in 7th, just behind that. So the TFH Hire cars, they're so evenly matched out there on the track, and they just need to bring it all together sometimes.
Cool shot from the roof. Great vantage points around here. Tony Quinn has done a phenomenal job upgrading Queensland Raceway with that amazing pit facility. And one of the best spectator tracks you can come to. We sat down at turn number 1 for practice yesterday. You can see the entire 6-turn course. This will tell us what happened to Josh Thomas. The car just got on the edge, and the car just dragged itself across. Man, he was lucky. You can just hear him feathering that throttle, trying to get back on the track, but washed off all that speed, and that is critical here at QR.
Heart-stopping moment for him, really, because anything could have happened there. Absolutely anything. Ed Hodgson, you just see on our screen. Have a look in the background. Thomas under fire from Hume. He's back in a Mustang. Last time we saw him was a couple of seasons ago. We know he's done the 86 series as well, but he was out in a Dodge Challenger back then, and a fresh Mustang look for him seems to be working.
I think that was Diesel who went wide at 3 and allowed him to get up there on the inside. So looking back towards turn number 6, a big burst of sunshine here. Mild conditions here in Queensland, this 2 days of Thunder event. And approaching the halfway mark of this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. Around the outside, he's going to come in hot. Tyler Cheney using the high line and washes off any chance of a pass down there at turn 6. Behind Davies and through to complete another lap. And it's another fastest lap for Ben Gomersall, but the gap sits at 1.6 seconds. Hughes just continues to cover him. Anything he throws at him, Hughes has a response.
Yeah, Tyler Cheney, that was a big moment down there. Check out this replay here. It's all 3 of them coming down. Tyler Cheney moves to the outside. Very late on braking, just pinches the brake. And you can see the lock up on that tyre. It's not too bad, I don't think. It wasn't a big, long drag under that. Definitely doesn't pull up like the 86 he's used to get behind the wheel on.
A little bit heavier, one would think. So back to turn 3 we go. So behind in the 45 is Hayden Hume, who steps back into the series. And we're at capacity at the moment this year, which is great to see. And spare a thought for our people behind the scenes right now. This is the 4th round in 5 weeks. We're at Sydney Motorsport Park at the end of May. We're over in Perth for a non-championship round. We went to Hidden Valley last week. In fact, most of the crew got back Monday night and we're ready to go. Luckily, most of them based in Queensland, which is good, to be here for this weekend. TA2 muscle cars absolutely on the rise in season 2025. As Gartner chases his teammate on the way down to turn 6, Robbie Farr ahead in 16th. He's got one of his great speedway mates in Tim Moth Gleeson here helping out on the number 7 car. So he's just slowly recruiting his sprint car buddies to come out and join the great world of TA2 muscle cars.
Yeah, Brad Gardner looks very uncomfortable in that car. We'll watch that a little bit later. Have a look at this, though. Lachlan Evanet, who's actually driving Formula Ford this weekend as well, the young teenager, and right behind Mark Crutcher. So this is his introduction in the Ashley Jarvis outfit as well, the 2-car outfit. And just getting some laps and getting a bit of experience in a much bigger car than what we've seen in the Formula Ford and a lot more horsepower.
Yeah, and it's one of 5 categories he's doing over this season as well. When you think about Formula Ford plus the Renegade Series, Trans Am and the GR Cup as well. So there's not a race weekend to spare right now for Lockie Evanet as he makes a step into TA2 and keeps himself race sharp. So settled down with 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Race 1, another one to come this afternoon with the grid based off the result of this. We'll qualify again tomorrow. Another $250 thanks to Road Active Suspensions in the pole award. Robbie Farr facing the wrong way at turn 3. The engine's still alive, but he's dropped to the tail.
It'll be interesting to know if he's beached himself there too, you know, with the gravel traps there. Very hard to get out of. Yeah, he's well and truly in there.
Spoke too soon, didn't I? The commentator's curse, naughty, back at it again. I thought we were looking calm there for a bit. And the number 7 car, the legendary sprint car star, facing backwards.
I don't envy the words he's going to have with you after this race.
I can't wait. And you just see the car was already squirming under brakes. And rears locked, in he went. And we talked about that before, that gravel trail. Now, Hayden Jackson has caught the Robbie Farr bug as well. He's off in the Dodge Challenger. Trying to pick where that perhaps is. Usually I'm good at picking where the cars are off on the track, but we know there's a lot of gravel traps here. And that is Turn 6?
Yeah, that looks like turn 6, yeah. And he's just had a rough weekend. He's just not feeling it with the car at the moment. I know they've been chasing a little bit of setup. You can see a few of them really struggling in this QR round. So this is Robbie Farr again. You can see that big brake lock up. There's a lot of speed going to 3-2, and there is a little bit of a bump there too that can unsettle the car if it catches you off guard. Look at the tyre spin there. No wonder he's got that car stuck in the gravel.
So too for Jackson. So the safety car is called for the first time today in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. And I won't tempt fate again, I promise, for race 2 later this afternoon, as the safety car waits to capture Jared Hughes at the top of the Dick Johnson straight from Gomersall. Davies, Alice Buckley up into 4th position now after dropping down as low as 5th. And Josh Thomas, Eden Hodson, Diesel Thomas in 7th, Hayden Hume in 8th, Tyler Cheney. Great start for him in 9th spot. And Josh Webster, the Autofix Mustang, completes the top 10. Great turnaround for Mark Crutcher. He's 11th. There he is in the yellow Mustang. Car number 4, Lockie Everett in 12th. Graham Cheney behind in 13th. Brock Payne, James Simpson back in 14th and 15th. Back to Gartner, Colby Cowam in 17th spot in his first run in TA2 Muscle Cars. Danny Reedy 18th, there's Collier 19th, and Connor Roberts is your top 20.
Well, let's head down to pit lane with Mel.
We are up on the roof here with this fantastic crowd watching this awesome racing, and Team Buckley, Alice's dad, looking a little bit nervous. How are you feeling?
Yeah, nervous, Mel, but I think she's got things under control at the moment. It's going pretty well.
So there's another restart coming up. You have to relive it all over again.
Yeah. Well, obviously that's her first start in TA2, so we didn't get the greatest start. But yeah, the restart, hopefully single file, should be good, I hope.
She's got a second chance. And also, how's the other guy going over there at the kart track?
He won his first heat this morning. Then he had reverse grid, so rear of field. He had a 4th. And I think as soon as this is finished, we're going straight back over there to watch him.
Awesome. Go Team Buckley. Over to you, J-Mac.
Here with Mick Harders. Tell me, what's the update on TFH right now? It has been a rough start, but this is where the guys really draw deep, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's the mid to the end where we're here for to finish the race. Diesel's got a few little gremlins there at the moment, but we're getting through it, and he's working through it, showing a lot of maturity for a young fella and where he is in the pack.
We've spoken about how well he follows instruction and just keeps a cool head. Tell me, has he got a cool head right now?
Certainly is, and he's dialed in. He's pretty good. Thanks to Todd and Brett and the boys here. We're ready to go racing again with him.
We're looking forward to the fight back.
Yeah, we'll do. Boys are there to have a go.
Mick Harders, Jared McLean down in the pit lane with the TFH team. That is one busy operator, not just handling the TA2, but also their Trans Am and Aussie racing car program as well. Good news is Robbie Farr's been dragged out by our volunteer officials down at turn 3. We're going to take you in car with a sprint car star on the way down to turn 3. Let's have a listen. Oh, shattering. And he was in trouble from that point.
Do you think potentially he's grabbed first gear instead of third?
Potentially, yeah, the weight started chattering that quickly. Only he'll be able to tell us that when he gets back on. At least he'll be able to get a result out of this. There's no damage to the car. And he'll take his spot a couple of laps down at the back. Hayden Jackson also being dragged out by the Ford Ranger. And I hope the Ranger doesn't do the same to himself here, trying to drag the Dodge Challenger out of position. Got to say a big thanks to the officials. They're all volunteers. They give up their time. It's a busy 3 days. We're on air for 2 days, and obviously practice started yesterday and they went well into the night last night. We've got a 2-hour production car race that will finish around 7:30 tonight and start again early tomorrow. Without those guys and girls, Matty Cav, we can't go racing.
No, we need all of them out there, all the volunteers and everyone who's part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series to keep these races underway. But let's head down to Mel.
TFH, Team TFH positioned up here next to Team Buckley. You've always got plenty of cars to watch out there, Brett Thomas. Who's bringing it home today?
I don't know. I think the eldest son, Joshua, would like to be in front of his younger brother, but I think they've got their own problems out there. Look, it's really close in times. Everybody's doing a great job. You know, standout at the moment for the weekend is Alice Buckley, obviously off the front row, and, you know, she's doing an amazing job, and a lot of the young kids coming through are all doing well as well. So I think it's down to anybody. Hughes is going to be hard to beat at the front, bud.
Yeah, he's doing well, but like you said, great to see some newcomers to the field, and they're doing a terrific job, aren't they?
Yeah, well, there's a change of the guard. You know, it's I think the top 3 or maybe 6 positions are all, you know, under 21 years of age. And, the guys that you're used to seeing at the front at pointy end are sort of drifting their way back over the last few meetings, back to mid-pack or, even towards the back. So
you might need to keep reading and bring a few more young ones through.
I think we've got enough, mate. I'll send them over to Pat.
Over to you, J-Mac.
Had a super quick chat with Maisie for Hayden Jackson. Unsure as to whether he wants to bring this car in for a checkup or if he's just going to try and tough it out. But it looks like we are getting ready to go for a restart. Back to you.
Thanks, J-Mac. That's Maisie Place just in the background, walking back into the garage down with Hayden Jackson. We were a bit confused if that car was dragging along. Maybe it's locked in gear and he can't jump it out of gear. But he's gone back into the pits and seemingly out of today's race.
I think he didn't have a choice.
Choice.
That was getting dragged, back wheel locked up. It looks like we might get the race restart. Not quite sure if we'll have to do another lap here. Hayden Jackson still just being towed off. Very hard to get that car off when the back wheels don't turn.
No, we're going racing. The RPM picks up and back to the Dick Johnson straight we go. So Gomersal's big chance here. I think out of the two cars he's got the car pace, but now needs to go with Jared Hughes, the series leader, by comfortable margin. Tyler Cheney on the outside of Hayden Hume here. Through the dust they come, that short shoot between turn 1 and 2. And into another lap, just over 4.5 minutes remaining. So well done to minimise the amount of safety car laps we had then. As we work lap 11 of race 1 of the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
And have a look at this. Anton Hodgson has done the move on Josh Thomas. Gets up into 5th position. Josh won't be happy with that restart. Let's see how much he slides the car around here. Oh, look at the opposite block he's trying to grab to try and keep that car. You can see Anton with some nice drive. There was a bit of dust back there coming out of turn number 2 as well. So there could potentially be a few more things happening further down.
Tom Davies locking horns. There's more action in the background there. Crutcher going up ahead of Josh Webster. So this is a massive turnaround. That car, he's been spooked by it most of the season. And he's inside the top 10 mark, Crutcher now aboard the number 4 Mustang. He might just get another spot here in a moment. And look at the queue of cars lining up behind him. So far from done as we go for a ride with Brad Gardner. Down the Dick Johnson straight to complete a lap. Gardner still down in 16th position with James Simpson just ahead. Are you feeling what I'm feeling? There's a lot of cars in this group.
Oh, the heart's starting to race. There could be a couple of moments in these final few corners. We've got a few minutes left in this race. Tyler Cheney's had a few brake lock-offs. He slides the car out there. How he stayed on track, I don't know. There's not a whole heap of runoff. We saw what happened earlier when Josh Thomas went off and got caught on the dirt, so hopefully Tyler's kept that in. Have a look at Alice Buckley, though, just chipping away in the background. You can see she's really got herself into a bit of rhythm. I don't know what's happened to Josh Diesel Thomas there. They have said there's a couple of issues with that car potentially in the background. It just feels to me like everyone's finding a little bit of setup here at the moment. The cars are starting to slide around.
Tyler Cheney down here at turn 5, turn 4, turn 5 region, the two left-handers. And Crutcher now about to make another move here to the inside. So through he goes. In fact, Cheney might lose the second spot. With Webster behind the Autofix Mustang. Down towards turn number 6. This has been a gritty drive from the man from Young in central New South Wales. What is it? Man, that curse. He pinched the brake through turn number 6. But he holds that position down.
Josh Webster goes past Tyler Cheney. He's struggling now. Potentially that tyre is going to be hurting on the front right of that car. And that will hurt him with a tyre bank. Only 6 tyres coming to this weekend, 2 of which come from the previous round. He would have had to come and use a couple of them up, being his first drive in this series. He would have started out with some fresh ones. Have a look at this down the inside, though. Lachlan Evanet going to put the nose of the 8 in. He slides it out of turn number 2 and looks like he's alongside Tyler Cheney. He gets a whole heap of dirt. Brock Payne in the background as they almost go 3 wide there. He's going to come up on Graham Cheney. See, there's going to be father-son battling it out.
Yeah, and a really good point. We haven't seen that before. Crutcher again goes wide at turn 3. Just taunting the opposition behind him. Gardner's got a lot of cars around him as he attacks the steering wheel of his Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. Down towards turn 4. A minute and a half and a lap remain. So while it might be sorted up the front, outside the top 10, well, it's anybody's.
Look at Gardner on the outside of Simpson, and they are going to take this all the way down. A little bit of contact as they slide. Gardner's got the inside run. That is great driving from Simpson. Wasn't going to give it up to Gardner as we get back on board. Robbie Farr, I know, that Tyler's, he's slid right out into the gravel too. Payne's going to get himself another position. His dad's gone by. Graham Cheney grabs a position off him as well, and Tyler now just needs to bring this car home as the time ticks away in race number 1.
He probably needs to cool down and let those tyres cool down at the same time. I think that car's unhappy as Hughes breaks away from Gomersall once again. He's in control, isn't he? He's really hit his straps in 2025. Sat out the round to do his GT4 program with Summer Rintle, ironically, which was here while we were down in Sydney a few weeks ago. And now, heading down towards the final set of turns in this TA2 Muscle Car Series opener on a big day at 2 Days of Thunder. At Queensland Raceway, with Buckley running fourth, Hodson fifth, the two Thomases running back in sixth and seventh, Hayden, Hume, Webster and Crutcher inside that top 10. Talked about it earlier today, about a streak that was sitting at 4. They've done it a few times, the bow tie, and likely to change as towards the checkered flag. That's 5 successive wins for Chev in the TA2 Muscle Car Series. It's never been done before, and Jared Hughes picks up another win by 1.1 seconds. Well, it's on for the minors. Gardner is lining up for Cheney, but will have to settle for 14th position. At the end of race number 1, with one safety car period, Jared Hughes, another victory, another green box. Oh no, Crutcher has stopped and 21st position. He's in that little short straight. Didn't make it to the checkered flag.
Yes, that will change it up. Robbie Farr might get himself another position here. That's unfortunate for the number 4 car. Now, he had a new car this weekend that had a gremlin in it, so they went back to the old car for this weekend, and now he's having more issues. The team are getting no rest whatsoever.
I think that gremlin found that car as well. Oh, what a shame. That car was a jet in race 1, and it's come up short for the number 4 car. But out in front, 1 second was the margin. Hughes to Gomersall, then Davies, Buckley, Hodson, Josh ahead of Diesel Thomas, Hayden Hume and Josh Webster. Lockie Everett, his first run in the TA2 Muscle Car Series was 10th. Then Brock Payne, 11th. Graham Cheney in 12th ahead of Tyler Cheney. Then Brad Gartner, 14th. James Simpson in 15th. Colby Cowan in 16th. Back to Des Collier, Danny Reedy, Connor Roberts and Steve Wilson. In the number 3 Chevy Camaro back in 20th. Robbie Farr 2 laps down in 21st. Mark Crutcher stopping on the last lap and classified as a DNF. Wow.
Well, there's going to be a few highlights. It was a great start. We get the rolling start this time with that start zone. We only saw him go 2 wide to turn number 1. Alice Buckley, though, was the unfortunate one on the outside there. And, mate, her first race in TA2, it's an inaugural race, ended up getting pushed out of the outside. And a few of the guys took advantage of that. You can see Josh Thomas was the last to get put in here. In between that, we saw Diesel, unfortunately, spin off. Oh, sorry, not Diesel. We saw... We saw him, Des Collier spin off the road there, and that was a big moment for him. Robbie Farr looks like he went back to first gear, potentially there, locked the brakes up and got stuck in the gravel trap there and had to be towed out. Luckily enough to get the car re-running. In the meantime, though, we saw Action Jackson, Hey Jackson there go off. We're not quite sure what happened there, get towed off, the back wheels were locked up.
That brought us out for a short safety car period, and then the battle for 10th position well and truly on, but they weren't catching this guy. Jared Hughes in rarefied air this season. And another victory for the IES Motorsports team. Good time for Chevrolet Racing to get involved as well. He picks up the 5th straight win. Mum and Dad like it, and so do we. In race 1 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. And now they'll regroup for our second race of the afternoon, which will top our program later today. The Ringers Western girls loving the action here at this 2 Days of Thunder. And I enjoyed that race.
That was fantastic. I can't wait for the race this afternoon because I think Alice Buckley might have come in here as a rookie, but she's a bit underrated, I think, between some of the drivers. And that first start, the first time we've seen a TA2 or a Trans Am car start like that. She's obviously never done one before either, so this is going to be very interesting. Now you get that one under your belt. How will change things up there because she'll be on the outside again coming out of position number 4.
Yeah, and the nerves will be gone now. She'll tick that box and now has a chance to think about it for race 2. Here's the race winner. Back into it. Is there anything this guy can't do at the moment? He can drive race cars. Damn it, he can actually commentate car racing as well, which is a concern for all of us. But focusing on this TA2 Muscle Car Series program in 2025. He'll suit up for Erebus later in the year in the endurance races at the Supercars Championship at the Bend. And, of course, at Mount Panorama.
You just expect him to get out and not even break a sweat, don't you? No. Like he was just in control of that race from start to finish. They would have been looking for a lap number to stick to. We saw that Gomersall really didn't take the fight to him. They were very similar lap times. Davies, they sort of just settled into their rhythm for a bit there. So wait and unfold that. The Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport team, they've got a lot to be looking at the moment.
Absolutely do. Max Fidobi with head scratching going on down there. While they're doing that, let's go to J-Mac. He's in victory lane.
Congratulations, Jared. Job well done. Pole Sitter Award. Try not to get taken out by Ben Gomersall in second place, mate. Fantastic job.
Yeah, it was good. It was had a good start off the line and just worked on looking after the tyres. We're going to last these tyres, plus 2 more for the rest of the weekend, so just making sure we're looking after them. But the car felt good. The boys have done some good changes, so hopefully we can have another swing at it again, make it even better.
1.1 seconds of clear air. Congratulations. Your winner for race 1, Jared Hughes.
Thanks, mate.
And pole position for later on today. He'll call off. These guys aren't. The Formula Ford Stars and Renegade Series. They're up for race number 1. Here, you're watching 2 Days of Thunder and the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series from QR. We'll be back.
Welcome back to Queensland Raceway here for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. The Formula 4 get their first race underway here this afternoon. And it's with a lot of overtaking already starting to take place. Kobe Williams, who's been super dominant, was on the front row of the grid and has had to relegate back to second because Rowe has gone by, which he's had a massive month, Jamie Rowe, after rolling that car at the last round. A full rebuild. He had another motorsport event to be at the following weekend, and looks like whatever they've done, they've found the secret sauce here at Queensland Raceway. Williams won't like that. It's been a near perfect start to the season. He's been on the top step of the podium at every race bar that fourth race at Winton. So it's a big one. J-Mac, you join me back here in the commentary box, and these have put on some exciting racing so far in 2025.
Yeah, I get to see a whole heap of Queensland Raceway this weekend at 2 Days of Thunder. Williams in a postcode of his own these days when it comes to his competition here in Formula Ford. Currently holding down the number 1 spot. Jamie Rowe looking to try and latch onto the gearbox in that number 48 machine for Fabcon Gas Water Mains.
Yeah, Jack Johnson back in the 14. They were doing a gearbox yesterday as well in that car. So there's been a little bit of maintenance overnight from some of these cars. We were talking about their little 4-speed at the back, and sometimes that seems to be the parts that don't want to keep up with the rest of the car. Sometimes it's where everyone just needs to look after them out there. There's not too much they can change in that gearing either. I think first gear is all the same, and then there's some slight changes they can do for these competitors to maybe gain an advantage in their setup, depending on how they've gone, as Williams looks to have taken the lead back in this race.
Yeah, he's got himself out to a half a second gap between himself and Rowe in second. Rowe quick in sector 1, but 2/10 slower in sector 2. Williams just applying the pressure and looking to get out, get away. That run down the start-finish straight. Dick Johnson straight. There we go. That was a big look from Joe Fawcett, trying to get out of 4th and get around Will Lowing.
Not surprised by Rowe being there in second position. He was really strong at Winton, where he was on the got 3 podiums there, got a 2nd and 2 thirds. So last round at Sydney wasn't quite where he wanted to be. Maybe the bigger, longer flowing track, not suited to the way they've got the car set up. As we see a little bit of an overtake here and a dive down the inside. And that looks like that'll be Evanet now, who's just jumped out of the TFH muscle car. What a rush that would be. Like, literally would not get a chance to get any water or anything. It is out of one car and into the next.
About the only sort of similarity between these two formats would be that he's got a 4-speed manual transmission. That's about it. And 4 wheels.
Yeah, these are a lot lower to the ground in these cars, aren't you? It'd feel like getting out of a boat, I reckon, and getting into a go-kart pretty much. It's going to be very interesting for Lachlan as he tries to negotiate between 2 cars in one weekend, especially when the categories follow each other. But he seems to be working his way up through the field in 7th at the moment, and potentially he's just got past Fraser High as well. So he's just worked his way up into 6th position. So Evanet on a bit of a charge in the 88 machine. High will have to get relegated back a little bit. So Evanet in 6th at the moment. So that's unfortunate for Fraser High.
Just watching now, a quick lap time there. Kobe Williams, 1:15.31. It's 0.4 of a second quicker than second place Jamie Rowe. That gap between those two just out to over a second.
Evanet being ruthless now. Looks like he's going to take on James. He might get this done down the inside. It looks like Brad James, the Victorian, not quite going to hold on. And Evanet showing a lot of driver skill to get that by. Ruthless, willing to risk it, to dive down the inside really late on brakes. It's another thing that'll be different, actually being able to pull the car up at such a short distance compared to what he's just done.
Yeah, your braking markers would be completely different between these two categories. But as we watch on now, this looks to be Fawcett and Lowing going toe-to-toe on the final corner. Fawcett covering off the midline there. Lowing just dropping in and holding on. Williams in a world of his own now, but they are trying to apply the pressure, and this is where they need to work together to try and catch up to the gearbox of our front man.
Yeah, and that's where you could see a couple of the cars just know if they've got to close down a gap that they can use that to try and work together. Johnson and Ambrose there, that's 9th and 10th position. Good to have Tabitha back here in the series. Been pretty solid, I suppose, at the start. I know they go off and do a couple of their own state-style championships and that. Here we go, another move going on. That looks like Lowing on the inside of Fawcett. Fawcett, the former Victorian Formula 4 champion. No, he's done the right thing on the inside as they come and have a look at Evanet in the background, though.
Evanet just lurking with intent, tries to lock on to the rear. Has that position taken away from him. So it's Williams from Rowe with Fawcett in third, Lowing in fourth, and Evanet rounding out your top 5. Evanet still right there. Lowing trying to get around. Just looking for any chink in the armour of Fawcett.
Evanet at the moment, he must be one of the drivers that's up for the most categories raced in a single year. 86s, he's with GRM and the Trans Am, obviously doing the TA2 this weekend with Ashley Jarvis, Formula Ford. I don't know what else he can get behind the wheel at the moment. And look, a move done there. Just pulls out to the right-hand side as they come out of turn 2. Gets the move done, and that'll move him up into 4th position now with Lowing back in 5th. Who's in his sights next? He's looking for a podium finish. Fawcett needs to watch out.
Giving him just enough room. He did leave the door open slightly on the entry there, but Evanet just forcing the issue.
Seems to have a lot of pace out at the moment, doesn't he, Evanet? I was watching there for a moment to see if Lowing might have. He had a good attempt to go down the inside, and there we're going to go. They're going to go side by side again. Have a look at this. Lowing on the inside, the outside Fawcett. Do they touch wheels? Open wheelie, just hold your breath for a moment, don't you?
Absolutely, and of course that mix-up there has brought James into it, the number 61 machine. And a host of other drivers coming in. Salvatore high, Salvatore in the 16, the all-white machine, looking to get up the inside of James.
Wow, competition for 4th position at the moment as Lowing goes in front. Fawcett, James just behind. Salvatore and high looking to get in on this little party. We're talking just a couple of tenths of a second between all those competitors.
They are absolutely locked nose to tail, and you can just appreciate the undulations, the bumps, especially in such a small footprint like the Formula Fords. You really see these things moving around under brakes.
Have a look here. Looks like Fraser High might have a look down the inside. Can he get past Salvatore? Come out of turn 3. Salvatore is going to get the run down the inside. High not going to give this one up easily. He's going to hope for the best. As they pull up, it's all about breaking that nose so close to the rear, though, of Salvatore. Fraser High doing a great job just to pull that up. And have a look side by side once again. Fawcett Lowing. This isn't over, the fight for 4th position. It continues on, and we've still got over 6 minutes remaining in this race.
How about it? Like I say, only just enough room through that final corner. Lowing, fortunately, just going down.
Covering off, isn't he, on the inside? You don't want to be on the outside of turn 2. But it looks like maybe Fawcett might have got past and can pull down and get the line. And he has. Just trying to break out of a little bit of toe, potentially, as well. Brad James just waiting for that moment where those two really slow each other down. Unfortunately, they're doing a really nice job there between Lowing and Fawcett not to really slow them down. You can see a few little was that a little bit of a hand gesture?
I wasn't too sure what that was, whether he was shaking his finger at him or not, but yeah, that was Lowing throwing that one out there.
Salvatore and High still fighting it out at the back of this pack for 7th position as well. Unfortunately, Brad James just being caught in the middle of these two little, I suppose, competitive moments between these drivers. Fawcett and Lowing going at it, and then you got James in the middle, and within just a couple of tenths of a second, Salvatore and High battling it out for 7th position. Is he going to go again? This is the question. How are they going to go under brakes? Fawcett looks like it's covered off, but it's a run down the main straight. Look how close they are. Careful not to touch tyres.
Lowing just doing absolutely everything he can. You see him riding in the tram tracks of that number 23 machine.
Brad James just needs to watch out there. Salvatore had a little bit of a look down the inside and decided the better of it. I might just pull back in and see how we go. Maybe another attempt as time ticks away in the background. Still going to get a few laps remaining in this race. 4.5 minutes left to go.
Quick mover in third, Lachlan Evanet, cranking out a best lap of 1:15.25, the quickest of this race. here for Formula Ford. First race of the weekend here. Oh, here we go. James manages to cover off, but Hunter Salvatore is going hunting.
Look at Fraser High, just has a look down the inside for a moment there, and we almost go 3 wide. Does he get down the inside? Salvatore, the inside of James now. I don't think he can make it stick. James gets enough momentum around the outside to keep the car up to pace. Fraser High just needs to know when his moment is to stick his nose in as Salvatore covers off High around the outside, late on the brake. He might get a 2 for 1, but he goes very, very wide. Will it sacrifice a little bit of speed as they come into the main straight, and will he get the inside run? That was so close. The Salvatore comes off the ripple strip.
Salvatore was out in no man's land, and he knew he had to come back across to cover off the overlap, because Fraser High was about to try and jam one up the inside. The battle still raging between Fawcett and Lowing. They are locked together. Lowing pulls out, pulls alongside. It's going to be last of the late breakers here. Lowing trying to pitch himself up into the 4 spot. And he's got track position. He's going to force the issue. Force the number 23 out super wide, but the drive off that corner, you wonder if the 23 is going to have it on the next run, because he's in the right spot.
As we look at our battle for second position, have a look at Lachlan Evanet, come from the back of the pack, and he is already up into 3rd, and now within just a couple of tenths of Jamie Rowe. Rowe trying to hold on as the time ticks away in the background, just over 2.5 minutes to go. Evanet putting on a masterclass in this race. No, Rowe locks the brakes up and he is out in the gravel. Can he keep it going? He just wants to hold on. These 3 were way out in front. They had a fair gap. Oh no, here he's going to be in the middle of the battle pack behind Lowing and Fawcett. Rowe, very unfortunate moment for him. He needs to try and stay in front of these 3 as we go into the last lap.
Hunter Salvatore almost gets caught up. Fraser High gets all kinds of crossed up on pit exit, tagged the corner, tagged the ripple strip, and it really unsettled the car.
Jamie Rowe, he'll be having to just take some deep breaths at the moment. Have a look at this. Lowing and Fawcett on the final lap. They need to see where they're going to position themselves, where the advantage is. Sometimes you know it's not great to be out in front. Sometimes they can try and get the crisscross manoeuvre done. This time Fawcett isn't going to be on the outside and get that inside run, and Lowing just sticks it on the inside of the track. You're not going on the inside of me on turn 4 at all.
Pulls out, and Lowing covers, comes back in, and they are locked, all 3 of them. Nose to tail.
What a drive from Lachlan Evanet. We go back to KB Williams, who's just been cruising out. I shouldn't say cruising out in front, been spectacular with the times and being very, very consistent. As the checkered flag is out, and KB Williams will continue the successful run, and that looks like that'll be his 8th win of the season.
Amazing competition here in the first race of Formula Ford for the weekend. Kobe Williams brings it home by 1.68 seconds over Lachlan Evanet.
They'll continue this battle because it really has been Kobe Williams and Lachlan Evanet throughout the series. They're our number 1 and 2 in the points score, and that's where they ended up in race number 1 of the AASA Formula Ford Super Series. Then we go back to William Lowing in 3rd, Joseph Fawcett, Jamie Rowe with that unfortunate brake lock-up, and lucky not to get stuck out there in the gravel. Hunter Salvatore, Brad James and Fraser High, didn't they excite us in that battle for 6th position? Brad James unfortunately couldn't hold on in the final lap there. Tabitha Ambrose and Jack Johnson round out our top 10.
An incredible run there as we see Ethan Fitzgerald through for 11th. Andrew Torti rounding out our 12-car field. How's the drifters over the backside? They are having a great time. It's all part of the festival atmosphere here. But I tell you what, someone who is getting ready to start the party strong and has had an absolute whirlwind affair. Our race winner, Kobe Williams, got away to a great start, holding down the inside line on the run into turn 1. Was under pressure from Jamie Rowe for about the first lap before he really started to check out. How's this? Jumping up into the fray here. 3 cars going hard into one corner. It's either going to sort itself out or get real messy.
Great competitive nature. Lachlan Evanet, though, jumped out of a TA2 muscle car literally seconds before he had to try and get in the cockpit of the Formula Ford and worked his way from well back in the field and just picked them off one by one, this time going past Brad Jones. He made another position and he just kept on the charge. Fawcett and Lowing, they were having a great battle, and Evanet just said, no, guys, get out of the way. I'm coming through. Let me in. You guys keep going with whatever you're doing in the background.
It's a great moves, and Lachlan Evanet going to be very proud of his performance here in this one. That battle there between Lowing and Fawcett was just stunning. Davey Rowe here, mate, wasn't this heartbreaking?
We could feel it. We're just trying to egg the momentum on, aren't we, for him to get out of that gravel trap, and dropped him back into 5th position, which he stayed in. KB Williams, well, he keeps the dream alive there. And like we said, 8th win out of 9 races so far this season. Hasn't been off the podium yet in 2025. So been super consistent and dominant when it comes to the Formula Ford Series. But the person who is right behind him is Lachlan Evanet. So just we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out this weekend. It's going to be very interesting as we have a look at the Queensland Raceway. The sun is out, and have a look at those Excels in the background getting ready to go. There's so much more racing. The 2 days of thunder here at Queensland Raceway. It's round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We'll be back in just a moment with our winners. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series for 2 days of thunder at Queensland Raceway. The Australian Excel Super Sprint coming on out to start race 3. Race 1 was a torrid affair for some, but a great one for Caleb Patterson, starting from pole position over Tyler Collins. Sam McLaren in third. Rio Campbell will start from P4 with Carlo Warner from P5. We are racked and stacked, and we welcome back Jared Hughes, our most recent TA2 Race 1 winner, as we get away. Patterson in the 101 covers off the outside line.
Yeah, good start by Pato. Getting the jump, big jump on Tyler Collins. Sam McLaren battling back there with Campbell. See if they hung onto it. All seemed to be pretty clean. That's a pretty normal Excel start. Sorry, not a normal Excel start, I should say.
Everybody keeping the manners in check there. But it was some real biff and barge in race 2 that we saw earlier in the broadcast as so far, Patterson looking to put on an early turn of speed. Tell me, how important are the starts, or can you really come from much further back in the field than you might think?
Well, you can see it from Boylett in the previous race. He came from 18th to 10th in about a lap or two. So the start is always crucial. You know, if you can get that jump like Pato's got, it's a bit of an ego boost moving into the rest of the race. But no, in XLs, as you well know, it doesn't shape the rest of your race. It's yeah, you can definitely come back from wherever you are.
We touched briefly on Boylett starting around the 10 spot. He's holding that one down, but he's got some stiff competition ahead of him in the form of Wilson and Quinn. They are barely keeping it under wraps here.
Yeah, they've been a bit calm, aren't they? I spoke with Tyler after his race. He said he just couldn't keep up with Pato through turn 1 and 2, and I said, just get the thing jacking a little bit more, mate. Just get rid of some droop. He's listened. See, look, no, he's still got the droop a bit there, but good move by him, though. Get the move done.
Into the final corner, opens up the wheel to close down that outside line, but...
he was a bit nice, though. He's going to come back to him, get the side draft going. This is better than Cam Waters and Brock Feeney. Look at this.
Tell you what, that was a move for the ages. The run down into turn 1's where it's at. Patterson and Collins. It's a wide line there from Patterson, trying to get the crisscross, as there goes another XL headlight. And backwards.
Car in there deep.
To see who plummets down the water. The 28 of Quinn. Unfortunately, that is beached and in probably one of the worst spots you could go off track here at Queensland Raceway.
It's going to be a safety car, it's unless he can grab four-wheel drive, but I don't think it's going to happen on the block.
You can see that rear end just bouncing.
That's that rotation that Pato seems to have over Tyler in those tight corners there, but it's Tyler should still hang on to this. If he gets a side draft, yep, hang on to it moving into turn 4. Campbell and Richards actually in 4th place by the look of it.
Yeah, Tyler Collins.
There goes the safety.
There it is. So they will get picked up by our safety car. A super unfortunate turn of events for the number 28 machine of Quinn.
Yeah, he's had I wonder if he's got a little bit of assistance there.
It was a high speed off, wasn't it, Jared?
I saw Brett Parrish too. I said, you must have just locked the front, did you, Brett? And he said, yep, that's all it was.
Well, we'll let the red mist settle for just a moment while we get Kent Quinn out of there.
That was a mellow start. There was bound to something there, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were just saving it for a little bit later, and we can see that a few of these cars have had to have a little bit of work as we check out the replay here. This was where we sent another, well, there we go. That was Kent Quinn going off. I thought that was going to be the Collins and Patterson putting another Excel headlight into the grave. I tell you what, how quick are the recovery crew here at Queensland Raceway?
They did a good job in our race too. There were 2 cars in the gravel trap at the same time, and I think we were only under safety car for 2.5 laps, I think it was. So awesome effort by the boys and girls to do that. But yeah, he wasn't getting that out in a hurry, was he?
No, the thing was on the sills. So it's Collins from Patterson with McLaren in 3rd. Campbell in 4th, Richards 5th. Then it's back to Warner, Sturgis. Boylett has made up a couple of positions. We still have, looks like about 11 minutes remaining. I bet we'll see Boylett up in the top 5 within maybe 3 to 4 laps.
Yeah, and Carly Warner had some good pace in the last race, actually. She got 5th, down to P6 now, so possibly get a bit of free air. She might be able to give the front guys a what for, but not too much. Rio Campbell, he's sitting where he was in the last race, so not too much shuffling going on yet. But yeah, for Tyler, it's just he reckons he's got the pace. He just needs to figure out how to get through turn 1 and 2. on Paddo. Paddo seems to be doing an awesome job through 1 and 2, and we know Sam McLaren's got a bit of pace. I think he got a good launch in the last one, but unfortunately went off. So see if he can actually put his cards on the table and show what he's got.
Currently under safety car. Let's go into the pits and have a chat with Mel.
So Caleb Patterson currently in P2. His dad here, Andrew, watching on the wall there. Can he win this one?
He sure can. We're hoping for the best, so hopefully the car lasts. We've put a lot of effort and time into it. Caleb's driving very well, so let's hope he can.
It's been pretty close so far, hasn't it? They've been too wide for a lot of the race already.
Yeah, such good racing. It really is. It's a competitive sport, and they're both doing really well. I think all top 5, 6 cars are racing really well, so let's hope that Caleb can get the goods.
And how are the nerves?
Always nervous being the dad, but you learn how to grow with the sport, and it definitely builds good character in you.
Well, let's hope he can get the win this time.
I'm hoping so. Thank you very much, Dory.
And in an unrelated little tidbit, I just received a message earlier to say that the number 47, Brooke Wilson, out there is actually my old Excel, so there you go.
Well, there we go. Of course, Mel Price doing her time in a Hyundai Excel to great effect there. And have a look at this. Patterson is just all over the back of Collins. Come on, mate, let's go.
He's having a sniff of the purple dinosaur. Here we go. We're back green.
Let's go racing here for race 3. 9 minutes left on the clock, and they are nose to tail. It's going to be a headlock rush into turn 1. Collins leads us out in the number 55 machine. Sorry.
Show for the nose. See, McLaren missed it a little bit, but he's still in a very good position to make some moves. Boylet looks keen to try and put some stuff on. But, yeah, these two, they look like they got a bit of speed. But as we know, the Tow and XLs, anything can happen. Watch Brett Prashton, he's making some spots up. Mick Swan, he's getting a few spots up, considering what happened in the last race to him. He's doing an awesome job.
Outside there. Patterson just trying to take the long way around.
Yeah, hanging around the outside. Probably not going to make it stick. No, there you go.
Darts back across to the inside, the crisscross. And he's really going to have to be laid under brakes here. Collins is going to potentially be able to cover him off, but there's a fair bit of overlap here. You really don't want to turn in on that big brake lock-up.
No, that's just that jack I got him to get going. He's got it working. Yeah, perfect. Got the move done. But Paddo and Sam McLaren's tracking in now. The whole field's tracking in now. Josh Richards, he's pulled something out from the last race. He finished in 7th in the last race, but he's found a bit of speed. Caleb back around the outside. Got his teammate behind him, so that's a little bit less stress on his shoulders. No, he's probably not going to get fed a door. Well, you hope not. Rate for the next round might go up if he does.
Of course, talking about the number 11 of McLaren. He's dropping away a little bit, right, buried into the rear bumper. Patterson darts across to that exit.
There's no track limits there, is there?
It's not.
Not for the Hyundais. They can do whatever they want. Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good crisscross. He's used that extra bit of track to his... Oh, another move on Sam McLaren as well. He might not have seen him. That's pretty good racing by these guys, though. Carlo Warner's now come in and boil it. This is going to turn into a 10 long battle pack here.
Trying to find some positions as well. Boylett's jumped up to 6th place. He came back into that restart in 8th, so happy hunting ground.
Oh. Carlo might actually have a bit of momentum here on the outside to try and get something done, but she might get stuck. No, she's perfect. That was a good move by Carlo. Just around the outside, got some good momentum and picked them all off.
Rio Campbell currently actually in the 4th spot here, but all eyes on our top 3.
Oh, Josh is on that curb is so nasty in these cars. The QR, Tony Quinn doesn't like the XL shocks, I don't think, because you hit those curbs and you get shaken around like a blender. But they're going for it, aren't they?
McLaren trying to get a 2-for deal on the run into the final corner. He's just there, ready to pick up the crumbs.
Just needs to get in that side draft. And here comes the teammate Love. There it is. This is going to get in. Carly in 4th. She's having I predicted it. I told her she had good pace. She had really good pace. Bit of action going on behind though. Josh Richards on the defensive. Boylett's on the move.
McLaren tucks up into 2nd place.
Oh, that's a big lunge from behind there. Who was that? Going for the move. That's a big lunch. We got Mick Swan with a purple sector back down in P10, so he's, after what happened in the previous race, he's up it. He's actually got the fastest lap of the 31.4, so I might have to look out for him with 5 minutes to go.
Carlo trying to get into the mix here.
Oh, he's showing the nose.
McLaren getting pushed out wide.
Yeah, Carlo, if she can play her cards right, she's in a very dangerous position here dangerous for the other cars to be able to pick them off one by one, but Pado's got a bit of a gap now. Sam's playing a bit of chicken with Tyler, and that's given Caleb a bit of a breather.
Oh, there is absolutely no more room.
Oh, he's on that awesome curb. Got it sorted.
McLaren is just dictating the play here. The number 55 of Collins just really barely touching the tarmac on the exit of the corners.
See Carlo pushes Tyler into the corner. Yeah, show the nose. Oh, is she up there? No. Oh, she might just have that. Get in the side draft. And then Tyler's giving her a helping hand as well. This is spicing up.
This could be interesting, the run down into turn one. Patterson is your quickest to the 130.96. Gets all the way out onto pit exit.
He loves it. He loves that bit of extra track. Carlo's up the inside. Oh, McLaren's getting a bit of PTSD from the previous race out there. Send it in. She's got the move done. Bit of hopping, but she's got it done.
Only 4 minutes left on the clock. Oh, and that's a big one.
I don't think that's a factory Excel bumper anymore. Doesn't look too good, but this is...
Here comes Boylett into the fray. He's in sixth, trying to make moves.
Oh, I got another car back there. They're having a crack, aren't they? Was a TA2 race like this, or...?
There was less contact, and I feel like the blood pressure wasn't quite as high as they come together. That's the 52 of Richards.
I'm getting PTSD to Brett Parrish and Boylett here. B-Pro car as well, but put the move on. Laid under brakes. Oh, big check up for Carly. She's still got to be able to pull out of that corner. This is very far from over, isn't it? And Connor Peacock coming in. He's getting ready to clean up some of the scraps that these guys are leaving, but these two in front. Oh, a bit of a pinch by Tyler, but they've got a bit of pace up their hand now, so they're going to go their own race. But Sam's struggling. Just struggling, and it seems to be struggling in the later part of the race, both race 2 and 3 now.
Boylett trying to find his way up past P5. McLaren currently holding it down. Giving the push, the bump draft.
That's a keen spot for Peacock, but he's a bit tight into the corner. Oh, big run by Gambler around the outside if he can pull that off.
On to the last lap. Here for the Excel Super Sprint Race 3. The dying stages now. It's all or nothing. And I tell you what, every single one of these drivers is ready to put it all on the line.
Aren't they what? Carly's doing a good job. She's getting pushed around, but she's not getting pushed too easy. Oh, yeah, I was going to say that's going to be a hard. But he might. Oh, no. But who's coming to 72? The Sharon Reynolds car, but he's going to get tipped.
Sturgis.
Yeah, you can see that was going to come from a mile away. How they made that through there?
You don't know where to look as we come back to our battle for first and second. Patterson and Collins side by side through turn 4.
Well, if he can stay there, he might have the run in the turn 6. Patterson's going to have to open up the wheel and try and give him a bit of dirt, but he doesn't. He's going to have the run in the 6. As long as he doesn't lock a wheel or do anything silly, this should be Collins to lose.
The rear of this car's for us. Excel just barely holding on.
Yeah, I think that's, unless he gets the world's biggest side draft here, I think that's not concealed. But what's going on behind? Oh, Boylett's. Carlos lost third. Boylett's up to third.
What a run. The checkered flag drops.
Oh, there's still stuff flying everywhere. What a race.
An absolutely wild one in the dying stages. No one ready to give that one up. But Tyler Collins snatches a victory by only 0.2 of a second here for race 3.
I think it's that Chado gave him. Must have been the wise words.
Just get it jacked a little more.
Just get it jacking up, mate. Oh, have a look at the rear bar. It's only just hanging on. Big bump draft. But, good drive by Boylett, but good drive by Carly. She did a good job. She was getting shoved around then, but hanging on to it. McLaren just seems to struggle in the later part of the race. Doesn't be able to hang on to it.
Well, here's your results, taking it home. Tyler Collins in the number 55 machine over Caleb Patterson in second. Matthew Boylett elevating himself up the ranks for third place. Carly Warner, got to be MVP for that one, copping biffo from absolutely every quarter, with Sam McLaren fading away to fifth, Rio Campbell in sixth, Connor Peacock seventh, with Richard Sturgis and McSwan rounding out your top 10. Pat Trappett in 11th, Brooke Wilson in 12th, with Edwards, Kinsey and Parrish for the top 15. Patrick Neville in 16th, William Wallace in 17th with Craig Coleman, Kent Quinn in 19th, and Thomas Mainwaring in 20th. There's a little bit of debris just laying out there. Let's check the highlights, and this was a good start.
Look at the second place. He just got those two wheels to the ground, and see you later. Sam McLaren looking obvious. Oh. That was a mega start, though. Look at the gap he's pulled.
So that was impressive. I mean, we saw Boylett actually way down the order and just elevate himself up into that top three. That was a drive and a half. But these two were going at it for the entire race. The 101, Caleb Patterson, loves to use that.
He loves it.
Pit lane exit.
He absolutely loves it. He's not leaving any track on the table. But these boys are racing nice, but there goes that car.
Yeah, the number 28, unfortunately, bowing out early. That was Kent Quinn.
Yeah, watch him use it all. Have a look at it. If it's there, you got to use it, haven't you?
Trying to take the high line through.
This is where he gets the crisscross. Yeah, that was a good move. Set that up nice and early. Thought about it, and then there was moves. They have a look. Sam McLaren, I don't reckon he saw this one coming. Put him up on the curve. And there goes that. There's that front bar. Bit of debris there.
57 for Coleman. Unfortunately, parting ways with a bit of plastic work.
He's gone for a bit of an adventure just before the check-in. That's crazy.
That would have been McLaren through for fifth place. That was race 3 for your Australian Excel Super Sprints. Man, oh man. Happy times down there for Tyler Collins. And the number 55 machine, the Cars For You entry. He takes victory. So far, one apiece. Caleb Patterson and Tyler Collins.
Going to fire up a little bit. Look at Paddo, the hair's still on fine form.
That was a talking point last time we dished out the 1, 2 and 3. He had a few admiring fans up on the top deck. Mel, down in P3.
Wow, what a race. Our winner, Tyler Collins. When did you think you had that one?
About 100 metres from the last corner, from the start finish line. Yeah, that was, I knew after the first 2 races they'd been a bit boring for Excel, so I thought I'd turn it on for the people watching at home. And obviously there was a bit of confusion there with that safety car with Caleb, but it was awesome battling, nice and clean. I can't really ask for much more than that.
Fantastic racing as always. Can't wait for the next one. Great job.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Fantastic stuff down there for Tyler Collins. Well, Matty Kavanagh, he does a bit of time here at Queensland Raceway, and he got down to the Legends pits to have a chat with a few likely folks down there.
We've come down to the Legend Cars Australia pits here at Queensland Raceway, and we've caught up with a family that's actually racing here, Rob Hogan and Blake Hayne. Great to have a father-son combo here this weekend. What's it like to be at QR together?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, QR's a good track, and yeah, we always love the road trips on the way up, and yeah, Blake does most of the sleeping, I do most of the driving. The old man comes with us, so yeah, it's always a bit of banter on the way up, and it's fun.
Blake, what's it like having Dad and Granddad here at the track with you through your motorsports career?
It's good because with both of them they can help with stuff, get it better and help me get faster on the track.
Started in go-karts. Was it always about driving a Legend car? Did you want to do it because Dad was doing it, or have you got some bigger aspirations in the future?
Yeah, once he started doing it, we decided that I'll get into it once I'm old enough.
Yeah, do you want to go further, or is Legend cars where you want to stay?
Yeah, hopefully go further, but for now, Legend cars.
They're great cars, aren't they, Rob? I mean, I can see the number 1 stickers on the inside of your car from last season. I mean, you really enjoy it. What's it like for you in your motorsport career driving these things? Are they wild?
Oh, look, they're one of the best cars I reckon to drive. They're, unpredictable at some points. We run a radial tyre, which they've got no grip, and they're just all out fun, like you can have some really good fun, and it's always good battles with everyone, like you're never far from the next bloke behind you or in front of you, so anything can happen in a race. Sometimes, you go from 10th to 1st sometimes, definitely at Sydney, but you know, there's always a good bunch of guys here, and yeah, it's awesome racing.
What's it like having Blake beside you now? Because there's a couple of times you've gone door to door with him. What's that like?
Yeah, it's quite fun. I mean, Blake's always wants to gets one up on me, but yeah, we'll see how he goes, and yeah, try and get more speed out of him and get him up to speed a bit more so he can go more door to door, which will be even funner.
What do you got to say to that? If you come up door to door with him this weekend, what's happening there? You got to take the dive down the inside?
I'm hoping he doesn't run me off the track this time.
Oh, there you go. It's great to have the father-son combination here this weekend. Good luck, and we hope you enjoy it.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was great getting down the pits and catching up. They got a lot of banter. It's not just them, I reckon. It's probably everybody in Legends has a lot of banter down there as well, and we'll wait and see what happens. Rob Hogan in the first race, well, he went to number 1, didn't he, and gets another one of those first place stickers, which will be the first one of the 2025 season for Rob, and he's going to start off the front row with Skinner alongside. Riley Skinner, the young gun, who's, started off really strong. Watch out for Aidan Williams and Ryan Pring, because they're 2 young guns as well. Ryan Pring obviously got the number 1 from winning last year's championship, and he had a pretty rough start in qualifying. We'll wait and see how this unfolds. They're going 4 wide in some parts there. Dylan Thomas is a little bit further back than probably what I expected there, considering his qualifying was right up on the front row. You can just see there Riley Skinner's going to drop back into second position. Pring in third, Aidan Williams in fourth, but you never know what's going to happen. Asker Sendel's there in the 55, and Tate. Look at this, Skinner down the inside, a little bit of toe. Pring might try and thread the needle here. Is he going to have a look down the inside? It's hard on brakes into number 3. We've seen a few shoot off into that gravel amongst all the categories now. Tate in the budget car rentals entry is in the mix as well. He's back there in 6th place. Looks like 6th, potentially 7th. He might have got a move done there.
Super tight at the front here, but here we go. The budget car rentals entry trying to get up the inside on that run into 4. It's going to be hard going though, as Aidan Williams covers him off. Absolutely brilliant shots of just how closely these Legend cars actually get to each other.
Well, you don't want to hit too close. We saw last round that Dylan Thomas almost got airborne running in the back of Aidan Williams. They just flipped wheels there. So it's a very fine line, but they don't care. They're such small cars. We can get them 6 and 7 wide sometimes. A little bit of push here going on. As you can see, Sendel giving Pring a little bit of a hand, hoping to follow him through on the outside, but on the inside, Kamanawari's just holding on.
Yeah, that 255 machine was in the prime place to try and deny Ryan Pring access, but Pring manages to get around on the run through 2. Kamanawari still trying to fight back. Pring wearing the number 1. Wants to try and have it his way, but here comes Tate up the inside.
And have a look at Williams.
4 and 5 wide.
Yeah, Williams is helping him out as well in the green and gold machine. And the young man from Bateman's Bay, just on the east coast, below Sydney. The closest beach to Canberra. And a small little area there. Great to have him here in the series. Hogan will be waiting for his moment. As Skinner looks like he's got the move done in the 94 machine, gone back into the number 1 position. Pring has to deal with a lot of people. Tate on the outside. It's all happening. There's a group of about 7 of them battling it out now, and Tate goes into the 3rd position, followed by Pring, Sendel, Williams, McCanawary, who's just dropped back a little bit, and probably one of the only rising stars in the Legend field not to come from a go-karting background as well.
Big amounts of opposite lock there for Tate coming off the final corner. Pring trying to get into that draft. The draft is so important here at Queensland Raceway. Out into fresh air. Pring trying to get the move done on the run into 1. Gets the crossover and will grab himself the position. Elevates up into the top 3 behind Skinner.
Some recent computer upgrades to some of these cars as they've come out with a new one that they're using within the category, which is controlled, of course, for the tune, but seems to be making these cars a little bit more responsive, and hasn't it really amped up the racing this weekend? Have a look at it. Ring trying to break the toe there as Tate pulls out. And have a look at this. Sendel's going to drop in behind, going off to the States later this year. Asker Sendel, the young gun, just getting some laps, and he might have a 2 for 1 here on the inside if he can hold on to it. And see Kamanawari in the background just shoot off.
255 really getting out onto the apron here. Sendel just getting absolutely monstered by Pring up the inside. Now has Tate on the outside. The run into 4. They're 2 by 2. And Pring leads that 5-car pack.
The battle for third. Where will it end? Do we have enough time left on the coverage just to keep these cars out there? Wonder how many laps they can do. We can watch this all day.
Wonder how many laps you can get from a fuel tank here in these legend cars. These are 890cc 3-cylinder Yamaha engines punching out somewhere in the order of about 120 to 130 horsepower, but they're a lightweight package, and they don't have the latest and greatest rubber.
No, they're just running on a 13-inch radial tyre. Controlled run, obviously, everyone on the same. So we go 3 wide into turn number 1. We come around, complete another lap. Aiden Williams, watch out for him in the background as Pring just gets it on the edge of the tyre, sticks it on the outside and holds it flat around in the number 1 machine. And looks like Tate will have to go in behind. Asker Sendel now in the 55. Aiden Williams and Kamanaveri in 7th position. Hourigan just behind there. And then Scotty, or actually that's Hourigan is tucked right behind in the Silver Bullet. Well, look, Hourigan. Oh, he's going to have a go down the inside. This is 2, 3. Has he got 3 cars? Can he hold on the inside of Asker Sendel?
This is going to be the move of the race if he can get it done. It's going to yield massive results and bumps him up 2 spots. Kamanaveri trying to fight back.
Wow. And he's holding on to it as well. They're not going anywhere. This battle for third is now between 7 cars. 7 cars battling it out to get on the last step of the podium. The front 2 runners, Hogan and Skinner, they're exchanging positions up the front. It's happening every lap. They seem to be one or the other in front. But position number 3, Pring just trying to open up a little bit of a gap. Tate's gone by him though. So that's Pring in 4th, Hourigan behind him. Kamanaveri loves going a long way around the outside with a big slingshot down the main straight.
Sets himself up well for that drag race down into turn 1 as we check out our race leaders in the foreground. Williams trying to get up the inside of Sendel. Sendel has the track position fairly well covered. Pring's got his hands full with Hourigan. Hourigan just trying to elevate himself up. Our front runners managing to get themselves out to a handy gap, almost 2.8 seconds.
And just in the background you can see Scotty Morgan and the red machine, and Duckworth, Thomas and Goodrich, they're all fighting as well. Oh, no, there's a turnaround there, and that's the number 50 at the moment of Charles. That's not in a great position. Hopefully that keeps running, otherwise Jack Charles out of New South Wales. We'll keep on with this battle though. Have a look at this. Hourigan in 5th position. Williams with a big dive down the inside. Asker Sendel just behind has been very busy on the wheel. You can see through those doors how much they're trying to hold onto the steering wheel as the cars slide around. They get up on the curb and Hourigan gets demoted 2 positions, has to grab a little bit of dirt on the outside. They are a dual-purpose car. You can race them in Speedway as well, but they're not set up for it today.
Kamanaveri now looking to try and add. Oh, big unload there. Asker Sendel goes round as Hourigan tags the inside rear. And Sendel is going to be livid.
Well, he's heading to the States later in the year to grab himself a handful of races over there. He better get used to a bit of bump and grind. It's unfortunate. We can see how much on the edge of the tyre they are as they lean over. This is the 50 of Charles.
Unassisted, unfortunately, just turning that one around on his own.
Lucky not to reverse that back into the pack. And this is the next one. Hourigan down the inside of Asker Sendel. I think it might just be a light tyre touch. Potentially he's dove in. Oh, yeah.
Lock up there for Hourigan.
Yeah, tyre to tyre. Wide. They hang out of the guards a little bit, don't they, these tyres? So when they hit, I wouldn't say it's like an open wheeler, but very similar. Tate, watch out for Pring. Aiden Williams with the charge back. It's like he's been sitting in the background just watching this unfold and looking for his opportunistic moment as they're almost 3 wide. If he could fit in the middle of these 2, he would. Tate's going to hold him out. They're going into turn number 4.
Pring tucks in and manages to cover off Aiden Williams in the 95, but goes wide on the exit. William has pace. Tate getting gravel all on his own out there, really just pushing track limits. Kamanaveri has never really faded away. He has always been there, looking to try and grab the crumbs and take any advantage he can. Pring holding on to 4th place.
Kamanaveri's doing a great job coming out of some Excel racing as well. You really learn that bump draft. It worked here as well. Sometimes you get close enough to give a little bit of Morse code on that back bar. He's not quite there at this point. Pring needs to watch out. It hasn't been a great start to the weekend for him. They've had some gear linkage issues, so they've been fighting that. The number 1 machine wasn't quite on pace at Sydney, was up there, but you could see him just struggling with this. Well, he was down a couple of horsepower. New computer on board this weekend, like many of the drivers out there. So competitive. Look how even they are down the straight. It really is the bump draft. We're too wide, but there's 4 of them going too wide. Pring, big dive down the Tate slides the car, and look at Williams on the inside. Who's got the drive? Is there 3 wide coming out of 3? Aidan Williams has to just delegate himself back there and see who he's going to pick in this race, and he's behind Pring. Now down the inside, it's a 95, good under brakes. The green and gold machine looks like he might have it, but Pring just gives him a little bit of room, and I have to point out the respect that these drivers are giving at this point, considering how many times we've seen 3rd position change.
Yeah, Pring was really able to run a super fast midline, keep his mid-corner speed up, and managed to hold on to that position. Tate really has been the big loser out of that one, falling down 2 positions into the 5 spot, under fire from Kemeneveri now, trying to get that run on the outside of the Dick Johnson straight. Here they come. Has he got enough to put the nose across in front on the run into turn 1? Kemeneveri's been looking racy. Pring falls afoul of Aidan Williams. He's out onto the sawtooth curb, and Williams will nab the spot.
Kemeneveri, have a look in the background. How, like, if you've raced Excels, you're used to cars being on 3 wheels going through some of these corners. Have a look at Pring, another dive in, and this is what's going to happen. These little drag races we got at Queensland Raceway means they can tuck in, get themselves a draft, have another go under brakes. Hogan's still leading this at the moment by Skinner, and that's just down to 1/10 of a second between these 2. Williams has another look, Pring wide, and we said, Kemeneveri, he's sliding the car everywhere. Is there any tread left on those tyres at all? Well, I mean, and Dylan Thomas now in the mix of this, because he was a lot further down the pack.
Well, I mean, Williams, Kemeneveri and Tate have been taking massive bites out of each other and just allowing Thomas to really start to push the issue here. Only 0.2 of a second between Hogan and Skinner. They're out in front. They're in clean air. They are having the time of their lives. Skinner looking to try and challenge. Would love to lock this one up. Taking only a handful of podium placings this season. This is the battle for 3rd, and it is hot.
Yeah, don't count out Tate and Dylan Thomas in the background here either. That is going to be the question, because Dylan Thomas, he started out at 12th position, has had to work his way hard through this. And while this action's underway, let's head quickly down to the pits with Mel.
Okay, Asker Kendall's father, Donovan, looking over the fence there. He was in the mix, but a bit of biffo. What's your take on it?
Oh, I think he shut the door a little bit quick on Brendan, and they touched tyres and went off, but at least it got going again. So he's still out there.
They're normally pretty close with no contact, nice and clean. It's a rare occasion, isn't it?
Oh, some of the racing, the first race was just sensational to watch. There was top 10 were so close in time, so it was really good.
I'll let you watch the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's got a bit of learning to do, the young fella. He needs to get those elbows up before he heads over to the States a little bit later in the year. How would that be for a trip, J-Mac? Your dad and you going over to the States, racing cars like this. I mean, it's going to be fantastic. As Kemeneveri just goes a little bit wide, and he's got to watch out because he's about to lose 3 places.
Yeah, that was a tough get for Kemeneveri there, as they all just brutally took advantage of him. Trying to get it up into the final corner. The number 95 of Williams gets the job done on Pring. Pring all the way out over the white lines, across the curb. Tucks in nice and tight, breaks out into clean air.
Love how the guards move around. It's like they're popping their pecs as they go down the straight. You know, a little bit of popping going on. You know, it's very similar cars here, slightly different body shapes. We see sometimes the wagon style, I reckon, not quite as aerodynamic. I don't think it matters. The toe in here. Have a look at this. Skinner knows. You almost want to be in second position if you're this close coming onto the final straight.
Has this been his master plan all along?
Potentially, you know, like, do you count the laps backwards and start going, oh, I think we're going to have 7 laps. I need to be in second position on this lap. You never know. Oh, Ryan Pring goes a little bit wide there. He's really pushing those tyres. They will be hurting now as they've warmed right up. This is a great thing. He doesn't really scoot down Aidan Williams, and Pring gets a nice little slingshot off that corner. This battle's not going anywhere as we check the Ringers Western leaderboard at the moment. Hogan, Skinner, Pring, Williams, Tate, Kemeneveri, Thomas, And Bernard now on the back of that as well. So that's going to change a whole heap. I'd keep my eyes on that leaderboard. Duckworth moves up into 10th as well, just in front of Scotty Morgan. And here we go. Williams going to have a dive down the inside potentially. Pring leaves the door open. Doesn't close it on him, but we've seen the slingshot out of here when you go wide, and they're side by side, wheel to wheel. Tate in the 147, bunch of car rentals entry. What can he do? Menaveri now looking down the inside as well as we head into the final lap of this race number 2 for the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia.
I think that last lap lunge there from Pring was a rehearsal for the race end. He knows that if he can be on the outside coming onto the home straight, he's got the pace to be able to get the job done. And here's a move. We've been waiting all race for it. Skinner trying to get up in the number 94 TJL entry. Has he cooked it, gone wide and left the door open for the crisscross? He's in track position for the run down into 4. Has Hogan got the pace? He's a race lap record holder. It is neck and neck, and they are not giving an inch. Hard under brakes through this big sweeping left. And Hogan trying to find his way around, all of a sudden, a very wide Riley Skinner.
Yeah, we said it's all about opportunistic moments. Hogan pulls out in the 46. He's wide, he might have a nose in front, but it's going to be hard from out here. The crisscross potentially on. Have a look down the inside. As he get up on the side, he might get some side draft, but the car goes wide. Skinner looks like he might have this one. Hogan not going to get it, but have a look at the background. There's 7 of them that could take 3rd place. We'll have to wait and see how the draft goes down the straight. Pring trying to get out of there. Williams behind. Cavanaveri, Tate. And I'm just trying to see. Thomas gets over Bernard right on the line. And we're talking 66 thousandths of a second.
Oscar Sandel in the 55 is going to have to be happy with a 16th place. Well, actually, no, he gets bumped down to 17th as Spicer gets the job done for 16th, right there at the death knock. But Riley Skinner in the number 94 gets the job done.
Yeah, isn't that going to be interesting? Riley Skinner and Rob Hogan seem to be the standout at the moment, and they are going to battle it out. Well, the interesting thing's going to be as we go reverse grid for race number 3 for our top 10s. So they're going to have a bit of work. Here you go, the official results for race number 2 of the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia. Skinner, Hogan and Pring will be on the podium, followed by Williams, Kamenaveri, Tate, Dylan Thomas with a fight back from 12th, and it's Bernard, Blake Hayne, the young gun, coming through too. We're getting a bit of data, I'd say, off his dad, Rob Hogan, and then Bruce Duckworth in the 160 machine rounds out our top 10. And I tell you what, anything could have happened. Scotty Morgan 11th, and it's Goodridge Hourigan, who demoted himself back there with that contact a little bit earlier in the race. So he'll be kicking himself a little bit, but I'm sure he'll be great to be back. Asker Sendel with a fight back to 17th. So not too bad for them two making contact earlier on the race as we get through 29 cars in this race. Seth Morgan back in 23rd. Obviously another father-son combo. So there's plenty of that happening throughout the Legend Cars Australia. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights though, and where do we start? How long do we have?
Oh man, this thing was coming thick and fast at you through every single corner here at Queensland Raceway. And these Legend cars are just built for it. The start was your classic Legend cars frenzy, but we saw our top 2 really start to put the hurt on each other and the rest of the field. 147 machine trying to get on up. Asker Sandel just tucked in there. Ryan Pring really does some different lines around Queensland Raceway. An unfortunate turn for the 50. That was a tough one.
Yeah, it wasn't what he wanted. This was the incident here. Brendan Hourigan, Asker Sender, who are in that battle for 3rd position. Unfortunately, you just see they're coming down the inside. Kamanaveri for me, though, in the 255 machine. He was unbelievable, really. There was just moments the car slid out there, maybe overdrove it a fraction, very hard under brakes, but was always in the mix. For these two, they opened up a gap, and then they just had their own little battle going for 1st to 2nd position. We saw it go back and forth a number of times, and it really came down to that final corner where we thought potentially Rob Hogan could do the undercut. Unfortunately, the tyres just didn't want to keep him holding on, and he got up on the ripple strip, couldn't get the inside line and the side draft, and Riley Skinner, well, now they go 1 for 1. They've each had a win after 2 races here in the TFH Hire Legend Cars Australia, sponsored by TFH Australia as well. We're going to have a short break and back with our Australian Super Tin Tops, it looks like, after this one. Don't go anywhere. Queensland Raceway is set and ready to go for the Replica tourers who are out on track next. It's fantastic to have you back here for the coverage, round 3 of the 2025 Hi-Tec Oils Super Series as we continue the racing throughout the year. It's a fantastic round, the 2 days of Thunder here. There's so much going on. We've got drift demonstrations, we've got motorbike displays, DJs. It's a massive festivity here today. Let's have a look at the trophy series here for the Replica tourers. Race number 2 about to get underway. Jason Grimmon's going to lead us off the front row with Paul Hudson. Then it's Mitch Rice and Scholes, Hatton and Davidson, Neil and Woodward, Love and Mooney, Lyon and Walker, Barker and Hay, Morgan and Moore for Singpride and Smallwood, and Gillespie and Stewart is going to round out our Replica tours. Great to have 20 cars in the field here. They did join us at Sydney Motorsport Park as well, and what I love about Replica tours is it's basically something that's been in some sort of touring car throughout the world, and we're going to see the big V8s, and we're going to see some of the 4-cylinders and things like that as well. So there's plenty to go through, J-Mac, as we're about to unleash this race. As you can see, we get underway, the lights go green, and the Commodore there of Grimman leads us away the VY, and we can hear the V8 start to fire on all cylinders there as they head down. There's quite a few of those VH and VK Commodores as well, and have a look in the background. There's a moment for the 45. That's Lyon. Chris Lyon there. Does a lot with the category as well. Well, car's turning around. 66. Davidson. That does it back into the pack. No. Well, there's a big moment there as we all take a breath.
Hudson up in first in the Subaru over Grimman, your race 1 winner. We're looking to put that WRX back onto the podium one more time here as the Pulsar. That's the number 32 of Mooney, just cocking that inside rear.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how John Davison goes in that Holden V Commodore, whether he can rejoin the back of the pack. Hopefully that's not something wrong with the car, a setup issue or anything, and he can just roll that car back in there and get it maybe battling it out towards the rear of the grid. The Replica Tour Series really gets a lot of cars here in Queensland, a strong following as well. BMWs, no surprise to see them in there. They've been strong in touring car ranks around the world. The BMW M Series, the 85 car. And that's Shane Stewart, who had a DNF in round number 1. I know we've got a yellow safety car out there. That's not what we want to start things off in this race. Safety car has been deployed, and it's going to be Hudson, the WRX, leading this one. Have a look at the Budweiser Mustang as well. It really brings you back to a bit of, NASCAR American icon that we love seeing out there. That's Graham Woodward.
Oh, let's check the replay. The start was fairly ordinary affair. A little bit of contact there, but just unloading the 66 enough to send it through on turn 2. And Davidson, once that big girl starts to rotate, it just wasn't coming back.
Stayed on the gas as well. I thought it was a big tip-in for a burnout competition or something. I was looking at the Escort in the background too. I was lucky that they missed that. And here's Hay. That's going to be unfortunate for him. That's a big horsepower from memory. It's a 400-odd cube LS in the front of that thing too. It has a whole heap of horsepower, and the shake of the head is not what you want.
Yeah, Hay had issues in race 1 as well, recorded as a DNF. Actually, there were a few DNFs there. Stewart, Hay, Morgan, Moore and Siegfried weren't able to finish race 1. As looks like we are already about to retrieve the 66 of Davidson.
That's not what we wanted to see, really. We knew the bit of a spin out there, and we're hoping that potentially they could get there. Great to have Rubbercraft Tyres Australia on board for 2025 for the Replica Tour Trophy Series. Of course, the 2-litre class. There's a couple of classes in here we need to go through. You've got the 2-litre class, the 3.5-litre class, obviously, as we go up. 5-litre class, which we'll see a couple of the Mustangs sort of sneak into there. The 6.2-litre class, which was probably like your LS3s and your stroked out 8 cylinders for most of them. And the open class, which is all out, just get in there. We can throw a whole heap of horsepower in between these chassis rails and let them fight it out. So a few categories within the category as well. So although we've got some outright winners that we're talking about out here, there could be some potentially in their category winners moving up a couple of spots with their category as well within the series. But can see the VE still keeping a lot of the dash in there for this one. It's not looking too far out. And I do like to see that we've got most of our drivers still have that. They've really got that touring car look, don't they, with the spoilers and the wings. And we haven't really overdone it, but they've got to have that touring car. They've got to have been a touring car at some stage throughout the racing history. And it's good to see some of the newer and older BMWs. Pulsar in there.
And being led by a Subaru WRX. Hudson gets the restart underway and looks to hustle it through turn 1. He's being chased down hard by Grimman in that top category here inside Replica Tours. The 555 machine out there is, the Triple R machine. That's the number 34 of Rice. One of the best presented cars out here in the field.
Oh, I feel like it's a pirate. It's coming to take your stuff away. Arr.
Well, Rice under threat from Scholes. Scholes looking to get the 69 Suncoast mechanical entry up the inside. Gets it turned. Rice trying to hold on, pushes it out wide. It's a battle to turn 4. And how's the pace on that old Commodore?
Just the horsepower, isn't it, as he takes off for Scholes? I mean, the VC Commodore, I'd like to know what's... That's not a stock engine. But look at the corners, though. This is where Rice really comes into it. That car set up nicely as we go through 4 and 5. Catches up down the straight. Scholes just has a little bit of a horsepower advantage. Really, as they come into the corner, look who's lurking in the background too. You got Hatton just having a look in the 991 machine. Bo Hatton, the Holden Commodore as well. He's got to watch out. The BMWs are starting to fire up in the background. The Mustang is under fire.
Wow, that BMW gets up and boogies, manages to get the move done on the run into turn 1. That's the number 85 of Stewart.
Yeah, he had a DNF as well, so working his way back through the pack. That's unfortunate for him.
Oh, Barker with a high-speed exit in the 51 machine. He was running in 11th place behind Love.
Yeah, that's not going to be fortunate for him there. We know how hard it is to get out of the gravel trap. Alistair Barker. Potentially, safety cars breed safety cars sometimes. Let's have a look at the replay, see if we can get this one unfolded. Just gone off. It's almost like steering went, or brakes.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to go nose first into that gravel to avoid any potential rollover.
And sometimes that's what you want to do. You don't want to try and get the car sideways and slow down. Jeff Gillespie in the racecraft car with the P-plates on, new to the series as well. Just getting some laps under. We saw him down in Sydney and they had a couple of little gremlins in the car. That is beached, and of course safety car going to be called there as we go into turn number 1. That's high speed coming off the main straight there. It's got to be pushing 200 kilometres an hour, I reckon, going into that.
Actually seeing where I thought that was further back in line with the start-finish straight. Looking at where that is, that does make me think maybe steering. Man, oh man, we're under safety car conditions here for race 2 of the Replica Tours. We'll take a super short break and be back with more on the other side of this.
Yeah, we're not too far away from the local RAF base here, just outside of Ipswich at Queensland Raceway, and have a look at that coming. Our armed services coming down to for a bit of a touchdown here. We're not too far from getting a touchdown for some of our racing. They call it the Sunshine State, but it's pretty cloudy at the moment, J-Mac, and there was a slight chance of rain this afternoon, which could just spice things up potentially.
I was going to say, I think there's a few people out there in the pits and in cars that are really hoping that a bit of precipitation might change the running order of things. Unfortunately, the number 51, Barker, having an issue either with steering or brakes on turn 1. As we go on board under safety car conditions, we have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left of our Replica Tours Race 2. On board the 371 machine of Jordan Walker.
Yeah, she's down there. Unfortunately, she's back there in 12th position at the moment, just outside the top 10, but got our onboard cameras there in the Commodore. She's been in this category for a couple of years now too, and we can see that they've got support on board this weekend. We've got Australian production cars not too far away from hitting the grid, and have a look at them lined up. Reminder that we've got a 2-hour production car race tonight starting at about 5:30 p.m. We've obviously the first driver, whichever driver they pick out of the two, will do a short half-an-hour race here this afternoon. That's a bit of a look at how quick they're going to go and where they're sort of going to position themselves. A couple of categories, obviously, the different classes like you see at the Bathurst 6-hour and places like that. So there's a couple of classes within there, but a massive 2-hour, 2-driver race this afternoon, including some fuel stops that will be in the mix there. So it's going to be interesting to see how the strategies play out for Australian production cars. Can't wait to see that one unfold tonight. Of course, we come back here in 6 weeks again, and we double up on that. We got a 3-hour production car race as well. So they're a big part of what is now the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Is unfortunately Dr. Sugar is not looking sweet at the moment in the 193 machine there that is pulled up. And
Stephen Siegfried, unfortunately, had a DNF in race 1. Car's still moving under its own power, but he is taking it off the track while he gets that thing off the racing line. Let's head down and check in with Mel.
So someone we're used to seeing up the front of the field, but it hasn't been your weekend so far, Brad Gartner. A little bit of work going on here, though, with the number 22. What have you found and what can we expect?
So practice and qualifying, we're just simply off the pace. And I think that's just laps, and especially at this track, haven't done a heap. So we're digging deep, and in that race, we've got a broken uni on the back of the tail shaft. So that would have a little bit rough and wasn't perfect, but I was reporting back to the boys pretty hard, saying there was a vibration and stuff going on. So we limped home, and the boys said we're pretty lucky that we pulled it in straight. So yeah, it's here now, and we're working on it pretty hard. A few more swings at it, and we'll get going for the next one.
So you had the luxury last year of being up the front for most of the season, just battling for first and second a lot of the time, and now you're back in the field. How different is it? Yeah,
it's I don't know, it's fine. It's good racing. I enjoy racing. Everyone's clean in TA2, but it's just not where I want to be. You know, we have a beautiful car, a great team, awesome sponsors, family, everyone that support me. So we deserve to be out the front further, and I know I can do it, and the team can do it. We just need to get it to happen.
Well, let's hope you've found something amazing and you rock it through for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Big shout out to everyone back home, Mum, Dad. Cheers, guys.
Tell you what, if he can work through the field, he might turn Max Vidot's round upside down, because he is struggling. He is really struggling to find the setup there for Brad Gartner. With they lost some telemetry and some data gathering on that car, so you're sort of throwing a few Hail Marys at it. Have a look at this. We've been gifted with a bit of an air show here at Queensland Raceway as they are flying in. Maybe a few exercises going on, I'd say, with our Royal Australian Air Force. Let's get back to some racing, though. The Replica Tour Trophy Series. Join us once again. We saw them in Sydney, and now they're back. A couple of cars, unfortunately, don't look like they're going to be back in here. The Stephen Siegfried entry, as well as the number 51 of Alistair Barker. As we get underway in the WRX, can he hold out the V8 power there of the VY Commodore of Grimmond? It's our final lap. It's going to be basically a green-white checker.
That's it, a last lap dash. Hudson in the Subaru trying to break away from Grimmond, who's under fire from Scholes. And that VC Commodore with big horsepower, the number 69, trying to pull out and close up that gap on the run into 3. One of the fastest sections of this track. I've got to say, Hudson has put in a stellar performance here, and really on that restart showing a clean pair of heels from Grimmond down to second place.
I think Rice just followed Scholes into turn number 3. They both went a little bit wide. Looks like they're still going to hold out Stewart and Neil in the background. They're going to have the pace to try and close that up. I don't know if Grimmer's going to have it here for Hudson either. Hudson in the WRX looking strong out in front at the moment. Grimman might have a little bit down these straights. As they go through the corners, Hudson definitely has an advantage in that all-wheel drive WRX. It's the final corner. Hard under brakes. You can see him close down Grimman. Can he maintain the pace through here as we look at one of the bars stuck out there in the gravel trap? And no, Hudson is going to bring this race to home for the Replica Tourers. Sponsored by Rubbercraft Tyres Australia. So it's going Hudson, Grimman, Scholes, Rice, Stewart, Neal, Hatton, Smallwood, Woodward. Love for your top 10 cars home as we see the checkered flag. An unfortunate event, they're seeing 2 safety cars throughout this race. It really takes away a few laps from there, and they were spread out. It was good. It brought them back together in the end, and I thought potentially we might see Scholes and Rice get on the back of Grimman and challenge him there, but with 1 lap dash, it's really a sprint to the finish.
100%. Hudson going to be happy to bring this one home in the Rocking Horse Performance Subaru WRX. How about it? It's definitely a bit of a turn. Hudson only able to bring home P2 in race 1. Backs it up with a win here as, again, the air show continues. Gotta love it.
The dry skies, I think everyone will be happy about that one as we have a look at our official results for the results of the Replica Tourist Trophy Series. In race number 2, Paul Hudson with your win. Jason Grimman in second, and Rex Scholes around out your podium. Mitch Rice wasn't too far behind, and it was Stewart, Neal, Hampton, Smallwood, Woodward, and Love for your top 10 there. And then we went back to Moore. Jordan Walker ends up in 12th with our onboard camera. Then Jeff Gillespie and then a little escort. That's a good little fight back for 13th there. Morgan in 14th. That is Mooney, Craig Line, Singfried, Barker, Davidson, and Steve Hay. I wonder if he actually made that back out there because that car wasn't looking happy. A few shakes to the head there when that came into pit lane. But let's have a look at some of the race highlights now. The Replica Tour Trophy Series race number 2. And Grimman got away to a nice start there over Hudson. Just seemed to have the pace. Big brake lock up there, and this might potentially explain a few things later on in the race.
Yeah, we saw that number 51 exit stage left on turn 1. There was almost a bit of contact there between Scholes and that number 66 machine of Davidson.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate moment, brought out a safety car as well. And then there was this big hairy moment at the end of the main straight where Barker, the car, just seemed to turn into the corner, and it was almost looked like they were a passenger from then on in.
Trying to mount the charge to get it done for the finish. Grimman not able to grab position. One lap dash.
Yeah, 1 lap just wasn't enough for Grimman, was it? Hudson seemed to have that covered. It was a nice start from Hudson too. And I think when you've got that opportunity to lead the race away on the race start where you want to, he would have known where the Subaru was very comfortable to hold out the high horsepower there of Grimman's VY Commodore. Speaking of horsepower, let's get some jet power going here over Queensland Raceway. Everything's happening. We've got some go-karts out the back. Have a look at this. So that looks like they are looking for a small leak in the tyre as well. Maybe potentially some air going down. And remembering that Diesel Thomas last round, if this has anything to do with his car, he took new tyres last round, didn't he? Went rear of field for doing that. They're only allocated a certain amount of tyres for the weekend. They said, you know what, we reckon we can charge with fresh tyres. Let's go back of field, see how we go. Are they pulling something out of there? What is it's a bit of debris coming off the track. Surely it's not a rock.
It's in there deep, whatever it is.
The pliers are bending as they're trying to get it out. That's not fun. It's a good pickup from the team. The last thing you want to do is go out in a race here this afternoon. We've still got one more for the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars. And let's head down to pit lane though with Mel.
Rex Scholes, P3 in that one. Interesting race, but you're here on the podium.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I enjoyed that. Nice, fast race. Bit of safety car action, but it was good at the end. Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Well, hopefully you get a few more laps in the next one.
Yeah, hopefully so. Yep, too easy. Thanks.
G'day.
Here you go.
Jason, P2 in that one. That makes it 1 each going into the next race.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad actually. Paul was too good today. We managed to beat him just last night, so we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Scores are tied. Good luck next time.
Yeah, no worries. I'd just like to thank these guys here. I'd like to thank the Kiefer 1A Foundation for their support for this round here. These guys here, fabulous.
Thank you. There you are. Paul Hudson, congratulations. One lap dash and you got the goods.
Thank you very much. It was a tight race. Grimo got us the first round and we slipped up around the outside of him, and and from then on obviously safety cars kind of hampered everything, but yeah, it was good fun out there.
Looks like this car loves this track.
I love this track. Big shout out to KIF 1A for sponsoring this round. They do great things for in the Neuro world, so yeah, big shout out to them.
Well, congratulations. Always good to have people supporting a good cause. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can see holding up the thank you sign there is look at the production cars here, and isn't this ominous? The game over Camaro, who was super quick with Matt McCutcheon behind the wheel. As Matt Nolte joins us back in commentary, we know you were going to come up for this one. Have a look. It's a fantastic looking car now. The Bathurst 6 hour, this had a couple of dramas there, didn't it, this car? But it's looking good so far when we come to qualifying and maybe this little half an hour sprint format.
Yeah, a bit of a warm-up, Matty, for tonight's 2-hour race, which will lead us into the night here. In fact, the sun sets just after 5 here, but a chance to do some shakedowns after qualifying. There's some pepped-up energy down in the pit area too. They qualified at 5:45 last night, and now we're set for race number 1. It's a sprint race, the Australian Production Car Series, the second round of the 2025 campaign. We'll be back here for the annual Fight in the Night, which will be a 3-hour race in August, supporting the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. So flat out 30 minutes of racing and no pit stops for this one. We'll take you through the format for how to work for tonight's one with the co-drivers join it. So doesn't matter who qualifies the car, none of that counts. The car's where it counts for this category. And a big change from what we saw at the previous round. Nearly 17 cars arrived for this round. We only had 7 for round number 1 down in Sydney just a few weeks ago.
And I think one of the important things to remember is this will actually put them in position for tonight's enduro race. And we know there's a lot of laps to be done in 2 hours. It's probably not going to matter if you're 1 or 2 back from where you want to be. You can work your way through that with some strategy too. Obviously, we've got the fuel stops. There'll be some minimum times as they travel through there as well. There's a lot to sort of take into account when you come to those calculations. But this will qualify for tonight's race. So if you want to be towards the front, you need to do really well in this race. And there's a couple of cars out there that potentially didn't have great qualifying sessions out there early. We've seen a couple of cars with some repairs this morning, gearboxes being changed as well. So that was a bit of work going on a bit further down for the Carly and Paul Bacchini entry. Gearbox was out this morning for them.
And they had some boost dramas last night as well aboard that car as well. They had a bit of an update during the night. How good is this flyover? We're watching this outside the commentary box before. Of course, Ambley Air Force Base not too far away, and we're getting ourselves a bit of a free flyover as part of 2 days of thunder at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. That is a cool shot.
Yeah, it is great. They must have some exercise on. We've had them keep coming and going, haven't we, throughout the day, and it's just adds to the excitement of the 2 days of thunder that's here at Queensland Raceway. We've got drift cars, we've got motorcycles, we've got everything happening.
So, qualifying last night, the game over. Chevy Camaro will start from pole position. Trent White will start on the front row in that beautiful Ford Mustang. Lindsay Kearns, Cully Bacchini will start in the BMW today. Mark Griffith, great to see Griffo back with the Mercedes AMG A45 with Chris Gunther, Rob O'Connor, Jake Camilleri, who just arrived in time for qualifying yesterday by 15 minutes. He's been away on business. The Caboolture Mazda 3 with Richard Shinkfield and Chris Holt starting inside the top 10 for the sprint race. David Ling starts out of 11 today with Alan Jarvis, the series leader. Rowett Saini starts out of 13 with Angus Bales, Carlos Rolfo and Oscar Butt starting from 16th place. Got to spare a thought for the Rolfo team. The entire crew have gone down with an illness. And Oscar Butt's dad's, in fact, going to refuel that car later tonight. So it's really going to be a one-man show down there. So I wish their crew all the best, and really a tough day, and hopefully it doesn't move on to the 2 drivers in that car.
Well, and they had issues with their electronic throttle body too. Their throttle, I think I don't know if it's a position sensor or the throttle body itself. So they had the laptop plugged into that today, and they were doing a computer change this morning. So they only got 1 lap in qualifying last night, and it wasn't a successful one. So they got a little bit of work to do down there as well to try and get that car back to somewhere where they're going to be happy with it. Matt McCutcheon and Tony Quinn are going to have the game over Camaro as well. That looks absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure that's turned just a couple of laps here at Queensland Raceway. Seeing as home track might know the track. Matty does a lot of work here in the background. Of course, he had dabble in Super 2 as well, so quite a good New Zealand young driver as well. Another one that's come out of New Zealand that we need to watch out for in Australia.
I know. How rich is it over there? We say it all the time, don't we? For such a small country, they produce a lot of great stars, both nationally and internationally. So as we see it on the grid sheet, is who will be in the car. We were caught out at Sydney at the first round with some drivers not matching their cars, but that's been tidied up. Shelley Ives has come on board to help run the Australian production cars from this round onwards. She's been around the sport for a long, long time with the V8 Utes eras back in the, would you say the glory days, back in the early 2000s, and nearly 30 years of experience. So great to have Shelley. She'll be helping out behind the scenes and hustling and rallying these drivers together for this first 30-minute race. A chance to shake them down before tonight's 2-hour race. It should equate to about 300 kilometres of racing by the time we get there. And something special to wrap up the night here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series.
Yeah, I think just racing under lights is spectacular. Just about everywhere we go around Australia, it really, especially in here where you see the brakes glowing and stuff. As we get underway here, there's a lot of wheel spin in the Camaro for Twin, and he's going to lose 3 positions straight off the start of the race. Not what they were looking for there with the wheel spin. We can see a bit in the background as well. White goes around the outside. Wait and see. White's had a couple of all right finishes here. Really, it's the back of the pack, the last couple of cars. I'm waiting to see how Butt goes as well on the 78 machine, because they'll be looking to try and improve. Hopefully they got rid of the gremlins in that car. And look at Pacini straight out in front in the 999 machine, so the gearbox is working.
And no boost issues off the line. It just sprinted from the second row. I think there might have been a few drivers that were caught out by the start procedure then too. The light had actually gone out for at least 4 or 5 seconds before they picked up on it. Through turn 3 for the first time, as Pacini leads. This is great reward for effort for the team that have worked overnight into today, chasing the boost drama, changing the gearbox, and they were still working on that just an hour or 2 ago to be ready out here for race number 1, the Australian Production Car Series. First of 3 races over the weekend here at QR.
Yeah, they qualified late yesterday, and they said last night we'd rather go home and get a bit of rest and tackle that gearbox first thing in the morning than stay here all night. So probably a good choice from the team. You come in a little bit refreshed, ready to go. Nice under brakes here though, as you watch out for Kearns in the background. Really just like to go that midline there at the moment as we see them come through. BMWs, we've got a couple of different categories coming through too. Of course, we've got the A1 cars, the A2, some C-class category there, and a couple of D-class category cars. So I think we've got a B1 class as well. Potentially an X car in there, which we'll go through those a little bit later, but different cars or different horsepower and makeup and go into those. When they slot in, I suppose, to race similar style cars.
Yeah, race within a race. Fair to say of the outright runners, which will be the A1 and A2 class cars over this race at least, but later tonight, strategies will come involved into that. But right now, we're focused down here at turn number 3 on this second lap, a time race of 28 minutes that still remains in today's one. If we have a safety car period, then that all adds into the time. Tell you, they're not messing about here today. For a shakedown race, they mean business. There is points, incidentally, on offer for these races as well. So for some teams that haven't raced at all in the Australian Production Car Series, albeit the 1 round, chance to bag some early points before the endurance race later tonight.
Yeah, you get a chance to basically double your points in the endurance round of what you get in the sprint. So, you know, and some of the cars tend to only get the single driver in there too. I've noticed that. This weekend, though, we've got dual drivers in most of the cars. Tony Quinn's starting to work his way back in the Camaro. Plenty of horsepower down these main straights. Gets the move done, back up into 3rd position now.
And TQ not registered in 2nd place or 3rd place at the moment. It's an issue with his timing transponder at the moment. So even though he's 16th on your totem on the left, he's in fact running in 3rd position. Change at the front here at the start of lap 3. So Kearns to lead that CMA Mustang. Puts Pacini back into 2nd, and keep an eye on White, who starts to apply a bit of pressure here to Tony Quinn in the battle for 3rd.
Yeah, no surprise. A lot of experience here at this track. You know, every little inch and corner of it. He's worked on it himself. He's been around and he's made a lot of decisions. He's done a fantastic job revitalising Queensland Raceway over the last few years.
Great word to use. And is it me, or is this still 26 minutes of racing? This is a bit spicy for this early in the afternoon.
They classify this as a sprint race, I think, in production cars. They will hold no prisoners.
Absolutely.
There'll be no mercy shown. It almost feels, I suppose, with a 2-hour race coming on tonight, that they're going to run out of time to make some positions at the moment. Saying that, 26 minutes, still a lot left in this race. No need to rub panels as of yet. Pacini's still leading out this race as it gets a lead back over Kearns, and it's White, Quinn, Gunther, Griffith, Camilleri, Shinkfield and O'Connor, with Saney in rounding out your top 10. Linger, we're looking forward to come through. The Northern Territorian that's been doing a little bit of travel this year to come down and be in that car. He's put a lot of work into it. Unfortunately, it's had a few gremlins, I suppose, throughout its early career, this Falcon.
Not alone in the gremlins department. this weekend. He was racing in Commodore Cup last weekend, in Touring Car Masters as part of the Invitational class, but a man that's been around the sport for decades and has been instrumental in what we see up there at Hidden Valley now. He's a real mover and shaker in that part of the world and has raced pretty much anything when it comes to motorsport. He'll be teamed up with Troy Williams, who had a lot to do with the GT4 series and production cars last year, and finding the things a lot less stressful. Speaking of stressful, it's on down here at turn number 3. It's Kearns and White, the two Mustangs, and again, now dramas for Saini here. So Rowett Saini in the clean and wash entry. That's on the way, by the look of it, into turn 2. And Pacini back in the lead here, while these cars are some 10 seconds clear of Gunther, Griffith and Camilleri. The leading C-Class car right now, the Mazda 3, running back inside the top 6.
Well, hopefully they can get that car turned around. Was sitting in 10th position there, Saini. I hope they can get that off the track, because the last thing we want to do is bringing out those yellow lights. It's the last thing we want at the moment. It's a sprint race for these drivers, really, 30 minutes. Still a bit of time to be behind the wheel and need to keep a cool, calm head. Tonight we move into our 2-hour endurance race as we head down the main straight. Looks like Quinn has just settled into that Camaro. Will it be game over later on? We'll have to wait and find out. A bit of a replay here in the background. I didn't see anyone there. Very lucky for Ling to go around as well.
He took to the gravel on the outside there.
Well, he's got a bit of speedway experience.
Yes. No stranger to going sideways. How about this battle? I know we're only 5 laps into it, but is this going to be the form guide for later tonight? Then cut me off 2 slices of this.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they're going to continue this on, especially with the 2-hour race. Lindsay Kearns and Vicini, look, they've been loving it out there at the moment, and they're from 2 different categories as well. So it's not like we've got 2 B1 cars. Vicini obviously being in the B1 class, Kearns is in the A2. So him and White potentially should be in a similar pace car, but Queensland Raceway just seems to bring it back to be so competitive between them. We've sort of seen that when it comes to the Australian Super Tin Tops as well. Just the cornering and the straights are very different, aren't they? And I don't know, QR seems to be an equaliser, I think.
And also it's going to be changing conditions as we go into the night. It'll be on the edge of sunset. It's quite overcast here this afternoon by Queensland standards, but we'll start right on the edge of that sunset. Track conditions are quite warm right now, but as we go into that sunset early evening period, track conditions will drop right off as we get to the end.
And remember, there's a very slight chance.
Are you starting this one tonight?
Yeah,
I'm going to sit it out, but yeah.
No. It's up there on the weather chart. It says 0 millimetres, but it also says it could be coming, so
could be. And there's some stuff lurking around here, but like this morning's one, it wasn't even on the radar when it hit here, so that's the mysteries of going car wreck, particularly at night when you can't see the clouds coming as well. So back to the leaders, and just over 22 minutes of racing clean so far with Kearns, Bacchini and White that you're watching down here. Tony Quinn running back behind them in 4th as his timing system still has a panic attack on where he actually is on the timing screen, but watching real life, he's in 4th position. Matt McCutcheon will drive that car with him later tonight in a game over Chevy Camaro.
I think he smoked it out on the star line when he tried to take off. He left a fair bit of rubber down there. Pick up for the TO2 cars later, whoever's on pole.
Team Tactics and Team Chevy, maybe.
Potentially a couple of Team Tactics, yeah. We'll wait and see. Matt McCutcheon, he'll do a fantastic job in that car. We saw him put that on pole. He was super fast, and we know he works here at the track, so I'm sure he gets out there and does a couple of laps. As we see White, the ultimate diesel tuning entry now, gets a move done on Bacchini, who's just, I suppose now as the tyres are going to start to come up to temperature, and we're going to see everyone sort of settle in. They're not going to want to chew too much off them. Let's have a look here as a bit of a replay further back in the field as we get a pass done here, and it's the 19. Is it the 119 or the 19?
19.
Yeah. That's Griffiths getting past. Well, it looks like he's going past Gunther, who's gone back a little bit further as the race has gone on as well. So that was a nice little pass down into turn number 3 under brakes, and there is quite a few of those areas here at Queensland Raceway, pretty much at the end of every straight. You can line the car up, get a little bit of a tow potentially, and just get them under brakes down the inside. We'll wait and see how much they really want to start covering that off as the race goes on. I don't think you're going to want to do that at this point, especially with the different classes of racing out there. I'm interested to see here what White can do, whether he can catch up onto the back of Kearns, and whether we're going to see that little battle for first place, because still 21 minutes remaining, and it's a bit of a tie game now, because you've got to take him into tonight's racing as well. You're not going to want to hurt him too much, but you're not going to want to be stuck in the back of the pack if you've got a quick car.
And of course tonight there's a minimum pit stop time of 3 minutes. That's a reduction from 5 minutes of last year as well, so cars will go a lap down, but it also brings the teams into it as well. And you don't sit the car out saying, yep, see you in 2 hours. It really puts the pressure on them. And remember, these are not professional teams as such, and that's not having a crack at them. They are weekend races. And now to put an element like that, where you could have a car that's had a strong lead be let down by a pit stop, it's just another twist of this race.
Yeah, and we've already seen some of those mechanical gremlins sneaking in now. 2-hour race, that does put a lot of stress on the car that you're pushing to the limits as well. And a lot of these cars would have made an appearance at the Hi-Tec Oils Bathurst 6-hour as well. And you know, sometimes it works out there. Sometimes it also puts a lot more stress on things that you don't know about till you come to, you know, this more regular racing as well. As we see another move down here as Griffith having a look at Camilleri under brakes. Camilleri though, that MPS. We've seen him show up in a couple of categories throughout the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series in the last couple of years. Very quick in that little Mazda.
And Jake's been doing this gig for a long time, hasn't he? Well over 2 decades. Very busy behind the scenes and leading Class C, as he's done on so many occasions. Touched on the top of this race how late he was arriving the track yesterday and how you've got to calm your emotions and get your mind in check before jumping into a race car, regardless of what it is, whether it's a production car or a TA2 car. You've still got to have your head in the game. He jumped off a plane and arrived here in 15 minutes before it. I don't know what you're like 15 minutes before the start of going on air if you arrive in your car from an airport, but that's huge.
Calm head, mate. We're all right. We're all right. We can do it.
It's only a me thing then, right?
Have a think about Lachlan Evanet, because he just did that before he went out of TA2, had to run to his Formula Ford that was in pit lane ready for him to go. So, you know, there are drivers who are out there doing it. Camilleri, though, he can settle into the production cars here tonight, I think. He'll be happy to get behind
Dramas for Baccini. Sorry, Matty. Dramas for Baccini here. So the 999 car now, Saini's gone off for the second time, and that's going to be enough for a safety car. That's at turn 1. And the clean and wash Holden 41 running in the A2 class is off the track.
Yeah, let's see if we can find a replay of this. That was a little bit of speed going off there. The traps here are definitely slow the cars down, and they do get trapped in there. He's going to have to get the sponge out and give that one a clean now.
Yeah, well, lucky he's got the sponsor involved there, clean and wash. And that car parked in these very deep gravel traps here at Queensland Raceway. The 42-year-old, born in India, but very, very much an Australian when you talk to him down the paddock. He's come from a Super TT background as a safety car has been called, as we almost have a bit of a bump down here at turn 6 with Jarvis and Rolfo almost making contact here through turn 6. So they'll capture the safety car in just a few moments' time and retrieve the Saini HSV GTS Holden that he's teamed up with David Murphy, who will jump in that car later on tonight. Murphy, of course, the brother-in-law of Nathan Pretty that used to race in the Utes back in the day. Great character too, by the way. One of the guys. Actually, he'd be good for commentary. If we're on 7-second delay, maybe.
Yeah.
Great guy. He'll team up later tonight, but for now, looking at the screen going, that's our work cut out for later tonight.
Yeah, they're going to be working hard. It'd be interesting to see if there's any damage under that car, the way it's come off. Hopefully not. Especially when you come into a gravel trap with the car a little bit sideways. There's a lot of goes on those steering arms underneath. You can bend them up, but hopefully they'll get that turned around. See, just waiting in the car. They're trying to get out of the gravel, but it just digs itself deeper. At this point now, you've really just got to sit back and wait for the safety car to come and hook up to those tow points and get them out. Hopefully can go around there and get to the pit lane. As long as there's nothing wrong with the car, which it doesn't look like there is, they'll tow that car around and get the chance to go around. Do a pit stop under his own power. We won't see what we saw in TA2 where the back wheels lock up and they've got to tow it all the way around. Let's head down to pit lane though with Mel.
Well, Carly Baccini, I'm sorry I just gave you a heart attack. I told you your car had gone off at turn 1, but it's not your car. It's still out there and very exciting race for you guys so far.
Yeah, it's been really good. So Dad started 4th. He's gone down to 4th again now, but he got a really good start. We were in 1st and it was a rocket ship. So, it's been really good so far.
So how do you decide who starts the race tonight?
Well, we'll talk about it when he gets back, I guess. We haven't decided yet, but... yeah, we'll see. I'm not sure how we're going to decide, but he's pretty good at his starts, obviously, so he'll probably have a go.
Oh, well, have a great race. We'll look forward to watching.
Thanks so much.
And that car, thanks, Mel, down in the pits, Carla Baccini. That car is cruising around still, though, in 3rd position. So whether there's a boost issue again or that gearbox gremlin has come back to haunt them, the car is still going. Same can't be said for the clean and wash HSV GTS Holden down here of Rohit Saini, who's brought out the safety car, the Hyundai safety car. First one of this race. Hopefully it's the only one we have, with Kearns leading to that point with White, Baccini, Griffith and Camilleri the leading C-Class car. Shinkfield leading in B2. And Chris Gunther back in 7th spot. O'Connor, Holt and David Ling now inside the top 10.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit to play out for when it comes to production car points. Obviously, Sydney round, we didn't see a big field of the Australian production cars come out of there, but it was pretty strong there from the Derwin crew, from Troy Derwin. Oscar Butt did really well there as well for their class. We'll have to, there's a little bit to try and play. Those two did fantastic in the Class C. Jarvis, well, very fast when it comes to the D-Class cars. And we did see, well, David Ling and Troy Williams in the end made up a few spots there to end up with a 3rd place on the podium as well for the Class A1. So we'll wait and see how that goes. Bacchini, well, they were down there giving him a bit of a rap, and Mel was down there giving him a bit of a rap, but unfortunately that car, we did hear it with some issues slowing down, and it's come to a stop here, and it'll be a recovery car come out. So the team, they'll won't be happy to see that 999 car out there and a little bit of work to do. Luckily, it's happened in the 30-minute race. The problem with that is we've only got 2 hours before we're going to put that under 2 hours of stress. Now, 2 hours is not a lot of time there. These cars, obviously, a lot of them late model. There's a lot of electronics in them too, so it could be something very simple. We've already seen throttle position sensors. Could be something very simple like that. Hopefully, it's just plug a laptop in and change the sensor and they get that car fixed. Let's head down to J Mac, though, in pit lane.
Here with Tom Heyman. Tom, mate, there's got to be less cars that you haven't driven than cars that you're still yet to try. I mean, we've seen you in TA2 muscle car, we've seen you in GT4, you were here only a few weeks ago, and now got yourself a ride with Mark Griffith in the production car. This is your first time, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously never driven a production car until Friday morning, so it was pretty interesting to be able to strap into that and try and figure it out on the run, but it's a cool car to drive and I'm loving it so far.
Good for a top 5 in qualifying. That must have been a nice feeling.
Yeah, it was awesome to qualify at night. Such a different aspect to what I've ever done before. So it was pretty cool to be able to bang some laps around here at that time of night.
Adjusting to the red AMG, tell me, was it much of a culture shock or did you have it fairly well nailed after the first session?
It was a pretty big culture shock, to be honest. Obviously, compared to what I'm driving currently, no aero, less sticky tyres, everything like that. So it was like readjusting to the old go-kart days, really, just trying to carry speed and find where the grip was.
And stepping into someone else's car, was it set up close enough for your liking that you were able to actually make it work, or was there much that got tweaked on the car to run that time?
Yeah, obviously we didn't really change much throughout the day. It was pretty good where it was, and Mark likes where it is right now. So, yeah, I think he's doing pretty well, and we'll see how we go.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tom. Over to you, Mel.
Okay, Matt McCutcheon, well done. You qualified pole, and your teammate out there is doing a pretty good job as well.
Yeah, Tony's going to take care of the first race. He's out there, he's having a good crack. Some pretty interesting racing going on with the guys with the Mustang, so it is close. So we're hoping we can gain a couple positions and go forward.
And you don't know who's starting tonight?
Not at the moment. We'll see how this race goes, and then we'll make a decision afterwards. I mean, Tony's the boss, so we'll see what he wants to do.
He sure is. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great young talent, Matt McCutcheon, who will team up with Tony Quinn. Speaks quite well, doesn't he, down there in the pits with Melinda Price. So news from the pits, the 999's gone into limp mode, and that's why it's struggling to refire. So a bit of control, alt-delete maybe on the 999 to get it back. If that's their biggest drama, they'll take that right now.
Yeah, and potentially if they can get that back to the pits, they might be able to get that out and circulating again, try and get some points here in this race. And you never know what's going to happen with the amount of cars we've seen going in and out, and a few of the dramas that have come with it. That could see them move up a few spots. I mean, we talked about the start just then, didn't we? And obviously, Paul's been quite good at that start. If they've got to start further down, that'll be a decision they need to make on the fly and see who's going to really lead out a 2-hour enduro race later on this evening. But it looks like we're not too far away from getting this race back underway. And we've bunched the field back up again. And this could open up the opportunity for Quinny, maybe, in the Camaro to put a bit of pressure onto Whitey. But have a look at this. Kearns driving away as fast as possible to open up any gap. There's a little bit of a wiggle going into turn number 1. The tyres that are cooled down just a fraction. It's a good opportunity for the brakes to get a breath of fresh air as well.
Just that awkward bump, isn't there? The way to turn 1. It's been here since day number 1 back in 1999. It's a flat racetrack, but over the years we've created a lot of bumps down here, particularly at turn number 3. So Pacini car back in the pits. It's a good sign. At least the team can go back to work. We heard from Carla a few moments ago down in that pit report. So, man, it's a frustrating game. When it started the way it did yesterday, 9 times out of 10, it just gets worse.
Yeah, you really, some weekends the race just comes to you, doesn't it? Everything works, it goes in your favour. Other weekends it really wants to fight you, especially when you have things like gearboxes go. You never know if there's going to be anything that's touched or moved. You know, when you're pulling it out, you can create some damage, especially with the electronics. Wiring looms are a big thing, and earth on the car could be as simple as that. But hopefully limp mode, like we said, Control-Alt-Delete, they can try and reset that computer and get the car back out as Kearns just starts to lead away. You talk about the bumps on the racetrack, it's a bit of character, isn't it, for this place?
Yeah,
like, it's great to see because drivers come out here, and we spoke about it earlier, is in two-dimensional, when you look at it as a picture, it looks like a very simple, basic racetrack, but when you come to the track and you actually see it in all the dimensions, there's so much to unfold, little areas where you have to be careful, of course, there's brake locks and things like that. There's quite a little bit of undulation that you don't expect from what it looks like on paper.
No, exactly right, and it's ticked all the boxes, hasn't it? There's plenty of overtaking, there's plenty of technical parts to it, and it's also spectator-friendly.
Yes.
And that's why I think Tony Quinn looked at this track circuit and said, I need to get this one, because I don't know too many tracks in the country we can sit at turn 1 or sit at turn 3 or sit at turn 6 and see the whole complex.
Yeah, it's an open track, great for viewing to have everybody down here. It hasn't even turned on this weekend for 2 days of Thunder. We've got the DJ going, the drift car, like really family festivities throughout the weekend, so it's a great place to come down and enjoy all the action here at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Production cars out here for their race number 1 of the weekend, the 30-minute race before we head into a bit of a 2-hour enduro tonight from 5:30 p.m.
Looking forward to your hour set later tonight on the Wheels of Steel after racing downstairs. It's going to be good.
Yeah, I can't wait to get on the decks, really. Let the crowd have it. I mean, we've already been challenged to get into some tight shorts this afternoon by Mel. So
you're on your own on that one.
Oh, it's J-Mac and I, so, you know, there's plenty of entertainment coming later tonight, I can tell you.
I'll do the ratings.
Yeah.
Meantime, down at turn 6, while the racing is back underway, less than 10 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun. There's that bump we just remarked about a few moments ago as the leaders come on by. White just set his fastest lap of the race. In fact, the fastest 2 sectors of the race as well. Kearns' lead is 1.09 seconds at the control line last time by. Griffo in the A1 class car has come up into 3rd position now with Camilleri. Robert Shinkfield in 5th. Gunther in 6th spot aboard the Mercedes-Benz. And O'Connor in that lucky 7th position. David Ling just sets his fastest lap of the race and is inside the top 10 after that oopsie down at turn 2 in the opening couple of laps of this race.
There was a little bit of oopsie there from White. You just saw him just steer the car, had to get out of it for just a moment, potentially a little bit of understeer. It'll be really a chance for them. They'll know now with the amount of laps they've done, they've got these tyres up to pressure with the heat, so they'll be trying to get some data on this one before they head into their endurance race tonight. Let's have a chat with J-Mac, though, down in pits.
So a bit of an update from the Bacini racing team. The car presented into limp mode. They got it back to the pits, cleared some transmission codes with the scan tool, and Bacini has rejoined the race. Outside of why it's throwing those codes, no one's really too sure.
Oh, you know how nerve-wracking that's going to be for the team, because you just know that's going to happen at some point again.
Yeah, and it was gearbox issues overnight where they've had to do that change there where they lost a couple of gears. So hopefully it's just wasn't prepared for the abuse it was going to cop in the first 10 minutes of the race. Hopefully that's all it is. Potentially it could just be a bit of temperature in there too, causing some issues. It might be, you know, some oil or something they need to change it up. They've only got a couple of hours after this race, though, to turn that around. So there's going to be a bit of work from the team. It'll be a nail-biting moment to see where they end up at the end of this. I think at this point, just get the car back into the pits, I suppose. Get out there, circulate, make sure you're locked in for tonight's race, and just get down there and give it a good once-over before we head into the Enduro. But let's head down to Mel.
So, Carlos, you're driving with your daughter this weekend. The whole team's been unwell except for you, so I'll keep my distance. But Annabelle was sick yesterday. She's out there now doing a good job.
Yeah, look, she's not going too badly considering this car's brand new since Bathurst, and it wasn't great at Bathurst, so we've been trying to sort out some issues with it. But she's not too good at the moment as far as health-wise goes, but we put her in the car just because she hasn't had a lot of miles in it. So just trying to get her up to speed and trying to get used to the car.
Must be a great experience for you, driving with your daughter.
Yeah, look, it was awesome to do Bathurst. Unfortunately, we didn't go that well because the car broke down, but we're definitely keen to go back next year and give it a good crack. And that's the reason why we're doing these endurance races, just to get up to speed and get the car sorted.
Well, hopefully everybody in the team feels better soon.
Yeah, we'll take some drugs and we'll be all good. Thank you.
Only permitted ones, of course.
Yes, of course.
Thanks, Mel. Carlos Rolfo I remember that name from the Super Touring days back in the 90s as well, and great to see a second father-daughter combo racing in the Australian Production Car Series, second round of the 2025 series. It's down in turn 6. Closing stages of the race, what Kearns is just starting to ease away from the field. I tell you, Jake Camilleri is not too far away from the top 3 now, just 2 seconds in the Caboolture Mazda 3 that runs in 4th outright right now. In fact, it should be 5th because Tony Quinn's transponder is still playing funny games with us in the game over entry. He's definitely there. There he is through turn 5, the second left-hander, and on his run down to turn number 6. Overcast conditions here with a lot more racing still to follow. The TA2 Muscle Cars second race of the weekend not too far away as well. And also back tomorrow for a full day of action. Meantime, we're checking out a replay down here with O'Connor. That's David Ling just ahead, and a bit early to be shedding skins maybe from the BMW. Hopefully that'll hold on and not attract the attention of race control. Running currently back in 8th position, the leading D-Class car in this race. Here the leaders back through turn 2 as they work another lap. This is lap 17 and just under 5 minutes of racing remain.
Great to see the HSP of Saney just in the background there doing some laps. So potentially just looking after that car at the moment. Looks like it's a little bit off pace, but Saney potentially might have a drama runner there, but just wanting to bring it home and get himself positioned as White now. You can see a little bit of oversteer coming into the car as he slides it around the corner, and it's getting pretty lively behind the wheel. So not quite sure if they've got the right tyre pressures in that car for it to be sliding around that much. Luckily, a bit of experience there. You can see him grabbing it, very comfortable behind the car. Even Kearns, you can just see the car start to lean over there, and as the weight goes in, the car slides just a little bit. Would have set himself up knowing only 30 minutes here, potentially with a safety car, as Ling currently sitting in 8th position at the moment. Once we get Quinn to reset himself on that, we need to get his transponder across the line. The rear splitter still holding out though. It's that's what we don't want to see there from O'Connor, is potentially whether the race control will see that. Hopefully it just decides to fall off and make its way into a gravel trap somewhere. We don't mind leaving the splitter out there. It's not going to be any sort of potential issue. Luckily no cars behind him directly at the moment. That's potentially when your race control might decide to bring that car in.
It's hanging on.
Yeah.
I thought it would have come off by now, but it's hanging on for dear life. So we look at the battle here coming up the final turn between Shinkfield and Gunther in a beautiful silver, black and turquoise Mercedes-Benz. These guys in 6th position. The Pacini car's gone back into the pits incidentally too, car 999, so hopefully they're not going to find some more codes on the 999. That car was so strong in the early stages of today's race. And you're right, I hope that clears before the 2-hour race later tonight, because that's going to be costly in the production series. We hear it's the same drama as in at Limps, car 999, the BMW. And they'll just keep fighting this. They've got time, haven't they, still to get the car out. Just keep clearing it with 3 minutes of racing remaining.
Yeah, whether they can try and bypass that somewhere in the computer is potentially a hazard they can get rid of. I mean, that's one of the things, I suppose, with the late model cars, like production cars and things like that, is with all the electronics and safeties inside the car, it's, as a race car driver, you just want to be able to bypass it. It's a risk you got to take, but we also know it saves a lot of damage to the car. So if they've got an issue with the gearbox they've changed, it might be saving that car. That's a hard one. A big move down here. Have a look at that under brakes. Saney, he's staying out of it at the moment, isn't it? It's almost like he's just trying to get that car to the finish of this session.
Yeah, several laps down there in 14th position. It'll be 15th with Quinn. So Quinn's still running in 4th. Here's the second place car of White. And losing touch, it's blown out to 2 seconds now, but a whopping maybe 20 seconds back to the next group of cars here. So safely in 2nd position. Just that one car in the pit lane. Clock starts to count towards 0 in this first one. Just the one safety car period in the Australian Production Car Series. The second round of 2025. First of 2 rounds we'll have up here in the Sunshine State. They'll finish off this year down at Winton Motor Raceway with another endurance race, building up for a big 2026.
White still like to slide that car around the ultimate diesel tuning entry. Just holding on to 2nd place at the moment. It's almost 2.5 seconds now. And then it's 26-second gap back to Griffiths. Oh, actually, that's Griffiths, sorry, because we've got Tony Quinn in the middle there.
Yeah, caught me out too.
that transponder still not registering that third place there. We did see Oscar Butt for a moment on our screen at the 78. There was a bit of lap traffic there. They had some issues yesterday in qualifying to get one lap in with that throttle position sensors. We're going to the final lap here, race number 1 for the Australian production cars at Queensland Raceway. The Game Over Camaro in third position. It's going to look great under lights, isn't it, with that, with the livery down the side.
And there's just enough light here. It's not lit up like a stadium, but it's got enough light to just be able to track the cars. There are some dark patches around there too, and that adds another element to night. I love night racing. You and I both love night racing. But it changes the dynamic of the race from the outset. You've got some pretty crafty engineers down there that will read the play when the conditions, because albeit being sunny and warm right now, it was freezing cold here last night when we left about 7:30. It was in the single digits. So that'll play havoc later in the race for the guys that don't understand the tyres in those conditions.
Yeah, we're just hearing Puccini's not going to make it back out. He's retired from this race, so they've elected to try and get more time to the pits to potentially repair that car, which is probably safe to do. You're already going to be at the back of the pack, so just decide that, hey, we get an extra 10 minutes fixing this car. We need to throw everything we can to get out for this 2-hour endurance race later on today. Kearns leads us through the final couple of moments of this race. 30 minutes has gone by, and Kearns will lead us home to get the checkered flag. You see the background, it's white in the black and yellow. Mustang as he gets second position. The 58 will have to go around, and Rolfo is actually in 12th position. We'll see our car starting to get lapped out there. Tony Quinn will end up in third position. Here's Oscar Button, the 78. Also in a little bit of traffic there at the back, so they'll come around, and I think they've gone up to 13th. They would have started rear of field, so it's nice to have them come back through the pack just a little bit, get a couple of positions, obviously, in that C class. So a little bit of a, I don't want to say slower class, but obviously not with the horsepower we see in some of the Bs and A classes.
Exactly, more production car-based cars, Class D, Class C. As Shinkfield crosses the line there in fourth position, nearly 35 seconds away. Here's David Ling coming around to finish, and Rowan Saini here, who was pulled out of the gravel and just getting this car home. And yes, the bumper, the grille, held on the back there at the checkered flag. So clean race apart from the early safety car period for the big Alden HSV. The checkered flag comes out. Dominant display from the A2 class cars in the first race of 3. The Australian Production Car Series. 2 seconds was the margin back to white. Should be Tony Quinn home for third when we correct those screens ahead of Griffo back in fourth spot, then Shinkfield a long way back, and that's how we'll see it later on tonight. Cars will go multiple laps down based on the fact there's a big discrepancy, some 15 seconds between our A1 cars and the D-class cars, so they'll race within themselves. Good recovery for David Ling, wasn't it? That car was off the track earlier. He made his way back into the top 7 there, with Troy Williams joining up with him later today. Annabelle Rolfo got home for 12th position, Saini 14th, and Paul Baccini, the 999 car, in the wars. Let's hope they get that cured for the big one tonight.
Let's see how the highlights. Have a look at Baccini in the pink car. That was a great start from Kearns. So it was the second row of the grid, had all the traction here, and they went from third and fourth up to first and second. In the first moments, Baccini got away really well with that gearbox change and flew to a lead. And we thought for a while the 999 car might get away. Kearns, well, it just seemed to be like the tyre temperature started to come up, and that's when they started to find their groove in the Mustang.
Yeah, they couldn't keep this pace going for the whole race, although it would have been awesome if it was. They were treating it like a 5-lap dash in the early stages. It was 4 cars spread over 1 second here down at turn 3. Tony Quinn ultimately finished in third position. Don't worry about the transponder saying down there. This was Kearns going for the lead in the big Mustang. And moments later we'd see dramas, wouldn't we, for the 999 BMW. It would have jumped into limp mode. A long way back here from White. That was a gutsy move down here at turn 6 to move up into second, and the BMW closing the door on Tony Quinn. Then the safety car would come out. Rowan Saini would find the gravel. 1 or 2 laps behind the Hyundai safety car. We went back racing.
Yeah, this is where Baccini pulled in the pits. They managed to plug that in, and we got word that that is a gearbox throwing a code. They cleared it, got the car back out there. Unfortunately, looks like that has had another issue. And this is the final moments of the race there, where we saw Kearns with that nice little lead there, 2.5 seconds over White. Now, they're in the same class, so that's going to be interesting as they carry that fight under 2 hours tonight. I think tyres are going to make a real play in that, as well as our pit stops.
A quarter of the race we got there
right
now. 2 hours to come later tonight. So we look over Queensland Raceway, a hive of activity. Man, there's a good vibe here today. And still a lot of racing to get through. T82 muscle cars not too far away. And, of course, we'll race into the night looking back towards the drifting. That's been blazing around here all day, and the karting championships also on down the road in this very, very busy Willowbank Motorsport precinct. The Winter Nationals held earlier this year over at the drag strip. It really is an historical part of Queensland, and this track now been open for the better part of 26 years.
And I think in the last few years of coming here, like I only get up here a couple of times a year, every time you come, Tony Quinn has done something to this venue. It just continues to get better and better. Let's head down to the pit lane though with J-Mac.
Here with the winner for race 2 for production cars. Congratulations, Lindsay Kearns. Tell me, how was the car behaving in the dying moments of that race?
It felt just as good as the start. So we had some not too much tyre on it, and it went around the corners great. Nice and neutral, it was good.
Fantastic. Looking forward to the big 2-hour enduro this evening?
The vision is a bit, for an older guy, it's a bit harder on the vision, so I thought we'll give it a good go anyway.
Best of luck, mate.
Thank you. Tough.
Yeah, they're going to give it a great go tonight. 2 hours of racing to get underway from 5:30 p.m. Next up, though, it's the Formula 4, not too far away. We go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Well, the sun is starting to come back out. Formula Fords are rolling onto the track for race number 2 here at Queensland Raceway on the Saturday. Of course, they break that up into a couple of days of racing too, our qualifying plus a couple of races, and wasn't it fantastic? Lachlan Evanet coming back through the field end up in second behind Kobe Williams, who's been super dominant in Formula Ford throughout the season so far as we head into our 3rd weekend of racing for our Formula Fords. Of course, you can see our safety car starting to pull off. You know that means J-Mac, you're back in the commentary box, and we are about to go racing.
Man, oh man, race number 1 was an incredible one. Kobe Williams in a world of his own, bringing it home a 2.5 seconds ahead of Evanet with Lowing in 3rd. But wasn't that battle between Lowing and Fawcett one to watch? Let's get ready for the race start. Matt Kavanagh.
Oh, there's anticipation building after what we saw last time. There was a couple of battles going on at the front, a bit further down the pack, and we're underway with racing. Evanet, where's he going to go? See a couple of positions in the background there. Might be High moving around. Evanet on the outside. They have a bit of a wiggle under cold tyres. This is the point. You want to get a couple of laps there, try and get that tyre temperature up. And Williams, Kobe Williams, just make sure he's got the number 1. Evanet, watch out for Lowing, who's really quick in the opening corners of this race.
Jamie Rowe under fire from Hunter Salvatore. Salvatore showed him a wheel on the run into turn 1. They're safe coming out of 2 on the run into 3. This is one of the heaviest braking positions. Evanet looking to try and close up underneath the gearbox of our race leader, Kobe Williams. Has anyone got what it takes? Good to see Brad James up in the mix in the current car as well. One of the 2 Mark Ambrose Motorsport machines.
Well, they're going to continue that fight. It was Salvatore, James and High who are really fighting it out for 6th position in the last race as well. So looks like they're going to continue that battle on, but have a look at our top 5 as they start to move away. Now, Rowe really out of position. Remembering in race number 1, he had that brake lock off, went off onto the gravel, went from 2nd back to 5th. Evanet was super fast. I think they might have got into a battle later, but now potentially he could really spice things up between Fawcett and Lowing, who are in 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, that top 5 starting to put some hurt on Hunter Salvatore in 6th, looking to try and break away. This is going to be a real test for Jamie Rowe to see how well he can get back up through the pack.
Yeah, a little bit of work. We know how evenly matched most of these cars are. They're looking for any slight advantage, whether it's a gear change in the gearbox they do, a tyre pressure, maybe a slight suspension tweak. They're looking for thousandths of a second sometimes around these tracks. You can see Evanet now opens up a little bit of a gap on Lowing, gives himself a bit of space, and will settle the car down, potentially running a slightly different tyre pressure there off the start. And now we've got a lap under our belts. That's where we'll see the tyres expand a little bit as the tyre pressure will go up with some heat.
Fawcett looking to get the move done on Lowing. It's going to be close. They are wheel to wheel on the run into 4. Fawcett trying to get it done. Side by side. How's this? Jamie Rowe in the mix as well.
Just being patient in the background a little bit, Jamie Rowe, isn't he? You don't want to get involved because open wheelers, you've got to be careful. The wheel-to-wheel contact really hurts you, and I don't want to say they're a delicate machine, but with the steering arms being so long, it's definitely got to be a weak point if they go wheel to wheel. You don't want to carry that damage. Easy fix when you get back in the pits, but you really don't want to do it out there in the racetrack, especially in the opening laps. 20-minute race here this afternoon too, or just under 20 minutes, so there's a few laps to be run and done. Look at Brad James. He's having a great run, holding out Salvatore and Fraser High.
James has made up a couple of positions. He was back down in the 8th spot, finds himself up into 6th in that number 61 entry. Williams and Evanet lead us out, looking to make a breakaway from this 3-car battle pack of Lowing, Fawcett and Rowe. Rowe just up the inside of Fawcett. Has Fawcett got the drive off the exit, or has Rowe done the job?
Rowe bringing the entertainment here. And if we look at our winners, Lachlan Evanet back to our front row. Evanet gets the move done down into turn number 4 under brakes. That was nice and smooth. And Kobe Williams, I didn't think it was going to make that easy. It looked easy, but that might also be the skill of Evanet to be out there.
And again, also you consider these cars with the draft maybe being this close together at the end of the race. Obviously, there's still 16 minutes to go, but maybe he's comfortable being in second behind Evanet. Maybe he's got something in the bag.
Trying to save himself some tyres there over the weekend as well. Oh, he has a little look, doesn't he? We don't count Kobe Williams out. Has a little bit of a look. He's so close to the back of Evanet. can see a little bit of the bump draft there, really assisting there. And in the meantime, Lowe and Rowe's moved up past Fawcett. Looks like he's managed to stick that position. Just trying to have a look to see if he holds on. Yes, looks like he's definitely got that done by Fawcett at the moment. But Evanet's got a lot of work to do if he wants to hold out Kobe Williams. He knew with Evanet at the back of the field in the last race, probably didn't need to push the car to its maximum capabilities. But this time, he's really going to have to turn it up. Evanet going wide as the car just likes to slide out there. Try and get as much run out of turn number 3 as possible. And have a look down the inside, the nose cone's down there, and now on the inside.
Evanet left the door wide open on that one, almost looking like it wasn't even like he was braking late, it just looked like he was so far over on entry.
Potentially that could be the case. Kobe Williams with a big slingshot there, and he's already got a couple of tenths of a second on this one. That's surprising how far he's just opened that up. Maybe a little bit unsettled. One of the drive off of turn number 3. Maybe Evanet's had a little bit of a mishap there. Have a look at the background though. They're still having these fights. So it's going to be Lowing in third. Have a look at this. He's got to watch out. Rowe wants to get back on a podium position.
Had to do some transmission modifications. Some of the gears in this 4-speed manual transmission are an 8-dog ring gear, and they actually ground off 4 of the dogs just so that it would lock in a little bit more securely, make it easier to pluck gears. As unfortunately looks like someone's back in the pits. Hard to tell with the rear clamshell off it. Is that Torty? No, that's Tabitha Ambrose in the pits. That is less than ideal. And that's putting it lightly as the battle continues. Evanet looking to challenge on Williams. Williams on the inside. That'll be turn 4. And Evanet just doing absolutely everything in his repertoire to try and find the weakness. And Kobe Williams, he's only human. Surely he's got one, and Evanet is going to do everything he can to find it, and when he does, to exploit it.
Oh, they're going to take this down to the wire, aren't they? Can you believe we're not even a third way through this race yet? Evanet, now he's in striking distance. Has a go down the inside. Kobe Williams leaves the door open. They're just leaving enough racing room to make this nice and clean. A lot of respect between the drivers. Rowe's moved up into third position now as he goes past Lowing. So Fawcett might use this opportunity to try and get on the back. Have a look at Williams. He slides the car out on the ripple strip in turn number 2.
You can see Evanet adjusting the mirrors. He wants maximum visibility so that he can fend off any advances from Kobe Williams. Not to say that you can really see an awful lot. Those wing mirrors, only about half a standard postage envelope sort of size. There's nothing to them, and surely they vibrate like you wouldn't believe.
I thought potentially he had a fat arm out there just on the side, you know, just had the arm up there like he's going for a Sunday cruise. There's no cruising about it. He needs to make this happen.
So Rowe has managed to find his way into the 3 spot at the head of that 3-car battle pack of obviously Rowe, Lowing and Fawcett. Lowing trying to get up as Williams mounts a charge on the run into the final corner. This is bang-up racing, and it's impressive to see someone hold a candle to Kobe Williams.
And here we go. Williams is going to have a go down the inside. They're going to exchange position once again. It's lap for lap at the moment. We're only 6 laps completed, and already they've changed position about 6 times.
Yeah.
So it's lap for lap. We'll keep this fight going at the front. This is exciting. Now have a look. Rowe is not getting away from Lowing either. And Fawcett now on the back. It's a battle for third position as well, as Evanet has a dive down the inside and takes the lead back in this race.
These guys will be chewing out their tyre allocation, going tit for tat here up the front. And now, the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th, starting to make inroads on that front 2. Also remembering this race, Lachlan Evanet wasn't fatigued from muscling a TA2 muscle car around the race prior.
Oh, have a look at Rowe now. He's come into the battle. These 2 at the front are just starting to slow down a bit while they battle this out between positions. Rowe taking full advantage of this one. Lowing and Fawcett doing a nice job. And at this point, J-Mac maybe potentially you just sit back and try and catch the leaders, because to let them battle it out, they're just slowing each other down ever so slightly. Having a look at the times now, Rowe on that last lap, they are 0.7 of a second faster. It's down. Our top 5 now are within 1 second.
While this is all going on, I'm wondering what happened to Tabitha Ambrose. It's heartbreaking to see her go out here in race 2. But it's now a solid 5-car pack up the front. Fawcett doing everything he can to try and get onto the back of Rowe. And I tell you what, wouldn't this be fairy tale if Rowe could find himself up into a top 2 spot after the month that he's had?
Yeah, he's had to rebuild that car twice. The biggest one we saw was Sydney last round, didn't we, where he went off into the gravel trap and cartwheeled that car across. And, you know, luckily, no damage to the driver. You know, a couple of bruises from the belts, but a big rebuild on that car. They had racing the weekend after as well, up at Morgan Park. So I've done some hours, that team, and we're just looking for some finishes, I think. They'll be happy if they get back onto a podium after that slight break lock-up. Remembering still 10 minutes to go in this race, which is a lot of time in the allocation there. Potentially another 7 or 8 laps to go. We can take out the double ASA signs.
Yeah. Salvatore.
Tick that off the bingo bucket there when we talk about our signs. Stuck under the front of the car, trying to shake that off too. Salvatore with a big excursion there coming onto the main straight, and that looks like it's not going to go anywhere.
Air pressure just holding that up against that right-hand steering assembly. As Rowe looks to try and put a move down. Let's check this moment out. Hunter Salvatore showed up with a heap of speed on the exit there of the final corner and just got sucked out.
The signs had nowhere to go.
No.
They couldn't get out of the way in time.
It's going to be interesting because they're the markers for our TA2 rolling start go zone.
I reckon we're going to get those replaced pretty quickly. We'll need them for our TAT muscle cars, which are coming up not too far away. We've still got to go with our Plazmaman Australian Tin Tops after this race, and then our TAT muscle cars hit your screen for their final race of this day number 1 of competition. Have a look, Evanet back in the lead of this race, followed by Williams and Rowe now on the charge. Fawcett's got a move done on Lowing as well, up into 4th position. Brad James having a great run back there in 6th position, not letting these leaders get too far away.
Evanet covers off the inside approach through turn 1. And Williams just lurking with intent in the ACM finance machine. Quick time belongs to Kobe Williams with a 1:15.08 on lap 9.
That was the last lap. Flyer. So he's winding up the pressure. Williams, maybe a bit of bump drafting happening there as well. Same with Rowe, fastest lap on lap number 9, last lap around.
Williams also owns sectors 2 and 3. Rowe is quick in sector 1 by about 0.3 of a second.
We'll see how Evanet tries to respond. I mean, when you're leading the race, potentially you're at a slight disadvantage when it comes to those times. But it is all about track position once that checkered flag comes out. It's still 7 minutes away. Bit of a wiggle under brakes. Let's head down to pit side with Mel.
Yes, and unfortunately, Tabitha Ambrose's car, as we know, is out of action. Marcus is down there working on it. He did respectfully decline a chat, but did say that the car has broken a gear. So as the works continue, I'm sure they'll be back out there for the next one.
Very hands-on, isn't he, Marcus Ambrose? And when it comes to his daughter racing, if you try to get him out of there, he's like, I'm focused. It's probably why he was so successful in supercars over in NASCAR and places like that. It was just his focus when it comes to racing, and very instrumental in getting the Formula Ford Series here and trying to grow the category. There's so much young talent coming through the Formula Fords, as Williams in the lead at the moment, and oh no. Just wait for the rejoin there. And that's unfortunately Johnson in the 14 mobile. So I'm not quite sure if they've gone off under their own power. Looks like they're rejoining the race.
A move on Evanet into turn 4, gets it done. Kobe Williams again leaving the door open very late to get the car turned in. And that Cam Quarries and Concrete machine just taking maximum advantage. Is this a rehearsal, a dry run for Kobe Williams to work out how he's going to approach the race finish in just over 6 minutes' time? I
don't know what Rowe has to do at this point. Evan and Williams exchanging positions, and have a look at Williams now, right up the back of Evanet. He's got a lot more vision in these cars compared to the TA2. He'll be looking in both sides.
Like trying to pitch a submarine into a hairpin here.
He's just not going to break away, though. It's really that a little bit of toe down these straights, especially with the very even amount of power these cars have. Looks like their setup's very similar too. A little bit of a wiggle there, those bumps that add a bit of character, I suppose. You come in under brake. They're not massive, but just enough, especially when you're sitting on a rigid vehicle like this, to unsettle it potentially.
It's interesting to see how much of the curbs these Formula Fords are able to use as Williams pitches it down the inside. I just love the respect and the room that these young guns are able to give themselves. Rowe in with a sniff now, trying to get all over the back of the number 88 of Lachlan Evanet. Evanet trying to fight back. This will be the quickest position swap. They've really only done one a lap. That's two in the one go.
Sometimes I think the best defence is to attack. And that's what you can see Evanet. Like, he could have tried to defend off Rowe there, and that'll get you caught in a little bit of a battle and slow you down. Now look, they're all trying to break the stream. The toe. Williams doesn't decide to go out on his own. He stays with Evanet, and Rowe tries to grab a bit of fresh air. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off for him.
Rowe really looking to make amends for race one and find his way up into that second step of the podium. But Williams is just absolutely undeniable.
Yeah, I don't know how Rowe gets his nose. He needs to watch out. Fawcett now getting on the back of this pack, and that's down to 1 second now. Our top four could throw a towel over him at the moment. Less than 1 second from first to fourth.
Williams thought better of the speculator on the run into four. And will tuck in behind. Slight moment there for Kobe Williams in the ACM Finance Spectrum chassis with a 1600cc Ford Duratec.
Sliding it out, Williams now. That car's starting to move around now.
2 minutes and 30 seconds, Matt.
Did they set the car up at the start of the race, or potentially the end as the temperatures come up on those tyres, or how much have they used up going position for position? We know Lachlan Evanet has a very different run out of turn number 3. We watch him go very, very wide. Seems to be where the car's most comfortable for him. Potentially that's just looking after the tyres a fraction better. Can't really tell at this stage, as you see a bit of a gap open up from between Rowe and Fawcett now, and they battle for third position. And as Evanet and Williams just move away potentially from Rowe. By potentially, I mean a couple of tenths of a second, just to give himself some breathing space. See how wide he goes there, doesn't he, Evanet? It's a very different line, but it gives him this run down. We saw that in the Legend cars as well from Pring.
Is this the killing stroke? Kobe Williams sneaks the nose cone up, checks up Lachlan Evanet. It was for all fair in love and war, but it was a hard move.
Not in the final minute. That's when it starts.
And the
to
fight
go out.
back.
Have a look at this. Evanet around the outside. Can he hold on to it? We've seen Williams' car slide a little bit coming onto the main straight. Does it hold on? Evanet tucks him behind. And the last lap board is out. One final lap. How many times can the lead change? And have a look at Rowe right on the back. Picking up a bit of stray rubber down the main straight. I'll duck and weave that. A bit of debris flying around. A lick of flame coming out of the exhaust of Williams as he tries to hold out Evanet as they head down this back straight.
Quick check in the mirrors. Kobe Williams all over it. Ducks across to the inside to cover off any advance. He's got the track position. Heavy on the brakes as Lachlan Evanet. Last of the late breakers. They're side by side in 3. Evanet takes his usual line. Rowe right up under the gearbox now, just about.
He's definitely leaving an impression on the back of that casing. Oh no, he goes to the outside again. He just can't get down the inside as Williams covers off, and Rowe takes advantage of this. He puts the nose in. Hurts Evanet's run though down this little straight down into turn number 6. And have a look at Fawcett in the background. He's got a big advantage. He might get on the podium here as well. Rowe, can he hold him out in the final corner? Williams looks like he's got the advantage coming onto the main straight as the checkered flag comes out. Evanet's right behind him. He's not going to get him, but we'll force it, get Rowe. It's a battle for third position there, and it looks like Rowe will hold on and get back on the podium from fifth position. Blowing will be back in fifth.
Well, that's right. There was another 10 cars in this race. We were so focused on what was going on. This is the battle for 7th and 8th between Fitzgerald and Fraser High. Fitzgerald locks up 7th, Fraser in 8th. And Formula Ford turning it up. Torty, big lock up on the run into the final corner of the 55 machine.
That'll let Johnson by, give a bit of a reprieve in the final moments of this race. You're almost there. You've just got to hold that calm, cool, collective nature right up to the last corner and see if you can just get across that finish line. But another very exciting Formula Ford race from these young guns who are really turning it on out there at the moment. I don't think we could have asked for any more out of that one as KB Williams comes home with the win over Lachlan Evanet, but they fought it out from start to finish. Jamie Rowe powering his way back up onto the podium from 5th position. Didn't put a foot wrong really in that one. Then it's Fawcett who almost got him in the finishing line, followed by Lowing, James, Fitzgerald, Fraser High, Jack Johnson and Andrew Torty. One of the names there, unfortunately, it is Tabitha Ambrose, who did not finish the race with some mechanical issues there, and they are down in the pits furiously trying to get that fixed because we've got plenty more racing coming from the Formula Fords tomorrow. But let's have a look at some of our race highlights. J-Mac, I tell you what, the start didn't disappoint either as Evanet and Williams went straight to it in turn number 1.
Absolutely unmatched in the rivalry out there on track, but good, clean racing. We did see Kobe Williams with some hard moves. I did love the way that Evanet was just able to recover every single time and take it right back to him. As a big look out of the cockpit, Evanet super late on the brakes here. Kobe Williams giving him just enough room and able to secure that position. This was another masterstroke from Lachlan Evanet. Coming into this race fresh, he didn't have a grueling 20 minutes of TA2 muscle cars to warm him up for this Formula Ford race. And here we go, this is that big moment off track for Hunter Salvatore, who unfortunately wasn't able to finish that race.
No, it's causing our crew to do a little bit of work out there. They'll need to replace those signs before the next race. And they just continued on, didn't it? Evanet and Williams just kept us in anticipation of where were they going to take the dive, how was it going to unfold. And we thought they were going to touch wheels at any moment. They left just enough room to sneak those cars through, and they came out of the final corner. Williams had finally opened up just enough gap, but it was there. Third position where we almost saw Jamie Rowe lose it to unfortunately for Fawcett. So look, it's a bit of change there when it comes to the points. There's a lot to be played for. As next up we can see it's going to be our Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Top Championships coming out, of course, with our Australian Trans Am Utes and Hot Hatches are next on our vision. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more action coming your way. Well, welcome back here to round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's starting to get a little bit twilight out there. It's getting later in the afternoon, and our Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Tops are on track. Josh Haynes joins me back in the commentary box to take us through all the action. Yes, the man of steel is alongside me. He's got the big smile on, got the pecs popping, and he is ready to get this race underway. Of course, we've got not just our Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Tops out there, we've also got our Trans Am Ute Hot Hatches competitors as well, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We've got a standing still start from our competitors here with the Super TT, and we've got a bit of a rolling start in the background there from our Trans Am. Josh, this has got to be a tricky one to try and look at the start.
Definitely, it's going to be a very busy start. We just saw an awesome race with Formula Ford, so looking forward to this one. We've got another 20-minute race, and yeah, there's a lot of action to come.
Plenty of action. Brent Edwards was going to start off the front row of the grid with Tony Saint as well. Edwards in that Cable Source Falcon was very strong, got the race run win, and it's I think he said it's been a couple of seasons since he's been on the podium, so he'll be looking for us. You see the red lights come up. We are about to get this race underway. Who's going to get the jump? Bit of a jump from Ryder there in the background, wasn't there, in the S13? Yeah, the other one to watch out for is Cothill. Now that's that Honda-powered Toyota 86 who's losing a lot of power, and I think he's got a drama, potentially a loss of power, could be an intercooler pipe or something silly like that. As have a look at the Jägermeister entry too, the BMW that has jumped into the field into 4th position, but 44 has been super quick as well, and that's Arnold in the R33. He's going to slot back in there.
Yeah, really close start there. You obviously saw the number 98 car jump a little bit there. Not sure what's going on with the 86 there. It's interesting, so we'll have to see what the go is.
Yeah, we'll just wait and let that unfold. In the meantime, here's our Trans Ams as they roll around. You see them, they get started. This one we will have to follow. Prefontaine and Ian Palmer on the front row there, and we'll just wait and see who's going to be able to race. Prefontaine on the inside, looks like the 21, and then our Utes, they fire up for their section of the race as well. A little bit further back in this race. Oh, look, the Trans Ams has some really glorious classic cars there, and if you were to take these home and put them in the shed, I know your old man would be pretty happy to have a couple sitting in there.
Oh, yeah, especially this time of day. You got the sun going down. It's pretty cool seeing these things go around. They sound unreal, so yeah, really, really nice.
Yeah, a couple of superannuation funds there for sure, as we know we'll try and get to all of them, and look, some fantastic cars here to be part of us. The Trans Ams get down the track. Quite a few of them to get through too. We've got the Duster, the Plymouth Duster out there. That is just absolutely gorgeous. Brent Edwards though in the 18. Looks like he's got this under control at the moment. Arnold up in the second. Shelby with a big work in the BMW to get up to third. And Ryder, 5-second penalties just come off. And that, I'm assuming, will be for that race start where he probably got a metre head start on everyone else.
Yeah, Shelby had a good race in the last one. Unfortunately, dropped off. We're not sure what went on there. But yeah, he's made some ground to start off this race. And he's got plenty of time to try and bring it up a bit further.
Anthony's, that's the Jägermeister entry in 5th position as well as our Trans Ams out there, and this is a little bit of damage that the 65 has underway from Jack Hudson, and again he's behind his foe there in the 555 of Anthony Etzer, where they just made a little bit of contact coming into that turn number 6. It was almost like a bit of a replay there. We could feel a bit of a flashback happening there. How gorgeous though is that? Rod Robertson in that Ford Mercury Comet. He had a bit of a moment on his own last time as the big Comet spun out, but he looks like around the outside he's going to be pretty safe this time. James Buchanan on the inside, and the Z28 Camaro has a dive down the inside, and I tell you what, I'd let him through too. I wouldn't want to hurt the Comet.
I was going to say, I tell you what, for how nice those cars look, you don't want to be rubbing panels in this sort of racing, but yeah, they're racing pretty hard out there.
It's a bit like when you look at the Touring Car Masters, don't you? You just know the value of those cars today, and look, everything starts to go up in value as they age, and we use a few of them for racing. Simon Cox just in the background in that 45 machine as well. Great to have him here this weekend. I know he got a bit of a taste when it came to the Australian Super TT racing, and in that 350 GT. And he said, I can't give this up now. I've got to come to Queensland and make it happen. Dennis Panner, though, in the MX-5. It almost looks like bringing a knife to a gunfight, doesn't it? The little MX-5 over the Falcon, although that Falcon's not holding boost on board. That is a naturally aspirated 6-cylinder version. So potentially the power to weight starts to even out a little bit.
You can see the number 65 and the number 20 racing pretty hard out there. There's just been a move done.
Yeah, Alwyn Bishop, the Pontiac Firebird, always presents a nice car there. Palmersteel.com.au, Trans Am. Oh no, the Jägermeister car is out. Simon Anthony's, can he get the car going? The Queensland entry. Rubbercraft Tyres car, the E36. That'll be unfortunate for him. That BMW actually was pretty quick at Sydney as well, so potentially always up there for a place getter in the top 5 somewhere. Tony Saint's the one for me, back into 5th position, so just starting to fall away in the RX-7s, but have a look at these Utes as they get around. The number 7 car there.
It's a cool category, this. There's so many different cars. You can see, you know, each car has its own strength around the track, and obviously this track's got the big, long straights, but it's also got some pretty technical corners, obviously being nicknamed the paperclip, so yeah, it brings a lot of exciting racing.
Let's have a look at a replay here. Tony Saint getting a position over Ryder, and that puts Saint up into 4th position, so just didn't quite have the start he wanted. He was off the front row in 2nd, he went back to 5th position now, just working his way back through the pack. Simon Cox is going to follow Dennis Panner as they go down here. That's a bit of a fight further down the pack. That's for 8th position now, and you can see Petit just behind in that Dua Performance engine entry there in the Falcon. You know, if Aaron's had his hand on that engine, it makes probably a little bit more horsepower than standard.
There's Warren Wadley. He's one of the Trans Am drivers. He's been around quite a while, so pretty cool to see him out there in this thing.
I love the Channel 9 though, on the side of the car. It really has that nostalgic look about it, doesn't it? The very simple blue and yellow they had back in the day, the good old Sports, 9 Sports. Have a look at the Valvoline sticker on the back drop tank as well. It's a bit of nostalgia. Reminds me of a bit more of my childhood.
Very, very cool.
Here we go, the Utes are starting to mix it up now. That looks like it's going to be the 70.
This is an awkward one here. Coming through turn 1, you don't usually go side by side, so they've done well to get through that together. Same through this one. It's a really long sweeping corner, so both drivers sort of have to give each other enough room to come out of this.
It brings the Brute Ute style back a little bit, doesn't it? I'm sure there's a couple of these that have gone. That's Montgomery and Young, I think, there. Oh, have a look at right down the inside. Flying the LS-powered S13. Plenty of power. Took his time, not like he started. Just waited for his moment. Yeah. Corey Gillette's another one who didn't finish the last race with the Australian Super Tin Tops, and he's very fast in the 27 machine as well. So he'll work his way back through the pack. Try and get some news out of him overnight and find out what happened with that car, because he's had to fight his way back. The good news is he's probably looked after his tyres this weekend, because he normally likes to slide the car around in the final few laps of the race.
Yep.
It's not what he goes out there to do. It just happens sometimes.
Oh, it's pretty easy to do in one of these cars. You get pretty greedy, and yeah, it doesn't take long to tear the tyres off them.
You look at Chilby. He's got to a lead now in the Plazmaman Australian Super Tin Top. So in that category, he's flying in the BMW. And Chilby now starting to go through our Trans Am field. Have a look at the pace difference. It's such a great chassis when it comes to the BMW as well. I think well weighted, the 2-door version as well. Really a great platform for any race car where you want to start, as Brent Edwards now working his way through the Trans Am cars as well. And here we hope and Boost comes up on the Barra. Oh, no.
No. That's one thing you don't like to see.
Robertson in the Comet. I'm happy, though. It's straight and it's unscratched.
Exactly. It's always good.
We could put that in the car show out the back straight after this, couldn't we? Just give it a wipe down.
That's where it should be. I don't think it should be out on track. It's too nice. You don't want to scratch that.
Would you turn down a drive, though?
No, you'd never turn down a drive. Warren Wadley there making it quite easy for Edwards.
Yeah, Edwards got a bit better braking, I'd say, with the late model car there. Just let him go around. Arnold's had an opportunity to close up, though, I think, while Edwards has been working through these Trans Am cars. So Arnold now just 1 second behind Edwards, and this could mean we got a bit of a battle. Remembering Edwards did take the win there in race number 1, probably due to Chilby falling back through the pack, which we're still just trying to dissect and find out what happened there. Oh, here we go.
3 wide down the back straight here. This is on.
2 Mustangs, the 21 of Prefontaine. And Zach Hudson in the 65, Prefontaine.
Battle of the late breaker.
Yeah, he's wide though. Have a look at this. He'll slide the car just a little bit. Prefontaine just got that damage. He's got a bit of a cold air intake going on, missing that headlight now.
It's another drag race up the back straight towards turn 4. This is a tricky one here. I've had a couple battles through here. You can go too wide. Sometimes it doesn't end too well.
It's all about how much you slide it out of the corner, isn't it? Because the person on the outside doesn't want to see the grass.
Yeah.
They're going to hold on to that one. The Utes, it's Young just in front of Montgomery now. Looks like he's cemented that spot. And then we got Casper in the Holden Commodore Ute just behind that. So that's 23rd, 24th, 25th overall. But within the Ute category, I do believe that may be our leaders. You just see the white ute out front. This looks like 63 might be leading us at the moment. That's Clark.
Clark's built a nice gap there.
Yeah, Peter Clark, he's just holding on to that one. Proud supporter with the big line down the side. Obviously a Holden fan. 2 Holdens at the front by the looks of it. Ryder. We know how fast this is in Australia. Look, Corey Gillette, they're teaming up on these Trans Am cars.
Ryder and Gillette, this is close here. Nice move down the inside there. Let's see.
I told you Gillette will slide that car around. He doesn't mind risking it. He likes to grab the lock. Have a look at him down the straight, though. That's a drag race and a half. Now, here we go. Tony Saint up in 3rd position at the moment. Oh, this was it. Oh, big brake lock from Corey Gillette. Oh, he was coming in hot.
Yeah, the tyres you're gonna know about that now.
Yeah, that's a chattering on the front, you reckon?
Yeah, that's a big lock up. You're gonna know about that.
Don't need to ask where the vibration's coming from.
No, definitely not.
Ryder seemed to have the horsepower down the main straight. I don't know if he's got a couple more cubic inches on that one or he's just got a good run. 17 car in the background. Laurel Ball actually coming out of our combined Tin Tops class. Chilby goes back again.
He's dropped down again, so something's clearly gone on there. He had a nice gap out the front and he's dropped off again.
We've seen with some of those fast BMWs, maybe a brake lock-up, just gone for a bit of an excursion, or whether they've got some mechanical issues in the car. To be great to find out there from Chilby. So Edwards staying strong, and it's all about consistency. He's had a couple of races at the start of this season, end of last season, where it didn't go to plan as the checkered flag is out. And Edwards will take the win, so Chilby just had to get another lap or 2 in. He would have got a race win here at Queensland Raceway. Brett Edwards will go 2 from 2 this time. Arnold in 2nd position. Saint ends up on the 3rd step of the podium. Ryder in 4th at the moment as Gillette. Yep, Ryder will hold out Gillette. Chilby comes around. We'll just wait. Dennis Panner and a few others starting. Maris. Oh no, is that Prefontaine in the 21? Had a spin. Trying to see, hasn't crossed the finish line yet either, so won't hold on to that place. As we look at the race results for race number 2 of the Plazmaman Super Tin Tops, as well as our Trans Am. Brent Edwards will take the overall win with Benny Arnold, then Tony Saint rounding out the podium. It's back to Peter Ryder, Corey Gillette. Chilby back to 6th, and we'll try and find out what's going on. Brickett's in the giant killer Pulsar in 7th. Edson with the fight back in Trans Am, then Hudson and Prefontaine to round out our top 10. The muscle is back after this short break as the TA2s get ready to battle it out in race number 2. Don't go anywhere.
From 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. tonight here in the Queensland Raceway Corporate Centre is a meet and greet experience with a live muso and our Q&A as well. A burger and a beer can all be yours for just $30. Remember, make sure if you're sticking around this evening for the 2-hour enduro of the Australian production cars, what better way than to watch it in the warm Corporate Centre with the Q&A with the Ambroses and some dinner as well. $30. Head to the sign-in registration office. Grab your tickets now. Are now limited. There's not too many left. So get in quick. Grab your tickets. Just $30. And of course, don't forget to get your backside trackside tomorrow. We've still got plenty more action coming your way this weekend at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, the 2 Ducks to Thunder, right here at Queensland Raceway.
TA2 muscle cars in slow-mo on a beautiful day here as Queensland Raceway hosts round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Can they stop this guy? Road active suspension Chevrolet entry. Meantime, over at the Drifting Carnival, just behind our commentary position, it is a full smoke show. Back in pit lane, Colby Callum is lining up for his second ever race in TA2 muscle cars. We look from Brad Gardner's Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaros. We welcome you back to Queensland Raceway and the TA2 muscle car second race of the day as we start to give it a nightlight here, and the production car race to follow tonight into the early evening. Matt Kavanagh has stuck around. Man, you're doing some kilometres in this commentary box today, my friend.
Well, that's all right, Knowles. We don't mind doing that. You're going to do the heavy lifting, though. I know that. You know what I mean? It's I'll do the endurance. You do the sprint race, all right? We're going to make this happen. The TA2 muscle cars getting ready. Presented by Maritimo, of course, here at Queensland Raceway. The 2 days of thunder. Day number 1. And I tell you what, we have put on a massive show here. Jared Hughes is the man, though, at the moment. But this unique restart that they've decided to do now with the more NASCAR style where they're rolling around, and it'll actually be our pole sitter that has a section of racetrack to start this race, which was a very clean start last time. We didn't see the 4 and 5 carnage that we've seen at some other races throughout Trans Am and TA2. So, you know, a very good start. Caught Alice Buckley offside because she's been super quick in her rookie appearance, or her inaugural appearance in TA2 as well. So she got relegated back a bit on the outside, and that's the trick, I think, going into turn number 1 is don't be on the outside.
Yeah, and you know what? It's going to add another twist to qualifying tomorrow, which you'll catch on our live stream. First up at the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series in the morning is the key is to be on pole position or on the inside rows, because it is dusty on the outside there, so it caught a few of the drivers out during that first start. But across the field, most of them were quite happy with how it went down. I thought, to me, everybody held back a little bit there at that start, just to see where it would go. But it could be a little bit different for this second one. James Simpson, the SP Tools Dodge Charger, one of 4 we have in the field here at Queensland Raceway. Good to see the Dodge. You and I were lobbying for this at the first round at Winton. There was a lack of Dodges. Well, they've come and delivered here for the first of 2 stops at Queensland Raceway. We'll be here in August for the 2-driver race. We've got some really good names that are going to be announced in the coming weeks who'll suit up with our regular drivers. They'll get a qualifying and a race themselves on the Saturday and Sunday before an endurance race. So there's some cool names, some big names. I'm not going to give too much away, but you might be surprised by some of the names that are heading this way in August for our next event before heading to Malala in South Australia. Looking forward to that in September, the first time TA2 muscle cars. Now, that'll be cool to race there because that track's narrow and it's got a lot of passing opportunities too. And apart from the fact it's a track I grew up and rode at. So we're looking forward to that one, of course, finishing up at Winton Motor Raceway at the end of October. Big plans for next season with the TA2 muscle cars as out they go, and conditions have cooled off dramatically since we were last out for the first race at 1 o'clock local time here in Queensland. You just feel that crisp air starting to kick in, so the engineers and the drivers will need to keep an eye on that. It'll change over this next 25 minutes of racing here. We saw 2 cars go off earlier today. We saw the Hayden Jackson car go off early in the race. There was a gearbox that caused him to go off there in the 81 Dodge Challenger. And for Mark Crutcher, a broken uni joint on the final lap stopped him. And Crutcher was inside the top 10 until that point, and possibly could be the hard charger today, coming from 22nd on the grid for this second race.
Well, the other one's Brett Gardner now. He limped that car home with a uni joint issue as well, so we wondered why he wasn't normally as fast as he could be. We saw the Hail Mary in Sydney where he rode the wall on the restart, didn't he? He just dove down the inside and took 4 positions, so watch for Gardner, the aggression that he will show at the start of this. Now, Robbie Farr, was it a shift back to first? Did we find out? No.
I didn't get a chance. I was too scared to go down there after getting such a rap.
You gave him the curse, and you don't want to show your face around that.
I might send him a message later tonight behind bulletproof glass, perhaps. Yes. Colby Callum, his first start was a great one for him. 22nd up into 16th for the first run. He's come from production car racing, and after a trouble-plagued day yesterday with some issues with his engine during practice, that's a good turnaround for that team. So he'll start from 16th, the grid determined by the result of yesterday's this afternoon's race. They're on their second formation lap, heading past the pits, and we'll do the same. Here's J-Mac.
So, quick update from the TFH team. Looks like Ben Gomersall has sacrificed a tyre with a rock causing a major puncture. That tyre non-salvageable. Also, updates on Diesel Thomas's electrical gremlins. Looks like there was a loose connection in the back of the dash that was causing some problems with connectivity. Everything sorted and looking to go hard and fast.
Oh, a simple issue like we saw with the Pacini car before in the Australian Production Car Series. Thank you, Jarrah McLean. And Melinda Price will be in the pits for this one. Josh Thomas, who will start this race from the third row of the grid. Now, after today, we reset and qualify again tomorrow. Another $250. That's not the way to do it on the formation lap. Locking brakes up there. Another $250 thanks to Road Active Suspensions for qualifying for pole. Could this guy take another check home? He's in hot form, isn't he? Jared Hughes starts from pole. Gomersall alongside him. Davies and Alice Buckley, her first ever start. She'll start from the second row. Eden Hodson and Josh Thomas. Diesel Thomas and Hayden Hume, who returns to the category. Josh Webster and Lachlan Everett will start on the fifth row today. Brock Payne starts out of 11 with Graham Cheney, the father-son rivalry. With Tyler starting out of 13, Brad Gartner buried down there in 14th position. With James Simpson, Colby Cowham, Des Collier, who's still feeling the pain of that crash at Hidden Valley last weekend. Danny Reedy was inside the top 20. Robbie Favre starting from 21st, ended up being 2 laps down, with Crutcher and Jackson starting from the rear. So keep an eye on both those cars. So we know there's a new tyre on that 35. Will that help him out? But of course, he's dipped into his tyre bank of 6 for the weekend. So will he take it nice and easy, or will he use that new tyre freshness to get a victory? Brad Gartner, we're riding car with up towards that action zone. The go zone is now, that's good. We're good to go. Race number 2 is underway. And look at Tom Davies in that white Chevy Camaro. Might just get second place, and does. Gomersall has to bring the car back, and look at the oversteer from the 69, or the understeer in this case. He was really attacking that wheel. Gomersall hung out once again. He's going to lose another position as they go side by side through turn 2 for the first lap, and the charge down to turn 3 is on.
Well, they weren't caught out that time about the race start, were they? They still went 4 wide into turn 1. Hughesy looks like he's just got a nice little lead there at the moment by a couple of tenths. As Gomersall goes very, very wide and seems to be struggling with maybe some imbalance in the car if they've only put one tyre on potentially. Josh Thomas with a nice little move up into 4th position now. Hayden Hume going strong since jumping into that Mustang. Eden Hodgson in 6th. Diesel Thomas back in 7th, and Webster, he's up a couple of positions as well. Lachlan Everett, well, he's barely had a chance to wipe the sweat off the brow as Eden goes wide and grabs the whole heap of dirt. He manages to rejoin in front of Webster. So it doesn't look like he'll lose a position, but that may just cause a bit of issues trying to stay on the back of Diesel. Thomas will give him a bit of a reprieve at the moment, and another brake lock-up.
Hodson. And all the gravel coming out the side of his 32 car, prepared by Ash Jarvis Racing. Beautiful shot of the sunset as the field make their way down. Dick Johnson straight for the first time. Gartner on the move. As we jump in car with him down towards 1. And through that setting sun, which will wreak havoc in the closing stages of today's race. So Hughes, Davies, Gomersall, Hune and Josh Thomas, the top 5. Diesel Thomas is next. Hayden Jackson has gone back into the pits in the 81 machine. So that's a shame for the Dodge Challenger. As the field make their way down, there he is, and straight into the garage. Looks like this race could be done for the luckless Dodge Challenger driver. Down at turn 3, that's Brock Payne on the outside of Tyler Cheney.
It was an amazing Sydney round for Brock Payne, wasn't it? We know we saw, obviously, Webster had a tail shaft come out and damage that car in the first race, but got himself a couple of podiums to finish the weekend off. They seem to be struggling, although this is their home track. Great to have Brisbane Builders on the bonnet for him this weekend. They're supporting the little family-run team as Hayden Jackson. They put the jack stands on. That might be a linkage. That looks very familiar from last season.
This is very Days of Thunder. Wait for the crew, wait for Harry Hogg to get on the mic down there and tell him what to do with the car. What a shame. He'll go a lap down in the process there in the Rosebrook Dodge Challenger. Meantime, challenging on at the front here because Hughes is not skipping away from Tom Davies. Driving for Nathan Hearn Racing this year. 3rd place at Bathurst in the first race of the weekend. And a handful of top 10s at the previous round in Sydney back in May under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. But he's here to play and he wants a victory in that second Chevy Camaro. Big punch of flame from Gomersall's car, who runs in 3rd. Hayden Hume, solid job for him, reigned in 4th position. Then it's the 2 Thomases. Hodson reigned in 7th, back to Webster, Buckley and Everett. Good news, J-Mac, the 81's back out on the track.
Hayden Jackson with a fresh gearbox, but unfortunately looks like problems with the linkages. Brand new linkages in this setup. Really unfortunate to see him have to come into the pits. A little bit of percussive maintenance and he's back out.
So this is Days of Thunder. Just get the high gear. Get him out there.
Jam it in 3rd and hope for the best. Let's go. Send him back out. Hayden Jackson just can't shake that bad luck this season. And we know how competitive he can be, normally running in the top 10 as we check out our leaderboard at the moment. We have a look at the two Cheenies. Graham, Dad's still leading over son Tyler. Far back in 18th position, so he's managed to just make himself up a couple there at the moment, and he's right in the pack. Brad Gardner, well, he's behind Tyler Cheney, and that just doesn't seem to have the pace that we're normally seeing. Alice Buckley did not have a great start. Went back to 9th position from 4th. We'll have to try and work her way back through the field, and she did it last time as well, where the start wasn't fantastic. Probably getting, I suppose, a bit of a feel for these rolling starts and where they're going to go. A little bit of sun in your eyes as well. So you really need the crew chief, I think, to let you know when that lead driver goes, because the vision in a TO2 muscle car isn't anything she would have experienced before. Is that you don't have a lot of vision.
No, and you raise a good point. The fact she hasn't done the rolling starts before. The 86s have been standing starts, but that's something she'll work at. Her car pace is amazing, particularly during practice yesterday, albeit given new tyres to run with. She backed it up in qualifying today to put the car on the front row, so no disputing the talent of that bow tie Chevrolet driver. It was announced that's going to be the door open down at turn 5, and off the track Des Collier again in that 63 Mustang. See, Cruz is back onto the racetrack but has dropped down to 21st position. Meantime, here's Buckley on the outside of the Auto Fix Mustang. She'll need to be careful here. The door doesn't stay open too long because Lachlan Evanet's there, ready for a slice of the action too in the Cam Quarries entry. The number 8 Ford Mustang, his first start in TA2 muscle cars, but certainly not his first time in a TA car.
And he was on the track just 20 minutes ago in Formula 4 too. Doing
He's got some miles today too.
Yeah, and he was fighting for the lead there too, so he's very familiar with what the track conditions are like at the moment as Buckley moves around a bit under brakes. Did very well to close off Evanet, I thought, as they came out of that final turn onto the main straight. And it looks like she might have got a position back too. She'll start working her way back through the field and already opening up a gap on Webster too as they head down into turn number 3. Webb's having to be very defensive, and I don't know if he's going to hold out Lachlan Evanet. He just pinches a brake there. You can see the tyre smoke. It's a little puff of smoke come out. And the Cheenies are right behind. Team Cheney, can they move into the top 10? Looking for any opportunity they can.
So Graham's got ahead of Tyler, so it's bragging rights now be one apiece if it stays this way going into the weekend. Evanet locks the brake, and that's the door open enough for Webster and the Mustang. Meantime, on the Hi-Tec Oils replay, looking down towards turn 3. It's Crutcher on the right-hand side in that 4, and that's what happened to Collier on the previous lap. And you know what? He was very lucky. He let the car freestyle across the gravel down there rather than trying to brake or hit the gas pedal. Got himself out of harm's way and back into 22nd position. Hayden Jackson's also got himself back in the race and will try and get some points now. It's a Danny Reedy team look on with their man. It's actually the anniversary of Reedy joining the series. This is where he made his debut in the category 12 months ago, and loving his time. Feels like there's less maintenance to do than what there is in a sprint car. We don't need to go to the late night car washes and wash everything down at the end of it. Drag his old mate Robbie Farrow along for the ride in season 2025. You're in car with Gardner, 13th position now, and Cheney squared ahead of him as he looks through the windscreen. Those brake lights getting brighter as the afternoon starts to get longer and we move into the early evening. Past Evanet, who's been hung out to dry in the Cam Quarries entry, the Ford Mustang. But if he stays there, he has a better opportunity for the first of 2 left-handers. Gardner with nowhere to go, and there is Evanet. They'll go side by side, and this is getting spicy.
Yeah, potentially there just might be a tyre pressure where they've chosen to put in that car. As the laps come up, we know this new Goodyear tyre likes to find a little bit more grip, takes a little bit more time to activate it. So tyre pressure is very important for our drivers to where they're going to try and take an advantage in this part of the race. What tyres they're going to put on, whether they're going to run a green set or try and use some corroded sets. Obviously, like you say, a six tyre bank, and that's all you've got to work from for the weekend. If you do take a new tyre on outer side of that, they actually have to go rear of field. They cop some penalties for that, which we saw last round. And is that Simpson in the background? That's unfortunate.
And will drive out of that though. He's trying his best. He's looking for that dirt patch at the back, which is flattened down so you can drive away. It looks like he will, but that's going to put him a long way down the field around Connor Roberts and Mark Crutcher. In fact, he's still trying to scoop through, and look at the grass clippings inside the front air dam. He's back on the track in that SP Tools car, who's in 20th position. As Gardner with Evanet, who got back past him. The 21-year-old from Panola, who finished second in last year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. And the Gardner family from South Australia that have been around motorsport for a long time. Whether it's Greg Gardner in off-road racing or Dave Gardner in speedway and super sedans. He is certainly a talent to keep an eye on and is persisting with the craft. that is TA2 muscle cars. 7-time winner in last year's series, but looking for that first victory of the season. Right now, he just needs to get past the two genies.
And Brock Payne now applying a little bit of pressure to Gardner as well, and I'm sure Vidal will be just trying to get his composure as he talks to him in his helmet. Just says, mate, just stick there. They've had a bit of a bad run there with that tail shaft and not normally seeing them outside the top 10 from Brad Gardner. Hughesy still got this lead over Tom Davies at the moment. It's 0.4 of a second. It seems to have settled down. Gomersall, although he didn't get the start he wanted, that car's just got a little bit more comfortable now, and these top three have scooted away with nearly a 6-second lead, going back to Josh Thomas and the TFH Hire entry. Just don't know if anyone can take it to Hughesy at the moment. I'd like to know what their tyre strategy is for the weekend as we try and unpack that tomorrow, because they've got another qualifying session to get underway, and it's whether they've gone out and just kept a couple of laps on some of those tyres, or whether they've decided to go, let's just take a bit of a risk on this on the second race of the day and put some very eroded tyres on to try and get through it.
We're about half a second away from what we were doing during the earlier race today, so maybe that's what's telling us the story about that. Again, down at turn 3, Australia's busiest cameraman today, capturing the cars skating off, and that's Evanet. Oh, and Evanet's bowled himself off the track into 19th position. He was on the edge of the top 10, and now, how many cars have got out of trouble here today? Robbie Farr sitting going, why didn't that happen to me earlier today?
Well, it's hard. It's like a big shovel at the front of the car too, and I think under brakes, the nose comes down and really bogs that car in. So if you hit it sideways or really get the front of the car in the gravel, it's going to pull you up very, very quickly. As we have a look at Davies on the outside, Hughes covers him off on the inside. Smart move there, but you know, if you can get the run out of here down into 3, we could have a challenge on our hands. And he covers Davies off. He goes wide though, Hughes, and he's out. Look at Gomersall in the background as he joins the party now.
Yeah, so Davies has made his intentions clear. He knows time is running out, and Gomersall loves what he's seen here. 2 guys scrapping, and he's waiting to pick up the pieces in 3rd position, as they've motored away now some 6 seconds from Thomas and Hume. The race is on here in the second one of TA2 muscle cars, with another qualifying session and 2 races to come tomorrow. Gomersall now engages the target ahead. The 2 Chevy Camaros leading a Ford Mustang. Another lap in the books. We start lap 10.
It might be all right for Jared here at the moment, because you have a look at this. If Gomersall can really apply the pressure to Davies and he has to start being a little bit defensive, this might give Hughes just the opportunity to open up a little bit of a gap. Potentially, Gomersall's really got in the groove now. The car was moving around a lot at the start of this race, but now the tyre temps are up. It seems to be a lot more stabilised. Is that evident being pushed back out? They would have cleaned all the dirt out of the front of that car. That would have been full of gravel, probably carrying an extra 30 or 40 kilos. It scooped it up, that's for sure. Gomersall, he slides over the exit of the ripple strip and trying to push the limits of that car. Davies just looks like he might have broken free just a little bit as that sun's setting, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays into some of the visors of our drivers as they come down the main straight.
And dead still conditions. Look at that little mini lake on the inside there. There's not a breath of air here at Queensland Raceway this afternoon. 10 minutes of racing remain. Hughes, Davies and Gomersall. Davies, who's full-time for GRM in the Trico Trans Am Series in 2025. While Gomersall is in his first season. Remember, he's driving for Triple Eight in the Super 2 Series. A podium on debut at Sydney Motorsport Park earlier this year. His dad, Jason, was quite good in the Super 3 days, so when it was V8 touring cars in the late 20-teens and in the Touring Car Master Series as well. But now focusing fully on seeing young son Ben climb the ladder in Australian motorsport. He's in 3rd and staying in touch. He needs to stay in touch because Hughes' series lead is big. If he has a bad run this weekend, it's going to make it very hard to take the championship down to the final race at Winton later in the year.
Oh, we keep our eyes on these top 3 cars. Just notice Alice Buckley moved her way up into 7th position for a moment. Looks like Hodgson may have got that back as well, so there's still plenty happening further down in the field. Just having a look, Josh Thomas in 4th position, just holding on to that. He's still 6 seconds away, so he's maintaining the pace with these top 3, but he's not being able to catch them despite this little turn of events they're having where they're really starting to be a little bit defensive. You see a little bit of a break lock from Davies, and Gomersall will take full advantage of that. Coming onto the main straight, he's up on the inside ripple strip. doesn't give him the run he wants though. Tom Davies, it's just a slight mistake there, but there's not enough for Gomersall to try and put that car down the inside, and the Mustang will have to get back into third position and look for another opportunity as the time starts ticking down. Brad Gardner, patience is running out though. He's right on the back of Graham Cheney now. It's like Tyler Cheney has got past Dad and is starting to drive away, and Gardner wants to go with him.
4-speed gearbox in these cars, and he was working every single one of them down the Dick Johnson straight. Brad Gardner. It's Cheney ahead in car 51, Graham Cheney. So Gardner trying to get himself up and get a top 10 result after falling down the order earlier today in the Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro. He's got Payne further down the road. Colby Cowan back in 14th position. Connor Roberts behind. Mark Crusher has come up into 16th position from 22nd on the grid. Turn 3, patience with the throttle. These tyres start to cry for mercy late in the race. Feeds it another gear. He's in third. Grabs fourth momentarily. Back to third, back to second. Into the first of two left-handers. A pinch brake. Look at the door open wide, but Gardner can't do anything about it. Through this left-hander again, so set himself up for a run here at turn 6. Cheney moves back to the racing line. If Gardner's got big brakes, he might put it to the inside. He's there. Side by side, climbs the curb momentarily and locks horns with Cheney as they go down the Dick Johnson straight to complete another lap. Cheney holds him off. This is good racing.
Yeah, Cheney, though, it's becoming a habit, isn't it? He's pinching brakes around a couple of the corners each lap. And Gardner just looking for a moment as the car slides out, and he goes out over the ripple strip. And you're lucky that doesn't pull the car off the track sometimes, especially when you drop a wheel on the outside. And he slides it again. Payne following him as well. And Brock Payne, he's a bit further back than what we saw him in Sydney. He's trying to struggle with trying to get the car set up here for Queensland Raceway. A little bit different to those fast-flowing corners we see through a lot of Sydney Motorsport Park. Jared Hughes out to nearly 0.4 of a second. It seems like this battle pack's settled down just a fraction. Potentially, they might have run out. They might have used a little bit too much tyre or heated it up a fraction and just backing off with 4 minutes remaining in this race number 2 here for the TA2 muscle cars.
Remember, Gomersall's got that extra new tyre, so if anyone's going to make a move, it'll be him. It's Todd Hazelwood on the cans and the glasses, talking to the TFH boys as they come through to complete another lap. Diesel Thomas running in 6th position with Josh just ahead in 4th. Hayden Hume, great return to the 45 Mustang. Last time we saw him was last year in a Dodge Challenger. And for a return to the series with the depth of talent we have in 2025, Matty Cav, this is quite awesome to see for Hayden Hume. Go back to the top 3 at turn 3 and 3.5 minutes remain.
Can't take our eyes. The leaders, it could change at any moment. We're just sitting here in anticipation. As long as they can hold their cool, they just need to not make one single error. As we see a brake lock up there from Davies once again, just a slight fraction, does really well just to roll off the brake. Doesn't lock it up for a long period. We've seen a couple of those little moments at Gomersall. It's only a matter of time. He cannot continue to do that. As Gomersall sets him up, tries to get a run onto the main straight. Look how close it is now. It's under 1/10 of a second just for a moment there. He slides the unit entry out. Josh Thomas a bit further back. We just saw Hume, Thomas, Hodgson and Buckley are bunched up behind that as well. So a nice little battle going on back there. Oh, has a look. Gomersall here. A big look too.
Has to unsettle the 42 just ahead. And he's holding on desperately to get his best ever result. It's only been a short career, but third at Bathurst in that first race. It didn't get off to a great start at Winton this year. But he retired the fuel line fitting to come off in the last couple of laps of the race. It missed the rest of the weekend. And precious track time, but he bounced back at Mount Panorama. He went to Sydney where he was 4th on 2 occasions, but now runs 2nd with 1st and 2nd either side of him in the final 2 minutes of the TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo.
And Hodgson just holding out Buckley. Now we've seen them exchange positions a little bit earlier on in the race as well, so they've got a nice little battle going on for 7th position there with that Hodgson. As a brake lock up now from Gomersall. And you'd hope that's not on the new tyre.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to hurt that. He's still got racing tomorrow as well as a qualifying session as the wind starts to pick up. I think that's our last lap board just heading up there as they're holding something up. The sun is setting in the background and we're getting to the final lap of this race now. Last lap board is out. Hughes just needs to bring it home. There's only 6 corners to get around, but I tell you what, it's still going to take him just under a minute to do this final section of the racetrack.
Yeah, barring any mistakes, he's off the hook because the two behind will be focused on each other. Flames licking from the top 3 cars into turn 3. Hughes, he had Tim Brook in the car at the previous round, and didn't Brook keep the seat warm? Pole position and 4 race wins down at SMP. Hughes is back. He's that brake disc glowing down at turn number 4, and he's just a couple of corners away from another victory and further extends that lead in this year's TA2 Muscle Car Series. Powering through the last turns now. Remember, he's got to do it all again tomorrow and qualify, but that won't faze him through that last turn. And he is just beaming with confidence in 2025. Hughes powers his way to another victory in a TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo.
Fantastic work in the road active suspension. Chevrolet Camaro, and let's have a look as they come through. Thomas, Hume, Diesel, Thomas in 6th. Hodgson holds out Buckley in the end, who ends up in 8th position. And then it's down to Webster. Gardner. Here we go, Gardner on Cheney. Graham didn't let him get by, did he? Graham Cheney ends up in 11th, but Brad Gardner in 12th.
Oh, here's Roberts on Crutcher, or is it the other way around? It's Crutcher who gets him on the last lap. So a gritty drive once again from Crutch, and puts his hand out the window from 22nd up into 15th. That's going to be the hard charger of the race award for the Bumblebee number 4 Mustang. But out in front, Jared Hughes as the sun sets here at Queensland Raceway. 7/10 clear of Tom Davies, his best ever result in the series. Ahead of Gomersall, Josh Thomas, another strong result in 4th. Ahead of Hayden Hume, Diesel Thomas, Edton Hodgson, Alice Buckley to 8th, Josh Webster 9th, and Tyler Cheney. Oh, he beats the old man once again for 10th position today, with Graham home for 11th. Brad Gardner 12th, Brock Payne, Colby Cowham up into 14th. Another great drive from the 25 machine. Crutcher, Roberts, Danny Reedy in 17th. Des Collier, Robbie Barr in 19th. And Steve Wilson will complete the top 20 with Simpson, who went off the track late in the race, and Lockie Evanet. Hayden Jackson, a lap down. And all Jared Hughes can say is, somebody stop me. And can he do it tomorrow? Well, we're going to find that out, aren't we, with another qualifying session in the morning. And 2 races in the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo as we look at the highlights. Opportunistic move from that Chevy, the white Chevy, at the start of the race. Tom Davies had placed himself nicely. This was in car with Josh Thomas. He had a little poke up there at turn 2 as the field settled into this 25-minute race. A hapless day for the Dodge Challenger, was just back in the pit lane, but at least he got some points today.
Yeah, some linkage issues. They managed to get that sorted. Des Collier with another excursion in the 63 as well, who took on a lot of dirt. And we saw the panel work flapping in the back of that at the last bit of the race. Lachlan Evident had a massive moment here into turn 3, and that saw him take a venture through pit lane as well, but it looks like it went a lap down on that one. For a moment, Tom Davies, he thought he could have got it done on Jared Hughes. He really took the fight to him, didn't he? But he just couldn't hold on, and Jared Hughes doing a fantastic effort to hold Tom Davies off until I think maybe just the tyres went away, and Tom Davies really couldn't attack him with the same ferocity that we saw him through these early parts of the race.
Great shot from the drone cameras at eye level, chasing the top 3 through the 2 left-handers. But what a show it's been once again. The Hughes show rolls on to another victory. And the road active suspension Chevrolet will pick up another victory. Qualify again tomorrow morning. And I think you'd be a silly man to be bet against him at the moment with the form he's in. Great job to Tom Davies to finish in between arguably the 2 big names of 2025 as we head downstairs to what hopes to be a very happy victory lane. J-Mac.
Ben Gomersall bringing it home in 3rd place. It was a tough one. You came into that race already a tyre down in the bank, but how did that upset the car, or did it upset the car at all?
Yeah, obviously we lost the right front there, so it hurt us a bit through 4 and 5, the left-handers. Just lost the start to Tommy there. He got a good jump, and then we pretty much top 3 all pretty even on pace. So
kind of just stayed there for the rest of the race, but no, it was good fun with the boys.
We reset and we do it all again. Best of luck.
Thank you.
P2, Tom Davies, looked like you were fighting for the lead, then you were fighting for third.
Yeah, it was a bit of a challenging race. Almost had a crack at P1, just made a couple of mistakes and then dropped back a little bit, which is a bit unfortunate, but happy to finish in second, so yeah, stoked.
And how are the conditions out there at the moment, Twilight?
It's not too bad, so the track's a bit cooler, so it's a little bit quicker, but the tyres obviously start to go off towards the end of the race, so you sort of got to manage them, but yeah, we sort of held in there, so it was good.
Great job, thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Jared Hughes going 2 from 2. Tell me, the fading light conditions, did they really play a part at all?
Yeah, there was a bit of sun at turn 2, but other than that, there wasn't too much. Maybe the engines were purring a little bit more, but yeah, for us, it was a bit of a harder one that time. We actually had to have a bit of a crack. These boys behind were hammering, so there's a lot we have to go to try and have a look at tonight and try to make the Camaro a little bit better, but yeah, it was a tougher race, that one.
Another chance to potentially take home a pole winner's award. That's the plan for tomorrow?
Of course, always the plan, but we've got some tight competition now. It's going to be awesome, so tomorrow we'll have to bring our A game and send it.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
TA2 muscle cars, they never disappoint. Right down to the wire for our top 3 as they brought the muscle here to Queensland Raceway for race 2. Of course, they do it all again tomorrow with another qualifying session as well as 2 races with plenty of action to hit the Queensland Raceway for round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Join us from 1 p.m. tomorrow for all the action.
Oh, all right.
Oh!
Well, as the sun starts to set in the background here at Queensland Raceway, we're about to get underway with the Innovation race cars. We go into some nighttime racing now. Our Australian production car, 2-hour endurance, not too far away. In the meantime, let's get these fantastic, unique machines as J-Mac joins me back in the commentary box. And we are underway. Have a look at Taunton down the inside. Our race one winner, Gillison. Sparks coming out from under the car as it bottoms out. And Danny started, and Goodacre looks like maybe a little bit of... Oh, no! One of the marked cars into Goodacre, and that's some heavy contact as Lee Stibbs manages to get around after retiring from the last race with part of the exhaust loose off the engine. Stibbsy, though, he's going to have to get an excavation sponsor, I think, to try and get that. The Pitman trucks, well, they'll be towing him out if he can't get out of there, and it looks like he will in the number 6 car. No surprise, yellow lights are out, and the safety car will be on track instantly for this one, and it looks like John Goodacre getting out of the car under his own power. That is a good sign to start with. Unfortunately, the 34 car of John crossing, and I don't know how to dissect that one, J-Mac.
Yeah, it was tough. Goodacre was already spun around, and crossing, unfortunately, just was going through a sea of parted cars, had absolutely nowhere to go. I could see that crossing's moving around inside that number 34 Zenko backed entry. Let's check this replay of this race start. And Taunton got off to a belter. Gillison, check this out. He had some serious pace on the restart. It looked like they were going to go 3 wide into turn 1.
Yeah, watch Danny Studdard. Is there... So Goodacre might have just touched Studdard there. Potentially, just a fraction. Like, you're not talking heavy contact or anything like that. It's literally maybe some guards that have made contact. We'll try and dissect it a bit more. You can see the bottoming out of Gillison. And, yeah, they're just cold tyres, maybe unloaded crossing, coming into a string of cars. Like, he's behind 2 or 3 cars. He wouldn't have seen much. The onboards here from Lee Stibbs might show us a little bit more because he probably couldn't see much that was going on either. So look ahead, Gillison got through this one. So somewhere here, you can't see what's happening at this point, can't see. And then all of a sudden just dust. Like, yeah, Stibbs obviously could tell something was happening. You heard him really roll off the throttle there, didn't he? Just wanted to let the car, and he just goes, the last thing he wants to do is get the ride car hurt from Hi-Tec Oils. Danny Studdard now beached in the runoff as well in that brand new car. Safety car out on track, Innovation race cars. Great to see our safety team straight onto the scene here, and unfortunate moments there as, there's something.
That is not something that I have seen before.
John Hollinger looks like he has got a bent arm in that car, and no, this is not a slow motion of some drifting as he goes into the corner. Looks like a bit of initiation if it was in slow motion, doesn't it? But that car is crab walking all the way off, and he is trying to limp that car into pit lane. Whether they can replace... Is the arm broken completely as the tyre moves around potentially?
That looks like damage in the rear. You can see how out of shape that is. That's really tough.
He's going to struggle. He's going to try and take the shortcut there. Yep, that arm is folding back too as he gets the car straight. Very unfortunate.
Tough times, and of course a red flag as the cleanup will take some time. So victims of this one, not to say the least, we just saw John Hollinger make his way out into the pits. Danny Studdard stranded out there in the gravel trap. John Goodacre and the number 66 machine, and crossing as well in the Zenko Mark car. That is very tough. In fact, right there at the front of Crossing's machine, that's not his front end. That is the front end from John Goodacre's car. You can see just how modular they are. And while we have such great aerial shots, I have to really say the gravel traps here at Queensland Raceway, man, oh man, do they do a fantastic job.
They're really designed to pull those cars up quickly, haven't they? And it's really played well here. You're right about the modular side, and that's the thing about fixing these cars too, is if they'll be able to buy a new front clip and put those on as well. They're made here in Yatala, in Australia, so the car's designed, built here, and it's great to see the drivers. They know it's an unfortunate moment out there on the racetrack, but having a conversation about it as the red light on this track.
Unfortunate turn of events, but we will be back up and racing after a clean-up. It's all happening here at Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, Round 3, 2 Days of Thunder at Queensland Raceway.
Marcus and Tabitha Ambrose will be doing a live Q&A in the corporate centre with the local musician performing as well. A burger and a beer, just $30. Head to the sign-in registration office. Quickly grab your tickets. That's going to kick off from 6 p.m. and go through till 8. So a 2-hour experience. A good place to watch the QR300 from as well, the Australian production car. Enduro. We can't wait for that. Hope you're enjoying your day out here at Queensland Raceway for 2 days of thunder. It is, I reckon, one of the best circuit racing events on the calendar here at QR. And if you're interested in some more events here at Queensland Raceway, make sure to jump on the socials, Facebook and Instagram, Queensland Raceway, or check out the calendar on the website, qldraceways.com.au. We are here all the time with some absolutely banging events. So make sure you stay tuned. So once again, just a few tickets left for the Corporate Centre experience. $30 will get you a burger, beer, live music, a warm environment to watch the race, and of course the Q&A with Marcus and Tabitha Ambrose, who made the journey up here to QR this weekend, competing in the Formula Ford. And I'm very much looking forward to it. I've got my ticket, have you got yours? 2 days of thunder, Queensland Raceway. tonight. He's one of the pilots of the Game Over Camaro in the Australian production car 2-hour enduro. Hey Matt, you're under the lights last night. You put the thing on pole. How good's that?
Yeah, I love this place at night. Maybe a little bit of a home track advantage there. We've done a few recoveries in the night time, but the car's amazing. The guys have done a really good job at building this car. It's brand new, so we're just fine-tuning a little bit here and there, and Tony's going to go start this race, so hopefully we can move up the field and have a good race.
So, of course, you work here throughout the week. You put on some absolutely huge events, Drift Matsuri and roll racing, to name a couple, and it's been 12 months out of the car. This weekend, you're driving the boss's brand new Camaro with the boss. No pressure, mate.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty cool opportunity, of course. So, just looking forward. We're trying to shake off the rust and remember how to drive around here. So, yeah.
Yeah, good. I remember you said to me last week, I'm going to have to remember how to drive again. And then I looked online last night and you've got yourself a pole position. So you're obviously still quick around here in a car that you haven't driven before. Are you looking forward to the race coming up very shortly?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. 2 hours, a lot can happen. So I'm just looking forward to getting under the lights here and seeing all the brakes glow and everything like that. It's such a cool track here with the lighting situation. So yeah, really keen to get started.
Now, good mate. Wish you all the luck, and hopefully you can have a successful result coming up in the 2-hour enduro very, very shortly. So Matt McCutcheon paired up with the boss, Tony Quinn, on board the Game Over Camaro. Hello, Kate. Kate's our lovely admin manager here. Does a fabulous job with her team, looking after all the paperwork. Without them, we'd be absolutely lost. So a shout out to all the QR staff this weekend. It's a marvellous job that you do, as well as all the TV production crews who provide absolutely awesome coverage. All our spectators, drivers, teams, everyone here. Without you, we don't have 2 days of thunder. You guys make it as successful as it is, and we love this event on the calendar every single year. So Zach, we're going to get going again very shortly. And strap yourselves in for the 2-hour enduro, the QR300, coming up very shortly. Final call now for your corporate centre tickets with the meet and greet and Q&A with the Marcus and Tabitha Ambrose. That's coming up in 25 minutes time, so final opportunity to grab your tickets. I'm blowing this thing up, I'm so sorry, I don't know what's happening. Hey, relocate for you. Sorry about your eardrums there, folks, not sure what's happening with the PA system. But yes, as I was saying, final call for your corporate centre tickets, live Q&A, meet and greet, a burger and a beer, and some live music as well, just $30. Head into the sign-in registration office now, grab your tickets, 25 minutes, that'll get underway. This is 2 Days of Thunder, part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series right here at Queensland Raceway. Hope you've had a fantastic day and enjoy all the action coming up tonight.
Time to get the 2 hours of racing underway for the Australian production cars here tonight under lights at Queensland Raceway, part of round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And as we notice them here in the bright lights, we'll try and dissect as these cars get around. Couple of cars there. J-Mac join us in the commentary box. Nolts is going to be with us in just a second. Vicini's out there, and it looks like they've gone for the option there to get Carly in the car to start things off. Now, they were chasing a gearbox gremlin that keeps coming out there. They're trying to reset it with the computer. They've had a couple of hours to try and rectify that, and hopefully they will get that underway. It's already up into 12th position. What a fantastic start.
To see the Vicini crew having a whip out the code reader and clear those transmission codes. Fingers crossed they don't have to duck into pit lane any more than necessary here. Now, lay it out straight for me. What's the plan with pit stops?
Well, the window opens up after about half an hour there, so they can get into there. So they'll have a pit stop window there once we get half an hour into this 2 hour race, and it's got to be done before the final half an hour, which we're going to kick you out of here during that hour-long period to make sure you go down. Now, I don't want anything less than how many litres go in. You don't need to go into millilitres, just litres for us. Where the drivers are at, how they're feeling, and hopefully you'll find out from some of our drivers that are out there at the moment what the cars are feeling like. Because 2 hours is going to be a lot of changing conditions, and when we went out in this short break, the sun was up, and in that very short 20 minutes, the sun is gone.
And the chill factor has gone through the roof, or rather through the floor. It's very cold out there. It's going to take a few laps for these tyres to come up and get into that Goldilocks zone where they're not too cold, not too hot, but you can guarantee that there's going to be action aplenty. Tony Quinn out there on track, currently running third outright in the A2.
Yeah, it didn't look like he got as much wheel spin on the start of this one like he did in the first race. So he's elected to be the first driver. Matt McCutcheon will come out. He put it on pole, actually, for the first race. So he's very quick. So the question will be is how long does Tony want to stay in that car? Is he enjoying doing laps out there? Does he want to get the young gun in there and see if he can try and make up a little bit of time? And that could play out depending on the strategy on what happens with White, who's leading us, and Kearns, who's in second. Now, Kearns took a few laps to get those tyres up to temperature in the half an hour race, probably 15 minutes before we really saw the pace come on from that car. And we'll wait and see what happens this time.
Mark Griffith currently running in 4th place in the Mercedes. Now, Griffith sharing that car with Tom Heyman. I'll tell you what, hasn't Tom done some laps around this place in a variety of different cars? We saw him in GT4 here not too long ago. We've seen him pedal a TA2 car, and now adding the production car to the list.
He was pretty handy behind the wheel of a TA2 car as well. The old quick time Tommy, we saw him at the Bend last year in our 2-driver event. He went out there on his own and it was very hard to stop. So I reckon as he comes to terms with the production car, we will see him get quicker and quicker and quicker. So especially if he's going to be coming on a little bit later.
Battle of the hatchbacks here. Looks like the Mazda 3 MPS and 2 Mercedes going at it. That'll be Camilleri, Griffith and Gunther for 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. One thing you don't quite realise until the sun dips below the horizon and the lighting towers come on, it's just how much dust gets thrown up over the course of a lap here at Queensland Raceway.
I've had a couple of cars on before them, haven't they, thrown around the TA2 cars. Look at the glow of the brake rotors now as they get into turn number 4. They're starting to push on those. Camilleri, Griffith and Gunter will need to watch out. Vicini is moving through the field, already up to 7th position in that Class B1 car and currently leading that class as well. White, Kearns and Quinn all in A2 class cars at the front of the field. Camilleri in C class leading us out in the Mazda MPS, and it's Griffith and Gunter, the A1 fight that's happening in the Australian production cars. And have a look at Vicini now with a run down the straight here as Matt Nolte gets in the commentary box, because we know you've got a little bit of time to explain exactly what's going on. You're the man with all the information when it comes to how this unfolds. Now, what I was reading about is not only can they fill this up with their normal fill rig, they can also do it with jerrycans, or they can use the old jig.
Absolutely. 3 choices, in fact. I've just done my mandatory compulsory pit stop for today's race, so we're good to go for the next 1 hour and 55 minutes. 3-minute compulsory stop. That's come down from last year where it was 5 minutes. So regardless of whether you get fuel and tyres done, should you want to do tyres perhaps, you've got to sit there for 3 minutes. So that means if you're running in a class, you need to get a margin out on your nearest competitor and hope we don't get a safety car, period. What's concerning me so far already is how many red brake discs we have out there, and we're really only on the 4th lap of this race.
Yeah, a lot of braking systems being pushed to their maximums at a time of the race where, geez, there it is. Mark Griffith and that AMG just glowing hot. It makes for great viewing, Matt Kavanagh.
Yeah, it really does. Nighttime racing, really a big fan of it. I know Noltz is yourself. We really love the cars under lights. Oh, look at the sparks. There's something going on over there. Is that a tyre down? We're
Gone.
Tyre is gone. And it might get stuck here unless we can keep the momentum going.
If it's going to be a tyre let go, it's the best spot for it to happen. That's on pit entry for Griffo, and he brings the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes-Benz in, but not good timing. It's outside the window, so he still has to do a compulsory stop inside there. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. It just started tearing itself to pieces midway down that straight. So whether he's run over some debris.
Well, think back to TA2 where we saw that tyre go down with a rock stuck in it from Ben Gomasol, so potentially similar sort of issue. Mind you, we did see this in the IRC cars in last round of racing with the directional tyre not on the right way, and that lets go at high speed as well.
Yeah, that's not a good start, though, for Griffo. He's teamed up, as you guys said, with Tommy Heyman, but they won't be able to swap out here. They'll be able to change the tyre, but they'll still have to come in at the 20-minute mark of this race today. As in he comes, at a little small brake fire there for Mercedes-Benz. Like I said, if that was going to happen, better be at turn 6 than turn 1. It'd be a very long lap for the Griffith Heyman Mercedes-Benz. It was actually fighting strong there in the early stages.
Yeah, good to see they got the gloves on for this one. That's a bit of rubber there, but the brake duct in the background now, that could be getting damaged as well.
Yeah, you can see it.
And you can see that's on fire now, so whether they're just going to choose to put that tyre on, I think they're not going to worry about it. Just get it on and get it out there, and hopefully, but it's burning away in the background, and what's above that, whether it's wiring loom and things like that. We see those computer issues start to come in when you see wiring get a little bit warm and things like that.
That's odd. I thought it would have chucked a bit of fire extinguisher foam on that just to put it out, because you're right, if that starts getting going there, it's going to get into looms, and you want as much fresh air to get into those brake ducts, even on conditions like this where, as you mentioned, J-Mac, it's gone through the floor temperature-wise out there now. It'll continue to get colder. It'll be well and truly in the single digits. I tell you, they don't mind getting down to business very quickly in production cars. You know, look at that clock, 1 hour and 52 minutes, but it's about track position and class position here with that mandatory 3-minute pit stop time. As Griffo rejoins the track, he's gone a lap down in the A1 class.
Yeah, question will be that fire. Will it go out when he gets going, or are we going to have to see the stewards intervene with that one?
Well,
yeah, that's, you know, we'll keep an eye on that, because we're going to have to really watch what's going on there.
I'm surprised they did let it go. Meantime, down at turn 3, the 87 mate almost gets the 2 for 1. In fact, I think he will, and does. So position change there for Robert O'Connor, one of our Class D cars. And just ahead, the legendary Captain Rob Jarvis. These guys, in fact, leading the production car series. Rob used to run in the V8 Utes back in the day and running with young son Alan, and they won the round at Sydney under lights and looking to cement that lead. That's them in the car 70s. They make their way through the left-hand turn. So early stages, White leads by just 0.4 of a second from Kearns, who won the earlier race today. Tony Quinn sets his fastest lap of the race, but very early stages. Behind is Carlo Boccini, who started the 999 BMW, who had 2 stops during that sprint race earlier today. Back to Jake Camilleri, who's doing solo duties for the next 2 hours, and that's not surprising for Camilleri aboard the Caboolture Mazda 3. And he leads that C-class. Gunther runs behind him in 6th, the leader in A1 class. Back to Holt, O'Connor, Jarvis and Murphy. And checking with Rohit Saini as we go to pit lane. Here's Mel Price.
So Martin here from Griffo's team, not a great start. That was properly on fire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just where he blew a tyre, and it was the excess rubber that was up under the suspension. So yeah, we'll sort itself out on the track and blow itself out.
So no wires or anything else up there that you look too worried about getting damaged by the fire?
No, had a good look and everything was clear and that. So it was just, little bits of rubber that was sitting up on top of the strut there, and yeah, she'll be all right.
Well, he'll win the fireworks competition, won't he?
He's got to win something. He's good.
Thank you.
I like that. She'll be right.
Yeah, one way to keep on.
The AMG A45 looking a little bit worse for wear on that front right corner as we come back to live shots. Tony Quinn getting through on number 25 of Kearns.
We believe the 119 of Shinkfield has got no drive. Maybe a tail shaft has gone, and that's why that car is in pit lane, one of the B2 class cars, right on command. Here he is, sharing the car with Chris Holt here tonight. The beauty of this is you can get it back into the garage, and well done to Tony Quinn and the amazing team here at Queensland Raceway to have these beautiful garages set up in the last couple of years. You can get to work on this, at least get out and get a result tonight.
I mean, 2 hours is a long time. Anything can happen. It's amazing. We're already down into the 1 minute 20s from Tony Quinn. Best lap of race 1 was a 1 minute 19.10 from race winner Lindsay Kearns in the CMA Ford Mustang. We're already hitting those sorts of numbers up high in the order.
And remember, full tanks of fuel as well. So that'll come down and be, the turbo cars will be loving the conditions when they start to cool off further now. But lap times, you want to run to a number. You don't want to overdo it in this situation because many a race has been lost in that last lap. Don't kid yourself. You can get to complacent in these categories. Those red brake discs, though, quite scary as we go back to second place car. Tony Quinn behind the wheel of the game over Chevy Camaro through the darkness and back into the light. Matt McCutcheon will jump into this car later on tonight. In fact, we're not too far away from that window. In fact, just under 8 minutes before they make their way in. We'll have to come in as soon as the window opens, but it's when you do that will be key. You don't want to get snookered by the safety car. Tammy's in pit lane.
Yes, I'm down here in pit lane, and you were right. I can confirm that car 119 has come in with a busted tail shaft. The mechanics are on the ground at the moment seeing what they can do.
Sorry, Tammy, we had a big moment here for Tony Quinn, and I think that's a significant engine let go from the Chevy Camaro. We'll come back to Tammy in a moment. Thanks for that, but we've had a lose down here for the second place car in the Chevy Camaro. That was not tyre smoke.
And the oil, already the brakes are hot, the exhaust is hot, the oil that would come out of that, that's definitely white smoke, you would assume. As we have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay, the game over, Camaro, Tony Quinn behind the wheel, heading down to turn number 3, moving as well, if you're getting up to 200 kilometres an hour. Oh, yes. Oh, that is a lot of, and look at the car moving around.
At top speed as well.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking well over 200 Ks there for Tony Quinn, and then spun on his own oil at the end from second position and in the gravel. It's game over for the Chevy Camaros. The safety car is called here with 12 minutes in the books.
So the impact of something like this, unfortunate end for Tony Quinn there, but the field massively bunched up and we basically get it all started again.
Now, has he dropped oil from that straight all the way down? And if he has, that's going to be a lengthy clean-up.
Yeah, it could be a few laps behind safety car, and we're not in that window yet to take advantage of it. So that's the other thing. We're not going to see the drivers come in, do those early driver changes or take advantage of that strategy or anything like that. Good news is we're not seeing any orange under that car. So let's head down to pit lane for some more information from Mel.
So we're very disappointed, and rightly so, looking Matt McCutcheon. Not a good end to the race so early on as well.
Yeah, no, a bit of a bummer. Obviously, it went up in a cloud of smoke there. So, yeah, not too happy. We'll just have to get the car back and have a look at it. It's a bit of a bummer, but at least it looks cool under lights here at Queensland Raceway.
And I saw the team on the radio. Any news from Tony about exactly what happened?
Not yet. He hasn't said a lot. Obviously, he's probably not too happy. He's probably trying to work out what happened there too. We just saw the big cloud of smoke. So once the car comes back in, we'll have a proper look and see what's happened.
Well, hopefully we get to see you back on track, and at least you'll be warm for the rest of the night in your racing suit.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can hear the disappointment in his voice. And there's the body language. Shoulders slumped as he walks away, shake of the head for poor Matty McCutcheon, who's driving for Eggleston Motorsport in the Super 2 Series this year and not going to get a lap here tonight, it appears, in the Australian Production Car Series. A 300k, 2-hour race under lights. Now, first safety car period of the evening, gents.
Yeah, Tony was doing really well too. You saw the times he was running. They were starting. Whitey actually pulled the fastest lap of the race so far, just over Tony Quinn. So trying to respond, I think, to that gap closing down a little bit from the Camaro. So just starting to apply a bit of pressure. And unfortunately, the game over sign lives up to its name. It wasn't a great Bathurst 6-hour either. So they're still sorting that car out.
I mean, remember they had the Mustang a couple of years ago, and that had a fairly lengthy hit up at, I think the chase that happened there a couple of years back with Grant Denyer behind the wheel and the move to the Camaro. It's like, J-Mac will get this as well as you. Green race cars, remember we used to always go, oh, don't do that. Number 13, don't do that. It's game over, not maybe going to come on the car. Or do it in reverse livery, maybe.
Yeah.
You got to feel for him. I mean, he put so much effort into go in motor racing. He's put this place into really the top 5 tracks in the country now. It's a pleasure to come here now to Queensland Raceway with the upgrades he's done. But very disappointed that it hasn't happened at his local track in front of a crowd here tonight. And I say, there is a reasonable crowd watching here tonight, incidentally.
And what he puts into the 2 days of Thunder as well. I mean, we've got the music going, we have the DJ going early, we've got the drift cars out the back, there's kids stuff everywhere. It's really something you can bring the family down to and enjoy a day down here. Of course, we've got one more day as well, the Super Series. So if you're in the area in Queensland, why not come out tomorrow? Because he's really turned it on at Queensland Raceway, and all the staff here doing a fantastic job to create that atmosphere that, you know, you want to take the family to it and you just want to enjoy it with your mates as well. So, yeah, hats off to Tony. Unfortunately, the game over Camaro looks like that will not be rejoining us for the race. But, yeah, he can take another one. Look, now he's
helping with his own recovery.
And it never rests. Also, a good place for you. Your anniversary, and well done. First year since you've been in the broadcast.
Yes, returning to the scene of the crime. It's fantastic. I'm glad that I got the invite back. Queensland Raceway has a very special place in my heart. Of course, originally from Queensland myself, so
that's right.
This is, a little bit of home.
Homecoming. Oh, boy, safety cars out. That'll bunch up this field at a really awkward time before the pit stop window opens, with the classes trying to extend their gaps as much as they can before pitting. And I dare say now they'll go deep into it when we go back, because this could be a lengthy clean-up process as TQ helps with the recovery crew. We'll go to pit lane. Here's Mel.
Here with the paddle pop line, a.k.a. Jesse Dixon, currently leading Class D. Yeah. You did give me a sneak preview of the plan earlier on. Do you want to share it with everyone?
Yeah, Rob's doing a fantastic job out there, starting off the race. We qualified 7th yesterday, which is awesome. And we're going to try and take advantage of an early safety car when the pit window opens. So if a pit window opens and there's a safety car, we're straight in for a driver change to make it as efficient as possible and get back out there.
Well, so far so good. You look like you're pretty keen to get in there and get on with it.
It's been a big day. I haven't touched the car since 9 o'clock when I arrived, so 6:30 is a late start to the shift, but it's going to be a fun way to wrap up the night.
Yeah, well, it's looking good, so we hope you have a good run. Enjoy.
Awesome. Thanks, Mel. Cheers.
Jesse Dixon runs his own racing academy business these days and was climbing the ladder many years ago through V8 Utes and into Super 2. But it's a handy co-driver, handy driver regardless to have in Aussie motorsport. Good to see him back at the racetrack. And that's a pretty ominous sign.
That answers our question, doesn't it? When the kitty litter comes out and they're going to spread that down there and try and clean that up, that could be a lengthy safety car we're going to have here for the Russian car racing. That'll chew up a bit of time, which means they're going to save a bit of fuel in the tank as well. It's going to look after the tyres a little bit better too. So that could play out over the time. So how are the fuel rigs down there? Are they going to know what they're going to put in? It's going to be timed. It could be a bit of a risk where they know with an empty tank. Let's head down to pit lane though with Tammy.
Rick Shinkfield, you're out of the car and it's all hands on deck for the broken tail shaft. What's the plan?
Well, we'll try and put the spare one in that we've still got left over from Bathurst, which is not crash hot, but we'll give it a bash and put that in and see how we go. The boys are working pretty hard at the moment, so I'm not sure whether we'll make it out or not, but we'll do our best, and if we don't make it out tonight, we'll be back tomorrow for another bash at it.
And have a sure hard red hot crack.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing for everybody. Co-driver, it's all right, he didn't get a drive today, so hopefully the boys can sort of turn it around for us and get it back, and we can have another go. So fingers crossed.
Good luck. Thanks, Rick.
Cheers.
Good presence of mind from the team to give the car a wipe down while it's in there in its 100,000k service at the same time.
They got nothing but time.
Exactly.
Quickly, write a date on that oil filter.
And I'm loving the Aussie slang in the pits tonight. She'll be right, then we'll
give it a bash.
Yeah, write these ones down, I think. We'll give our best three later tonight.
It is the Australian production car.
It is.
Yeah, right?
Or is it now the Aussie production car?
Aussie, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to slang it up a bit.
Yeah. The down under production cars, maybe.
You're an ideas man. You're an ideas man. As the game over Chevy Camaro's been towed back into the pits. Mel?
Smiles all round. Paul Puccini. Carly's out there. I see you hanging over the fence, cheering her on as she went past. P3 at the moment and leading class.
Yeah, it's awesome. We've had a terrible weekend. So, see you going out there really well. Sorry. It's really good.
Well, we saw you in and out of the pits in the last race, and it looks like you've hopefully solved all of those problems and having a good one.
Well, fingers crossed. We've done a few things to try and get it to work, so fingers crossed it's working. Carly's done an amazing job to get where she is. So if the car just keeps cool in the gearbox, we'll be fine and we can get to the end.
Any secret insights into when you're planning your pit stop?
Probably give Carly an hour. I'll do an hour. That way we share it fairly. But just depends, you know. She might say, I want to stay in the car, and she's welcome to stay in the car. It's her car, so she can tell me what to do.
What a very understanding co-driver. I hope you have a fantastic race.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Look at White. He's trying to race them now behind the safety car, just trying to open up a gap. And we're just going to confirm some details here because we are getting closer and closer to this pit window when it comes to the production cars as well. And we'll wait to see whether they're allowed to come in at a safety car. Lingy will be happy to get some more laps into. He's not putting the car under stress.
Definitely not. Those with keen ears out there would have heard the horn go off, and it's not half time. I believe that will sign the pit lane is now open. They can do this under yellows should they wish. It's shown on our screens. The CPS window is now open. We are at the 20-minute mark under yellows. I'll chase that for 100% confirmation. But if the horn's gone off, that'll be an indication to the teams that pit lane is open here at Queensland Raceway. Confirmed, it is open, so that's good to see. With 1 hour and 39 minutes remaining, it's White from Kearns, Carla Bacini behind the wheel of car 999. Jake Camilleri is next with Gunther. Hold back in 6th spot, back to O'Connor. Jarvis, as Rob Jarvis behind the wheel of car 70, back to David Murphy and Troy Williams, who's opening the innings for the 14 car, that will hand over to David Ling during the night.
Well, the question is, what is the fuel going to do in terms of longevity? So if they come in now and the race gets back underway very shortly, will they still have to come and do another stint in the pit lane to get some more fuel in? I think so, yeah. So there might not be an advantage to the early safety car at this point because they haven't used a lot of tyre either.
No, and you'd want to go as far as you can into it so you don't have to do a second stop in there. If this goes on, this could be a lengthy safety car period. That clean up on the... Watch them shut me up now. Probably might be 2 minutes. But it looks like it's going to be a fairly long one out there at the moment. You'd run deep. If you've down the pack, though, and a bit behind the pace, then why not?
Look, I'll let them show you up on that one.
Please.
Yeah, please. Let's get this race back underway.
You can tell I've never worked in strategy before.
I'm sure there's a job out there for you in the field. Just how successful you may be.
That's how I ended up in commentary.
Kicked off the team.
Kicked off the team, yeah.
How rough has it been this weekend for Rolfo and the crew? Really being basically put under by a mystery bug. Did we work out what happened with them?
Yeah, most of the team have gone down. In fact, Oscar Butt's dad is going to be the refueler on that car tonight. Both he and Annabelle Rolfo are going to share the car there, but they're all concerned. Like, their crew went down so quickly yesterday. We hope it's nothing pops up during the race here. To roll in with a volunteer crew to come. And Carlos Rolfo, of course, ran super touring cars back in the day in the late 90s. I love these father-daughter combinations that are in this here tonight. It's good to see. We've seen father-son combos for many years, but a lot of father-daughters getting together now going car racing. That's good to see. So they're going in already with minimal to no crew to do their pit stops during this race.
Really just a case of cross your fingers and hope that what you throw at the wall sticks.
But you'd never think about that, do you? It's hard enough getting a crew to go racing.
Yeah.
And they give up their time. I don't think there's too many in this pit lane that are getting paid a full-time wage to come and do this. But you don't allow for sickness or an emergency to go home. So Oscar's dad left Coffs Harbour at 3 a.m. to get up here, to be here for this weekend. So that is dedication to be part of here. Mel?
Rohit Saini, one of the drivers that obviously isn't planning to do an early pit stop as soon as we start, because you're standing there with your suit off looking pretty relaxed right now.
We had a mishap in the race 1 and the endurance race. This second race is all about bringing the car home, and we've got a strategy going on, and hopefully the strategy works. And what we plan for these early safety cars is part of our plan.
Well, good luck. We're about to go, so good luck.
Always, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well, we'll be interested down this back straight because there's still a little bit of dust coming off, but it looks like the safety car is about to exit stage left and the race is back underway. We've got 1 hour and 35 minutes to go.
So there's my first clanger of the race. Lengthy means 1 lap. Write that down. Back to racing we go in the Australian Production Car Series, the 300-kilometre endurance race tonight at QR, the first of 2 stops in the 2025 series. And the pit window is open. So far, pit lane is quiet. So you get back into the groove. Now they'll be trying to stay away from that clean-up material on the back straight. It'll look a bit dusty there for a few laps. And straight away, White and Kearns pick up where they left off. Track position will be key. Remember, these 2 cars are both in the A2 class.
Yeah, a couple of Mustangs going at it as well. So we saw Kern, I was saying it early in the first race, took a few laps, seems like the tyre pressures they ran. Whether they're doing that again, we'll have to wait and find out. But they're the most recent in the car as well. They're the ones that have been holding on for the first driver stint. Didn't see the co-drivers come to this, which we have seen with some of the others. It's a long day, like they say, especially if you're a co-driver. You've sat around all day and you've had to wait till 5:30, 6 o'clock to get in the car.
Had a quick moment there looking on the back of the number 51 of Holt. Looked like it was dragging a bit of body work.
Now, was that the car that had the body work earlier in the race today?
No, Gerardo Flynn. Was Holt the one that we had? No, I don't think it was. But it's very similar to what the issue we had before, because the splitter was hanging off the back of that car. Don't know what cable ties they had on that, but grab those. Wasn't letting go.
That was impressive, and lucky that he wasn't pulled in by the stewards in race 1, because it did look like it was only holding on for dear life there. At the moment, 0.85 per second between 1 and 2 on the road. Trent White and Lindsay Kearns lead us out here. This 2-hour enduro.
I really like when they come out of the darkness, don't they? They sort of, the lights are there as they come in towards the corners. You really get to see the cars emerge. It's almost like we're looking at a bit of an advert for them. The Mustang's obviously pretty predominant at the moment, leading the race. Pacini up into 3rd position, though. What a drive she's having from the rear of field.
Up to 3rd already.
Yeah.
Hopefully, let's keep everything crossed so they don't find any more dramas with that 999 BMW during the race. There's just enough light here. I think the future plan is they're going to light Queensland Raceway, but there's enough light out there that still gives you that endurance feel out there. Your main straight's pretty well lit up. This section here is quite bright, but there are some dark patches around there too, which is another twist of the mix of this race.
Of course, coming out into those bright patches that play havoc with the eyesight here. We actually saw Tony Quinn rocking the yellow lenses, designed to improve your depth perception and the contrast that the retina actually sees in dim light conditions.
Don't know about you guys, but I tend to wear them at night driving these days. It could be an unrelated age issue, but certainly does open up the surroundings around you. But it's going back to normal light afterwards. So we'll come back to that, because it's a nice little Class D battle going on between the 86s as they come through to complete a lap. So your basic production cars that will just go on and on. You could have the Bathurst 72-hour and they'll still be going strong at the end. Just so durable and effective, and have been for a long time. So as we talk about those interclass battles, we got 2 more further up the field in 7th and 8th outright with O'Connor and Rob Jarvis, but these 2 running back in 12th and 13th position. Battle of the ladies. Emma Casaviello and Annabelle Rolfo.
You'll love the late model cars, don't you? When the ABS kicks in, the light starts flashing, the hazards come on, you really know they're starting to push it. This one's to go a little bit wide there. Casavello might get the move done as they head down to 4. You can see the front 2 sets of headlights, they're just apart. I'm not quite sure who's going to be leading that one. No, I think we're going to see Rolfo at the start again. You can tell by the hazard lights coming on. That's one thing they haven't disconnected on that.
The ABS getting to work out in this lap. So down they come to complete another lap. Just like that, boys, we're coming up to 30 minutes into the race, albeit several minutes under Hyundai safety car period. Move around the outside here from Casaviello, who's to switch back here. Classic turn 6 at Queensland Raceway. And the 86ers continue on with this battle for 12th and 13th outright, 3rd and 4th in Class D. The Australian Production Car Series 2-hour endurance race as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Time we move a bit further up the field and down towards turn number 3 with O'Connor and Rob Jarvis. Look at the brake disc getting a workout. And goes back to my point about having sections of the track still in darkness. It really shows you how hard the brakes get a workout. We don't see that during the daytime.
A little telltale flash of a photographer's flash unit there. There's going to be some brilliant photos that come out of this.
And especially at the end. We've got a little surprise coming up at the end of tonight's racing too, which we won't give too far away. Well, the story of the race so far has to be the retirement of the game over Chevy Camaro, and Mel is down the pits with Tony Quinn.
Yeah, very disappointing end to the race. Tony Quinn, tell us about it.
Oh, the car was going good. I was feeling all right, and I think that's put a leg through the side or something. Just oil light, pressure, no brakes, or the brakes I did have only worked a little bit, spun round into the thing. So anyway, at least nobody else was involved, so we'll just live and come and fight another day.
Yeah, good to hear. Shame for yourself and obviously your co-driver, who was very disappointed as well and did a fantastic job in qualifying, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's a good driver, and we'll just get another crate engine and chuck it in and plug it up, and away we go.
Good plan. Now, it would be remiss of me not to ask about the night vision goggles.
No, I got my eyes done about 6 weeks ago, and just the glare of the lights is quite strong, but it seems to help. Everybody looks different. You look much younger.
Okay, keep them on, thank you.
So
there was a gag.
So what Tony Quinn's telling us is if we want to feel good about ourselves, we'll go out and get a transparent yellow film to put on the mirror.
Exactly.
Every time, just so we feel good about ourselves every time we get up and do our teeth.
The way he was walking off then, maybe he's heading off to do a set. DJ set upstairs, first glasses on.
Well, he might be.
I haven't heard much out there for a while, but the DJ's having a break. They've been rocking all day here. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic atmosphere here at Queensland Raceway. He wasn't wrong, though. Car was on pace, wasn't it? Going strong. Tony was in the zone. He was just reeling him in slowly, just doing his job. And, very unfortunate end for the game over Camaro.
Jarvis and O'Connor, one of the tightest battles out there, only 0.7 of a second between them. You have to look back to Rolfo and Cassiavello. Only a half a second between them. They're battling it out for positions 12 and 13.
And a lot of cars in between them, considering they are in Class D. There's a couple of A1 and A2 cars. The Derwent Class C car back in 11th position before you get back to the next. In fact, Cassiavello's just got past Rolfo on our screen, so she's gone up into 12th and 3rd outright in Class D. We're watching the battle for Class D now, down at turn number 3. Pit stop window is open and will close with 20 minutes remaining of tonight's race. 32 minutes in, and White continues to lead by 1 second. Kearns just hovering around and making sure he doesn't get too far away. Another 10 seconds back to Carla Boccini, who will, can't say hand the keys over anymore, hand the starter button over to Father Paul later tonight. And hopefully they've cured that drama. It was boost issues last night, a gearbox drama today, and then Control-Alt-Delete during that race. The sprint race this afternoon. And keep in mind, there's another race to come tomorrow as well to wrap up the series. This isn't it tonight. They've still got to go again tomorrow for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, we'll give a chance for Carly to get back in the car. Obviously, tomorrow, driver 2, who didn't do the sprint race today, will do the sprint race tomorrow. So we will see the Down Under production cars back here, or the Australian production cars. We're keeping with the Aussie slang here tonight, aren't we?
Are you going to license that? Or?
I don't know. Tony's probably heard it and already taken off with it.
That's where he was off to.
Yeah. Get that name.
Spare a thought for the brake package of Troy Williams and the number 14 machine, the Big Falcon. That's a big lump of metal to be trying to pull up into turns 1 and 3. The hardest braking points here on this track. It's doing a great job. I swear I saw telltale sparks just from the brake rotors earlier.
Yeah, big heavy car compared to the Class D cars, isn't it? You're asking a lot out of that brake package down there. It's the former ex-Medicare Jeremy Gray car that ran at Bathurst on many occasions. This is a good sign. Tammy, we're starting to see a lot of drivers getting suited up and helmets ready for their stints tonight, this 2-hour race.
Yes, we've got Jesse Dixon down here on the pit wall. I just had a quick chat to him and said, what's the plan? He said he's kitted up, ready to go at any chance. If they come in for their compulsory pit stop, he'll be ready to jump in the car.
Smart play. You don't want to be called out the driver suddenly arriving on pit lane and you're out the back having a slice of pizza. Or, has happened, drivers have been off the toilet sometimes and not knowing they're getting called out.
Well, we'll wait and find out how big the fuel tanks are going to be and how long they're going to last now, because you're not going to come in early.
I just got a one-finger salute from a mate next to you. Have you got a story I'm missing out on?
No.
No.
It's ancient history, mate.
I'll get this out of you eventually.
Ancient history.
As you were.
So it's all right. We're not recording any of this.
I want to hear it.
We're recording all of it.
Well, let's head down to pit lane, though, with Mel.
Tom Heyman, the good news to begin with is it looks like the car's okay after that pretty exciting start.
Yeah, I think obviously the tyre let go, as you can see probably in the background. Sounded like a pretty hairy moment for Mark, so car's fine right now. He's just trucking along and we'll see if we can pull the lap back.
It's not very often you stand there and see your car on fire and then go out and fight another day, is it?
Yeah, I didn't actually see the car on fire. I was just here to listen to the story, basically. So, no, car seems fine and drove off all good, so we'll see how we go.
So I just want to remind you, when you jump in this time for the pit stop, to get in the right side of the car, unlike practice yesterday.
Yeah, obviously got to remember that. It's a bit different to the cars I've been driving lately, so make sure I remember that when we do the stop for sure.
So do you know when you're getting in?
Probably around the hour mark, I'd say. We'll just see how Griffo's going out there first.
Yep, okay, good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, not letting too much away, is he, Tommy Amon? I suspect he'll come on strong at the end of this, especially if he gets his head around the production car. Everything he gets behind the wheel of, he's pretty quick in.
Well, yeah, think about a couple of years back when he jumped into a Trans Am car and won the weekend.
Yeah.
Won all 3 races out there of that event. A tall guy, a really tall guy. You don't see too many of them in motorsport these days because it really is hard to get him out of these compact cars. While he's waiting in pit lane, first and second, half a second. It's come right down now. You're watching White, the ultimate diesel tuning Ford Mustang. Brilliant shot of the first of 2 left-hand turns that is Queensland Raceway. And they're some 20 seconds away now from the B1 class leader, Carlo Baccini, who's got 4 seconds back to Camilleri in the C-Class car. Then the first of the A1 cars in Gunther, who runs in 5th spot. And Holtrain in 6th, but 35 seconds covering that top 5 now.
And that constant glow of the front brake rotors as well now. It's not going away as they head down the little straights. It is very warm inside there, and potentially just a little bit of drag maybe on some brand new pads as they head into the Enduro, because normally we see that colour go away. We're seeing it now. It's starting to go down, but it's still a glow in that rim there. Lets us know where they are on track at least, as we see a little bit of an off-track excursion in the background, potentially just a bit of dust being kicked up. And that's by Kearns, who's starting to close the gap down. It's down to half a second and closing in. Kearns might be waiting for that opportunity, whether they're going to try and do this before the driver changeover. Still a little bit of dust as they head down into turn number 3 from the clean-up. We saw the game over. Lose a, looks like a conrod and piston might have exited the chat coming out the side of that engine potentially, but that is a massive engine failure for them. Luckily, the old LS crate engine pretty easy to get hold of.
And it's really odd to see that kind of damage happen. These cars are pretty bulletproof now. The crate engines, LS3 engines that they run, it's a bit of a mystery to why that did happen.
Yeah, well, the only time we really see them get injured is when they over-rev on the downshift.
Yeah,
they're
and
trying
that was
to pull the car up. Yeah, so very strange. Sometimes you get it, I suppose. Bad luck stories there. I'm sure they'll sort that out. Tony, like you said, grab another engine, we'll throw it in, get that car running again. It won't happen for tomorrow, I don't think, unfortunately for Matt McCutcheon. That'll be the weekend out for them, as we can see on board now with Jarvis and Murphy there. Sorry, that's actually O'Connor. Is it Williams behind it? Sorry, Williams, yeah. So that's the outright 7th position that we see at the moment, and O'Connor's could be coming in with Jesse Dixon to do that changeover very, very shortly. They said if there was a safety car opportunity, I don't think the car would have made it home, even if they filled the tank all the way to the top.
Well, especially not running around full throttle like they are. Pace is still up there, a 1:20.28 for Trent White in the Ultimate Diesel Tuning Ford Mustang. On your screen, coming out of turn 3 now, hotly pursued by Lindsay Kearns.
He's not letting up, is he? And nor might he, because there's a battle for not just outright, but for class in A2. They're coming up to one of the Lady Sixes down here at the 2 left-hand turns. So air conditions outside right now, boy, you might feel a bit crisp, but still 13 degrees outside. They're expecting 8 degrees overnight, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime in the next 1 hour and 21 minutes and 10 seconds that ticks over. But certainly the conditions will change, and engineers will think about what they need to do to get these cars home. Tyre pressures will be key, like you said, Matty Cav, earlier. One little PSI adjustment can make a massive difference.
And surely that'll be something that they'll be getting the gauges onto for the pit stops, just to bleed off that excess pressure. Heavy running for extended periods of time, of course, pump temperature and pump pressure into these tyres, and of course affecting how the cars handle and respond around this awesome venue.
Yeah, only 6 corners to get around on just over 3.1 kilometres, but you got to negotiate it, don't you? And like we said, the track has its own characteristics. It's got a little bit of character to it. And more drivers unstuck already through many of our categories, little brake lock-ups and things like that, especially as this race progresses past the 1 hour mark. I definitely see if they don't get those tyre pressures right, we could see a few little hairy moments out there. They're still managing to go down their back straight, just on the inside, staying away from that clean-up, all the dust they throw down there to soak up the oil. These two currently leading overall, White and Kearns. Kearns just backed off just a fraction once again. We saw that down to about 0.3 of a second for a couple of laps, and now just sitting back for a moment and waiting for that opportunity. I'm sure the team are down in pit lane just doing the maths at the moment. We're only 1/3 way through this race with just under an hour and 20 minutes left. We're starting to get through a little bit of traffic as they come around to lap some of the cars. Have a look at this, fastest lap of the race from White, a 1:20.25. Right behind him though, Kearns, a 1:20.20. You're not going to get much closer than that. Just 1/1000th of a second difference.
But you notice they've both just turned it up in the last couple of laps. So are they thinking it's pit stop time coming soon? He's trying to shake away Kearns and using the lap traffic at the same time. But Kearns is just hanging there. In the darkness, he'll look up and go, oh, you're still there.
Yeah.
Just lurking.
Or
it's a wide line there through 3 for our race leader.
But look at the difference between the front brake disc on the two cars. Two identical Mustangs, and a difference between the leader and second place.
Yeah, it's a bit of a telltale sign whether they're having any issues with those brakes. It's strange to me that like even before when we saw Kearns going by, even though the glow was still there, it was a lot lower. Whereas now it's really bright though for White, and we're seeing cars go into the pit lane already. Gunther enters.
Here comes the Mercedes-Benz. So Mitch Randall will be ready to roll. Beautiful looking car. It's got that Mercedes F1 look about it, hasn't it? And 3 minutes, they've got time to get it right, but they've got to sit there for 3 minutes, and that's, well, not sit there, from start to finish. So enter pit lane, exit pit lane. So you've got to be careful on how you do that. One, we've seen it before, drivers do it by 1 or 2 seconds, and it's a pit lane penalty.
How's that? A pat on the posterior there as the co-driver jumps in. And down there on the scene, Tammy, what are you seeing?
I've just been overhearing some of the engineers talk about car 91s come in. They think they might have done a coil. They have turned the engine off and having a look at it now.
So more to the story. Thanks, Tabby, down in pit lane. So more to this. They're inside the window. Of course, we have been now for 22 minutes. It's a crafty way of pumping the fuel in too, with 1 air and 1 in for fuel. It really eliminates having that second person that used to hold the catch can on the one side to capture any fuel, more so to rush the air out. It's now the Siamese system, it has been for a long time.
Yeah, definitely a lot safer from down in pit lane as well.
Yes.
Less chance of leakage, anything spilling out and potentially causing any sort of drama in pit lane, especially with the heat these cars will be going through now.
I remember, this isn't showing my age, but I was the catch can guy on a supercar here many years ago, when you'd have 38 cars in a race and they'd all try and pit at once, and getting grabbed by a rear wing while you're trying to hold the breather in on one side. And we all thought, this is a little bit unsafe here. Thankfully, they changed the rules and made it one side of the car only with the Siamese couplings to safeten it up a little bit down there. But yeah, it used to be some scary times.
Back when men were men and OH&S was, it was not even a thing.
No one understood what that meant.
It wasn't an acronym back then.
No. OS. I think that's what we said. What's OS?
Those brakes are really warm at the front there, aren't they? They're definitely a lot more ambient light coming off them throughout the entire lap. Now they're starting to get very wide. White is using every bit of that little short track there to get around.
Now, if you remember years ago, there used to be a curb on the exit there. And when Tony Quinn took the track over, they dug that out because it caused so much damage back in the day. Cars would often get out there and get tripped over it. Or if a car was feeding you out there, you had nowhere to go but hit the curbs. And this is an old school curb track. You don't want to hit them, especially these ones on the final turns. And so it's got a shelf that climbs up there, and it really fires the cars back out onto the racing line, unlike the Vallelunga or the sawtooth curves that you see on the left there at the final turn.
Lindsay Kearns falling back off the rear of Trent White as White goes purple for a new best lap, 1 minute 19.98. The gap now 1.5 seconds as we come back down to the number 91 in the pits. That's Gunther.
Well, this is the difference between some of our teams that we saw in Sydney is we're not using a mobile phone as a torch. We've actually got a professional torch out there because we did see that, didn't we? Getting around with a phone. Do they do any? They do everything now, don't they?
Is there anything they can't do?
You can even Google what the problem is. I'm sure they can get an OBD2 port that they can plug into an iPhone.
ChatGPT. Yeah. What's going on with my car?
Oh, they're taking their time to go over that, though. They want to make sure that car goes out and is running. Camilleri, you can see in the MPS. That's sitting in 4th position, going to do a double stint here in the C-Class car. 4th overall at the moment. Piccini in front. Just sort of settled into that rhythm she has. 121.6. She seems to be the lap times back to 124 at the moment. That's settled down. Big charge at the start of this race to try and make up a number of positions. Not quite on the pace of White and Kern, so quite happy to sit back there in 3rd at the moment.
I'll tell you, the Rowan Sadie and David Murphy cars doing good here. 3rd in the A2 class at 8th outright.
No.
And off the track is Holden O'Flynn in the Class C car. And that's down at turn 3, parked heavily again in the gravel. And 1 hour 14 remains on the clock, 46 minutes into the race. Is this the moment? Safety car is out.
I think that explains it. I wouldn't be surprised we see a procession of cars now come in. What it will give the opportunity, though, is whether Gunther can get that car, the 91, back out there and try and catch up a lap or two.
So looking like Murphy and the 41 diving into the pits, making his way down pit lane. Great shots from our drone. The Queensland Raceway lit up. The top deck bar is absolutely pumping, and what a scene.
It shows you how busy the paddock area is as well.
300 entrances again.
In fact, areas I didn't think you put race cars are in are actually there. As in gets Rowatsini to take the wheel. 42 years of age, jumping behind the wheel of the Holden HSV, the GTS model, and now pit lane. It's a hive of activity as they back it down to 40 kilometres an hour and make their way in. The safety car might be the only car out there soon, with the rest of the field making its way into pit lane.
He might do a couple of solo laps.
So Piccini into pit lane.
They need to get a bit further up there because you've got the 41 behind and they want to be able to get that fuel in, and you've got another car coming in as well. So all that space, and the 58, the Toyota 86, the Class D car, has parked at a 45-degree angles. They won't be able to get the fuel filler in there, but he can't get a spot in traffic there either.
Cramped confines.
Sorry, I should say
so this is Piccini trying to get the car back where it needs to go.
So they've sent Annabelle Rolfo back out because there was no space for her to pull the 86 up. So she goes back out. Thankfully, it's under safety car.
And gets out in front of the safety car
Just,
as well.
Yeah.
Just.
And the safety car was literally at the control line. There'd be a red light there to stop the cars. Still flashing green from our end as the Ling and Williams car, not Jenkins behind the wheel tonight. Troy Williams about to jump out, and ring-a-ding-ding, David Ling will drive for the balance of today's race. The Piccinis now. Carla, that was a solid stint, wasn't it, to get that car up into 3rd outright. Solid move, and a bit of fuel spill here by the look of it.
Well, the car just looks like it might have pulled the clutch out on that when he got in the car. Maybe put it in gear and pulled the clutch out, and it's launched forward for a second. Might have caused that fuel filler to come out. Great to have the crew on board to instantly grab that fire extinguisher.
And presence of mind to put a sheet over the wheel just in case any fuel spills out and gets on the hot brake discs and have a flash flame down there. You can see it there, right-hand side. They'll give the car a wipe over to make sure there's no fuel residue, drag the sheet away, and they should be good to go anytime soon when that 3-minute mark is up. They're still going to do the 3 minutes regardless of the safety car situation here. It feels like an eternity, doesn't it, sitting there for that long?
And they'll be watching that safety car thinking, please don't go around again. Slow down. Just give us a little bit more time. And really got a feel for those cars that came in like we saw before, and got to go back out there and just go around and keep doing laps because 3 minutes is going to stop them getting in pit lane.
Jesse Dixon has jumped into the O'Connor car, so he was kitted up at the right time, wasn't he? We saw him on the pit wall a few moments ago. Waxed the starter, and the Class D car about to rejoin the race. They're 10th outright on the screens right now and 3rd in class. Rob Jarvis has stayed out there. Bit of a shake of the head from the Bacchini team down. This is what happened a few moments ago. So the Rohit Saini and Dave Murphy car was down there, and that's the reason. Look at the fuel. See, the fuel was pumping out there, and they've tried to get it pushed back. Gee, they were lucky not to have a flash flame. A lot of heat coming out of that car. Even on a cool night, presence of mind from the team to protect it from. That's the fuel puddle down there. It's been tidied up. Mel, busy pit lane.
Yeah, well, I just saw the Jenkins Lynn car come in, and I was expecting to see you with your helmet on ready to jump in, and you're just standing there.
No, unfortunately we've got a bit of a fuel consumption issue, so we've got to do 2 fuel stops, and the safety car's actually played right into our hands. We get a free fuel stop, and then I'll be back in the next time it comes in.
So he's doing a good job so far. You've let him stay in.
Yeah, well, he's had probably a lot more laps around here than I have, so he's doing a really good job. We're here running in class. We're second in class at the moment, so we've only got one more to get in front of us, so this has really saved our bacon.
It's good when things go your way, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often in this sport, but yeah, it's happened today.
Oh, well done, thank you.
No worries, thanks, Mel.
David Ling down in pit lane as in comes our leader. Flashing lights. I think it's fair to go back to your point before about they won't go a lap down because the safety car will take a lot longer than 3 minutes to do a lap around here. So tabulating the time here, David Ling talking to the crew. It's got Glenford Tools overall stand. They go back to the Paul Cruikshank racing days of yesteryear.
I'm glad we're staying with the Aussie slang, though. Save the bacon.
Save the bacon. Right it down. Another one.
Save it down.
That one slipped through. I didn't pick that one up.
Should we call this the castle race?
Yes. What do you know about pit lane?
Yeah.
In comes the white car. Remember, Bryce Forward drove this car as well. And remember, it stopped late in the race on the Friday night.
They thought they had a fuel pump issue, didn't they? And they put more fuel in, and actually it came out like it was full.
Yeah, there was a pickup problem with the car in the end. So White jumps out. Our race leader puts Jarvis into the lead. So our series leader, or leaders, leading this race. Let's have a look here on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. We believe there's been a bit of contact somewhere along here. This is the leader coming into the pits. And yeah, there was more than contact.
Yeah, Camilleri just tried to cut that corner very, very fine. Is it just the wheel sticking out with a little bit of lock potentially in the background there for the 25? So he might have just grabbed the wheel of Kearns. Will it bend anything or cause any issues further on? That's going to be the question.
We'll see if our pit lane girls can get onto the JOB down there as the safety car whizzes on by once again with a handful of cars trying to stay with it, and a very active pit lane at Queensland Raceway. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're back tomorrow for another big day with qualifying in the morning for the TA2 muscle cars to start the day. Live across the country from 1 p.m. in this Hi-Tec Oils Series, the third round of 2025. We'll be back here in August.
He's under pressure, isn't he, with the camera on? He just line it up now. He's done that all day without the camera on.
Flawless.
Yeah, flawless.
Absolutely flawless. Manages to get that lug nut on. And of course, this is not something that you want to rush. How many cars have we seen with lug nut issues, losing a wheel because it was cross-threaded, it was rushed, under pressure.
Missed a wheel nut. It's crazy. Considering you've got that time to do it, you just feel the pressure. You know you've got to get the job done. You've got people around you. You've got the stress of the crew. It's a noisy environment.
Camera over your shoulder.
Annoying you.
Just trying to see what's going on here. The driver running out there for Rolfo. Is that
Annabelle
just going back to make some minor adjustments there to help out?
Good to see. Big smile on the face after the first stint.
Now, Carlos jumps in and will take the car to the checkered flag here tonight. The car beers Toyota 86, our Class D runner that was mixing it up with Casaviello earlier in the race for third and fourth in the D class section, the production cars. The fastest lap of the race was 1:19.9 just before that safety car was called for our race leader. He'll be the effective race leader because Rob Jarvis is yet to pit in the number 70 car. We'll hand over to son Alan at the end of this. I wonder if he's going to try and stretch it as far as he can, maybe get inside that last hour window as out goes the 18 to rejoin. Nope, he's going to come in now. There he is. Now, race leader now will hand the reins back to the 18 as he leaves. He arrives in pit lane, and the day is over for the Holt team after going off. I wonder if that was brake issues with the 51. It looked pretty red and sad when it was parked in the gravel there, perhaps, boys.
Yeah, it was tough to see that Astra having to bow out of contention there, going off at turn 3. You can just see the blinking yellow lights from the recovery in the background here of this shot from the Hi-Tec Oils wall cam. The Hyundai safety car, we knew it was going to come into play here, and it has really pushed things around. At the moment, Jarvis is the only one on the lead lap, but currently in the pits, according to our timing screens. Queensland Raceway under lights.
Well, hasn't it kept some excitement going? We're almost halfway through this race now. Just over an hour and 4 minutes to go in this production car race. 2 hours, so almost at the halfway mark. And we still haven't seen Shinkfield come back out in that car where they were looking for either a tail shaft or a drive shaft at the back. It looked more like a drive shaft, didn't it, when they were under it?
Yeah.
And Quinn, obviously, unfortunately, we have crossed that before where the Camaro, unfortunately, had an engine give way and leave a little bit of fluid on the track, which caused the safety car earlier. Quite surprised to see that tilt tray having to bring the 51 car out. In the meantime, let's find out what's going on in pit lane with Tammy.
Trent White, you've been able to set up a good lead. How are you feeling about tonight's race?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different at night. Can't quite see as much, but yeah, definitely skipped away from P2, got it out in the lead and managed to hang on to our pit stop, so all's looking good so far.
Fantastic. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, Annabelle Rolfo, you came into the pits, we thought it was all about to happen, and then, yeah, you took off again.
Yeah, it didn't turn out how we planned it to. We were sharing a fuel rig with someone else and we both came in at the same time, so it was just a little bit too congested, so I had to go back out there and wait for them to finish before we could come in, but...
Yeah, awkward moment. I know you've been feeling unwell. You said you're exhausted, so fantastic effort.
Yeah, I'm proud of myself for staying in the car as long as I did. I didn't think I'd last. I had a cheeky nap before the endurance race, and I'm glad it's over, that's for sure.
Well, hopefully Dad can bring home the bacon.
I hope he can as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Loving her time behind the wheel of that Toyota 86. And Papa Rolfo will bring it home. Into the pits comes the 51. And their day is done. Shouldn't be too far away from going back to green flag racing. Our second safety car period of the Australian Production Car Series. And race 2 of the weekend, the QR 300. We'll get the 300 Ks in here tonight. We should with 2 hours, maybe.
Maybe.
It's gone fairly clean. We've had 2 safety cars. I was expecting, there's the curse.
Are you breeding them?
You've done it. Here it comes.
Yeah. Go on, say the line. They breed what?
Say the line, Knowles. No, I'm not happy. I'll sit right back now.
Hey. Have you spoken to Robbie Farr yet? Is he
no,
talking
I've
to you?
been locked over here.
Looks like the safety car's going to get off the track, and we're about to get this race back underway. The 51 of Holt has been removed from the track with the tilt tray, and let's get the accelerators down to those firewalls and jet away. Walker leading us at the moment.
A lot of cars holding back there at the start, wasn't there? There was quite a pedestrian-like restart, and there's some big gaps through the field as they charge towards turn number 1. And Jarvis has come back out on the track, but won't be a lap down at least. He's going to drop to the tail of that group of cars after handing the wheel over to Alan Jarvis, and they're trying to keep their lead of the series cemented at the top. Nice to see a Class D car actually leading outright in this year's Australian Production Car Series, but very early days. It's down to turn 3 and approaching the halfway mark of this race.
So we'll just have to watch his timing, because obviously Williams and Ling, we let us know, didn't he, Lingy, that car's got some fuel. They're going to have to come in for a second pit stop, which we might not see from a lot of the cars. So they've still got to run down and get a driver change done and some fuel put in.
Meantime, the Pacini car picking him off one by one, and here comes the 25 Mustang as well, with Brad Carr behind the wheel. So they're picking off the slower cars and charging towards that front with Walker, who's behind the wheel after Trent White's fabulous stint at the start of tonight's race.
This race all of a sudden just got very busy on the restart here, but I wonder how long it will take for us to see those bright glowing brake rotors, especially on the Mustangs. The number 18 in question.
Looked to me like a bit of that tyre carcass was still on the road there on the way down to turn 6 from that Mark Griffith blowout on the first couple of laps, so hopefully that's been cleared out the way. Don't want to hit that at high speed. Cause some damage to the underneath of your race car out there, but it looks like whoever hit it has punched it off the racing line and maybe onto the infield section. 4-car battle here through turn 2. As everybody tries to bring the tyres back up to temperature and cooling conditions, we're starting to head towards 10 degrees ambient outside. And picking up they left off. Don't worry, that's the clean-up material from before. It's not another engine. Got our attention as well. The two Mustangs pick up where they left off.
Yeah, we just have to look at that now. Hasn't Walker and White done really well out of that pit stop strategy as well? Car a bit further down. It was over the curves. You're right, there's a bit of that tyre carcass left over. And we're going to have to watch out for that, because when they come up, that can take out some wiring, a brake duct, something like that, get caught under a car, cause a bit of a fire with the heat too if it gets trapped under some of the exhaust. Yeah. So it is something we need to be very careful of for some of the drivers. They see it out there, you don't want to hit that. And we know what an object like that with a bit of rubber has a little bit of weight in it, hit at 150 kilometres an hour, causes a lot of damage.
Watching Troy Derwin in the number 76 car after Oscar Butt started this race earlier tonight. We believe the issue with the 51 was the steering had locked up coming down to turn 3 and simply couldn't turn in. So that'll give you a bit of a wake-up call. Arriving there at nearly 200 Ks and the steering didn't want to turn. It went straight on.
Yeah, I can definitely think of better things to have happened.
On a Saturday night?
Yeah. Holt, unfortunately, a date with the tilt tray. And now safely back into the pits along with Quinn and Shinkfield still languishing as we head on down. Mel, who you got?
So I've got Graham here from Jake Camilleri's team. Little bit of an incident on the way in for the pit stop. Then what happened?
It's a bit exciting. I think Lindsay got a little bit eager to go, and his car controller said go after Jake, and he's gone just as Jake's turned in front of him. He's just hit our door. It's no real biggie for us. We weren't stationary at the time, so our 3 minutes is still fine. Slowed him up a bit because he was already done his 3-minute stop, and he had to push it back and go. So it probably cost him more than it did us. It probably put us up a position, really.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, currently running right up the front, obviously hasn't cost you anything.
Yeah, P2. The car feels okay, so we'll just see how it goes. As long as that rear tyre hasn't been compromised, that'll be all fine.
We'll find out soon enough, won't we?
Good, thank you.
It's an alarming lack of Aussie slang, that interview, by the way.
Yeah. Do better. Well, we saw that wayward piece of rubber just getting skittled along into the final corner. Looks like that may have actually gone off onto the grass now, so fingers crossed, no major issues there.
It just won't go away, will it? No. It's been hit about 6 times down. It's still on the track.
Quick lap time for the number 18 A2 machine. 1 minute 19.98. That's proper fast.
They're starting to light it up.
Pretty quick to get around here.
That was the Trent White lap back on lap 28 as well. We're running back in the 22s at the moment.
Is that a fire?
It didn't look right to me. It looked like it was moving around just a little bit, didn't it? It looked like a wobble coming out of the number 30 on the front wheel.
You almost have to wonder then if the brake rotor is warped and there's actually a cold spot where the pads aren't actually contacting.
Yeah. You know, in pit lane, they don't want to keep their foot on the brake because with the amount of heat they've got and then the brake pads sitting on them, that's what warps them in the car. Creates a little bit of damage where that hot spot is. I don't know. It does look like it, hey. It gives the illusion. I don't want to say that is what it's doing. Maybe it's just the angle that we're looking at. It's potentially something in there.
It's definitely got a flicker about it. That's the Caboolture Mazda car you're talking about there, Jake Camilleri.
Yeah, Camilleri's,
It's the only driver, or only car that's got one driver in there. Camilleri tends to do these events on his own. Certainly has the race fitness to pilot one of these cars around. Remember, we come back in August, and it's a 3-hour, the annual Fight in the Night event, which will be as part of this Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, and there'll be a lot of cars queuing up for that. Well, let's hope this is the last time we see the tyre carcass that's been hit once, twice, and to get collected that time, maybe. Either way, it's out of the way now, we believe, down there from the earlier incident for Mark Griffith. So, because that was probably going to attract race control at some point. It is a danger out there. Oh, no, spoke too soon.
Still there.
Still there. The most stubborn tyre you'll ever see at a racetrack.
And would you be able to see it, especially if you're coming out? You got the lights on top of you, but it's a last-minute thing, right? When you approach it. It's not really going to stand out. It's not a different colour to the track.
and you're low down as well, it's the same colour as the asphalt that it's sitting on.
You're not looking for it, and you're coming into a braking marker.
Yeah.
It's moved down a bit now, but before that, you're looking for your braking markers. You're not worried about that bit of tyre on the track.
So there it is. Oh, it's in fact just on the outside of the racing line there to driver's left. So it'll eventually find its way back to the gravel trap somewhere. So we go back to the leaders coming through. To complete another lap, Walker has about 9 seconds back to Camilleri, leading Class C and second out right now. Troy Williams still behind, or is behind the wheel now, of the David Ling Insurance Brokers Ford Falcon GT. It's original GT, in fact. They've taken it back to the Moffat era of the 70s with that livery. After it was in the hands of Jeremy Gray and the Meter Keys for many seasons in the Bathurst 6 Hours. Sat at Jero Gray's place for many, many years before being wheeled out and back on a racetrack, and that's good to see. Just think about, oh, there was a drama happening down there for the race leader. Perhaps he was coming in hot at turn 3. As the number 17 car comes into pit lane. Of Emma Casaviello was in 10th position and probably 4th outright. Here it is in the Hi-Tec Oils replay. We just zipped away. Notice a different incident on the way down. Oh, it's the CMA Mustang. So car 25 that was running second earlier with Kearns behind the wheel. That was a lazy lose. And he's still trying to recover and get back on the track. A flick spin, Jared McLean style, leaving the car park after the race tonight and rejoins the race.
Make a quick stop to Macca's, grab a couple of trays and stick them under the back of the Hyundai i30.
They were the days.
Here's a replay of what we saw from White. Now, went through that clean-up material. What a solid save.
I got to say, he kind of missed the initiation point, but he went deep into the into the zone there.
Yeah, definitely didn't get the handbrake up for that initiation like we used to do back in the Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars days. Yes.
You guys right? Or?
Yeah, well, we're just reminiscing really for us, a different generation, Nolts, you know.
Saturday night, drifting goes hand in hand.
Yeah. DJ's going. We need a couple of glow sticks in here and we'll be right.
Tony Quinn's glasses, perhaps.
Yeah.
Away we go.
I have to ask the question, did these guys throw tyres at this Mustang?
Green tyres on the back for sure, where we watched them bolting. We had plenty of time to look at them.
That's right. That was the mechanic was under pressure.
Yeah. He got 3 on really quickly, but camera always stops him. Go sit down to Mellon pit lane.
So, saw the number 19 car come in and you pulled straight into the garage, which is not what we want to see.
No, not at all. Tom, I drove it, I was okay, but these young pups, they got no spirit.
Oh, yeah, you caught the car on fire, didn't you? Or was that somebody else?
No, that was him.
Unbelievable. No, it's what's happened, lap 3 or whatever, it's blown a right front. We're not sure if it's damaged something underneath, but it's blistered another tyre. When Tony Quinn blew, he's obviously blown an engine. I've skated at 200 kilometres an hour down the wall. I didn't hit anything, but I think I've flat spotted all the tyres going sideways. So I think they're all one at a time going to let go. So we're just checking them all now. It's not worth Tom binning the thing for no reason.
Yeah, well, by the looks of the tyres when they come back, I think you've dodged 2 bullets already tonight.
I have. I've had 2 code browns already.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Tammy.
Chris Holt, you've just jumped out of car 51. We're hearing that you've got the steering wheel's been locked up. Have you got any idea of maybe what's caused it?
Something in the steering column's failed and it's just locked the wheel up. I just went straight ahead off 3 under brakes and we couldn't turn the wheel, couldn't go anywhere. So we've managed to knock it out. So we'll send Jerry out and see how he goes.
Fantastic. All the best.
Thank you.
I got to say, how good is Mark Griffiths? He just, what a character.
It's a walking podcast, Griffiths.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Tammy, I think you need to tell Holt to step up his Aussie slang game.
Yeah.
We ticked off about 4 of them, didn't we?
Yeah,
Griffo.
Griffo's got no dramas with that. He's the class leader. Fantastic. Car 17 about to leave the pits. And it goes.
A little bit of vigour on the clutch pedal there.
Yeah. Remember, 40 kilometres per hour. That's why it's at 36, 37. They'll dial back those pit lane limiters to make sure they don't go over that. It's a costly mistake. Should it be made? The number 17 car comes back out onto the track, down in 11th position in tonight's race. Angus Bales now behind the wheel, the young teenager who's been racing XLs here for the last few years, was last year's Rookie of the Season. Is progressing up this year into the Toyota 86 GR Cup, which you're hearing more and more names now, especially with the scholarship series that's almost oversubscribed now as well, and they're getting younger and younger behind the wheel of a race car, aren't they?
And faster and faster.
And faster, yeah.
And it seems to be a feeder category for TA2 at the moment as well, because they're all stepping up into those slightly bigger cars that slide around a lot more as well. So, you know, there's so much new talent, I think, in Australia at the moment, as well as the young Kiwis that are coming over to join the party here on the bigger island.
Agreed. And especially with the help going across there at the ditch at the moment, they get to run over the summertime. And particularly with TA2 New Zealand starting as well, it's going to be a massive couple of years coming up there. Just when you thought a few years ago we were heading down a real dark hole of some categories not coming back, I don't recall a time seeing motorsport so strong in this country, particularly at this level.
A late burst of speed from Dixon in the number 87 machine, going to a 123.31 last lap, and started out strong going green in sector 1. But the pace looking to have died off slightly this lap, but 40 laps in and starting to pick it up.
Just can't believe how well Walker's done out of that pit stop strategy with them. They have just seen the cars that were alongside them drop back down the field. Where we see Kearns now back in 9th position, although that was after a bit of a spin there where they've had to regroup from that. Wasn't in the top 5. So Heaney having a nice little drive now, jump back in the car after that pit stop and refill to hopefully bring this car to the checkered flag. Just under 50 minutes remaining in this Australian production car endurance race here. Night number 1 of the 2 days of Thunder here this weekend, and we reminisce about 35 years ago where the Days of Thunder hit the movie theatres.
What a great movie, what a great time.
Yeah. We've got to reminisce about that, didn't we, when they jammed the gear in there for Hayden Jackson in the TA2. Stick it in top.
35 years though, where did that go?
Just to show how young we're getting.
Just for a bit of context, I think I was about 9 months old when Days of Thunder came out.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Nolty.
Is that payback for the
yeah, you're welcome.
missing your session comment before? Which I still want to hear about. I haven't forgotten.
Don't worry, I haven't either.
It's crazy. So Walker about to set another fastest lap here. Incidentally, but lost a bit that last sector. He set the fastest sector of the race so far at sector 1. And now has 15 seconds back to Jake Camilleri, who's second outright and leader of Class C. Paul Bacchini is in third and leading the B1 class. Jesse Dixon runs in 4th and leads Class D. So a nice mixture inside the top 5. As we go back down the pit lane with 47 minutes to go.
So, Emily, you've just jumped out of your Toyota 86. Watching on, tell us, how was your stint out there?
It was very long. With the guys out there that I'm up against, it's great competition. Like, there's different breeds of cars, so you don't know what they're going to do, where they're going to do it. So you just got to keep your eyes up and hope for the best.
And so, what are the conditions out there like tonight?
It's a little hard to see, believe it or not. But no, it's pretty good. I like night racing. It just keeps your mind focused. Nothing else to see, so just keep your eyes on the track.
And now your co-drivers out there, what are you hoping for the end of the race?
I'm hoping P3, but fingers crossed. Don't know what's going to go out there, so we'll see.
It'd be great to see you on the podium. Well done, great job.
Thank you.
For so young, she sounded like she'd had a night out there on the track.
Oh,
I was just going to say that there was a drama when we were down there in the pits. It looks like the clean and wash car, perhaps, of Rohit Saini. The 42-year-old was limping coming out of turn 3, and I don't think that car is going to make it back to the pits. It is cruising almost to a standstill, and could we get another safety car period?
I'm interested too, because our timing screen showing Holt's gone back out there in the 51, so if that steering drum was already fixed, and knowing it could potentially be electric steering in that car, we see the shafts there, maybe it's just a fuse or a plug or something come undone.
I understand from Shelley Ives, who's running the category this weekend, they were definitely trying to get that car back out there and at least get a result. So he's back there in 14th position, but some 17 laps behind. In fact, it's only shown at the moment 2 cars on the lead lap after that pit stop cycle. I was waiting for that to correct itself, but as it seems, Walker and Camilleri on lap 45 of this intended 300-kilometre race and 2 hours in duration, which is 45 minutes remaining. We have Walker leading by 20 seconds back to Camilleri. With Bacchini, Dixon, Williams and Troy Derwent back in 6th. Alan Jarvis behind the wheel of car 70 is in 7th. Carlos Rolfo behind the wheel of the 58 Toyota 86 back in 8th spot. Kearns and Saini, who's now slowing down and we're about to be overtaken for 10th spot in a few moments' time. And the race somehow is staying green.
How about this battle happening between Derwent and Jarvis? Classes C and D. Volkswagen Polo just firing into the night. Jarvis picks up the 6th spot. Both of them on the same lap. They're currently 2 laps down, or rather a lap and a half down on our race leader. But still hanging tough.
So Alan Jarvis behind the wheel now, the Volkswagen Polo GTI. Leading the series, Class E champion back in 2022 and Class C champion, reigning Class C champion, the Australian Production Car Series. Another one of the guys that's moved up from the Speedway ranks over the years. In fact, he's one of 3 V8 Dirt Modified races in tonight's race. Mitch Randall and Chris Holt. Oh, that was an awkward moment. Across the curbs through 2. And now we have potentially a change of position going on the way down to turn number 3.
Well, that's the number 51 of Holt just getting picked off there. Down into turn 3. You'd have to wonder if they're being a little ginger as they pitch it in.
It's got to make you nervous, doesn't it? You've just gone off with the steering gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fixed. Go out again.
You'll be fine. Send it.
Will it happen again? I don't know.
You tell
Find
us.
out.
You'll be the first to know.
Yeah.
You've got to have a trusting crew, don't you? In fact, that 51 car has split this battle pack up. That was for position between Jarvis and Derwent in the 78 car. Not a class battle, but certainly for outright position in 6th and 7th. And this time we'll make the move here on the Holt car. Just saw him at the last moment. Yeah, I did the same. Looked away from the screen for a moment.
It was a cringy moment. That bit of rubber's gone now. That's definitely that's been flicked off the track, because otherwise he was going to pick that up, and I'm sure Holt didn't want to get that under the car.
So we're just starting to enter that point, aren't we? With 43 minutes to go. We'll start to see some mistakes. Will we see another safety car period? Will there be a change at the front? Will mechanical issues start to play a part? And the race that zipped on by quite quickly. The 47th lap of this race is Bacchini making the pass here on the Lyle Kearns car. Sorry, the Lindsay Kearns car down at the final turn to complete another lap. And hopefully we get a full complement of cars. So they're minus Tony Quinn. I don't think we'll see the game over Chevy Camaro back tomorrow for the final 30 minutes. The Shinkfield car, hopefully they can repair that into the night and be ready for the final 30-minute race. The Australian Production Car Series, round 2 of 2025. They're back in August for a 300k fight in the night. Under lights here. It's where it really morphed out of many years ago now and become an annual event. Big fields of cars. We should have a capacity grid for that one. It's part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series event here in August.
Yeah, can't wait for that as we're heading to round 4. Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. We've still got to go to Malala later in the year as well, down in South Australia. It's been a little bit of time. We go to your home track, really.
Wait to take you boys to Malala.
Yeah.
We're going to have some fun there.
That'll be my first time there.
I'm not looking forward to the hangover.
No. There's only one pub in Malala.
We've got to be careful when you take us down to places, you know. Of course, then back to Winton to round out the series as well. For the
I'm more worried about that one than Malala.
Oh, well, there might be a bit of celebration, but on who wins the championship in what categories.
Exactly.
Coming on into the pits now is Derwent.
That's surprising, but we did know they had some issues in qualifying yesterday. Or are you going to get a driver change going in this one again?
Seems like that's the case. So Derwent will jump out. Oscar Butt will jump back in, perhaps to finish off the race.
Did you actually see they came down with Ryan Pring and his dad as well, and they put the Legend car in the back of the van.
Cool.
With the skinny tyres on, this on the car trailer. So
that's old school.
Yeah, it is. It's good to them coming down. We watched them actually swap over on after our last round in Sydney. On Sunday was a test and tune day and an opportunity for them to drive us. So Bud actually got into the Legend car and did a few laps and scared himself a little bit. and we saw Ryan Brink get in the production car. So
and didn't scare himself a bit.
No, he said it was just like going to work, driving a car around. It was good. So, you know, potentially there might be some driver pairings a bit later on in the year if one of them can't make it.
It's beautiful Atlantic Oils Holden Astra that was running. What was he running about 7th or 8th then before that point? Put Kearns and Rolfo up a spot. They're a lap down. In fact, they're 2 laps down now on the leading cars. 20 minutes still a pit stop window activity. It's the 19, the Griffith and Heyman car is back. And is that?
Yeah, it's 41s.
So he's managed to kickstart that car. Get a look at the brake disc glowing on the Griffith and Tom Heyman car.
It's definitely Tom Heyman at the tiller there on this one. I don't think I've seen those brake rotors get quite that hot with Griffo at the wheel.
The good part about when you interview Griffo is he just keeps going. Ask him one question and we're going for ages. He's one of the great characters of this sport.
He's an announcer's dream.
Yeah, he is. He loves it.
Just wind up Dole, just crank him up and watch him go.
We love them. It's the 51. Good to see it back in competition, but he's in 10th position still. There's Rowan Sony. David Murphy did a great opening stint in that car early in today's race. Oh, off the track, it's the 58, and look to the wheel. We've got a mini barbecue going down. That should blow itself out pretty quickly. But was that a brake drama on the way down on the Hi-Tec Oils replay? And hot, was that some of the cleanup material? It just unloaded. Wow, good reflexes for the car behind.
I think that might have been Pacini just getting away with murder there.
Must be something built up to catch on fire in there, though. I know the brake had to do it sometimes, but normally a bit of rubber or something stuck up in the wheel potentially. And there is a lot of pebbling going on around the track. You can see it on the outer sides. We saw that as the sun went down this afternoon, didn't we, on our coverage, that it was just starting to marble up on the outside. So might be starting to pick up a little bit of that. And it can unbalance the tyres as well, as they sometimes pick up more tread in some areas of the tyre when they're losing tread in other areas.
How's that? Camilleri getting the Mazda jacked into the corner, lifting that inside rear wheel. Even at this late stage in the race, 38 minutes remaining.
I think Jared Hughes has been out talking to him as well.
Yeah, why not?
That was what he
it works in the Excels. Why don't we do it in the Australian production cars? Just jack it harder into the corner.
Yeah. When the left rear stands up.
Yes. That's when you know you're doing it right.
Man.
Hasn't he had a great day today, Jared Hughes?
He had a great year he's had.
Oh.
Tomorrow it'll continue with qualifying for TFH Hire TA2 muscle cars by Maritimo. They'll be on the live stream first up before 2 races. And 3 cars in this battle pack down here at turn number 3. With Camilleri and Dixon just behind. Mel?
So, here with David Ling, the only person not to jump in for your driver change yet. You're still looking pretty relaxed there. Are you going to get in at all?
Yeah, no, we're just waiting for the race to come to us and we get a safety car. We're in the window now that when we do our next field stop we can get home. So Lady Luck runs with us because we're right up there in class. And if we just get the luck of a safety car to do our next pit stop.
Okay, so it's all part of the plan. You're not just being lazy and letting your co-driver do all the hard work.
No way. It's warmer out there than it is out here. It's really cold.
Okay, fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing you in there eventually. Over to you, Tammy.
Yeah, no, you'll get me there.
Hi, I've just been able to grab Troy Derwent out of car 78. We're loving watching the battle. How are you finding tonight's racing?
Yeah, it's great. It's an awesome event. Yeah, love it.
Oscar's just jumped in the car now, so it's up to him to continue that battle.
Yeah, Ozzy's just jumped in. He's never in the dark here before, so that'll be good fun. And we're also going to know 3rd gear, so we're doing good lap times considering we're just pretty well driving around in 4th and 5th.
Great start to the night. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
The hits just keep on coming. No 3rd gear.
That's what we talked about, wasn't it? The mechanical gremlins will start sneaking in. This is absolutely feisty, isn't it? I know it's a lap difference between the two, but they're fighting like it is. $1 million to win. With 36 minutes and change remaining of this race tonight. Pit stop window is still open. Are we going to see anyone roll a dice and go in again? There's some big gaps here. We're talking 2 or 3 laps back to Derwent now, who's in 9th position. Have they got enough fuel? Has the 14 got enough fuel? Remember, they went long to make sure they could get home to the end with Troy Williams now behind. the number 14 David Ling entry.
Well, that's what Ling's saying. He's got to get back in. They've got to stop for fuel again, and Ling has to get back in the car as well. He hasn't touched the steering wheel yet. All he's got to do is look at him go around. So Lingy will be keen. Lingy doesn't come in to stand on the sideline.
You know Lingy like I do.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised he's let him stay in the car this long.
Exactly.
I thought he would have double stinted the car.
He will Hollywood at home, trust me. He will absolutely Hollywood that car home tonight. And a busy week he's had as well, running that Commodore Cup car last weekend up in the Territory. His home ground, and it's a good combination, he and Troy Williams. Troy's taken a back seat from the admin side of production cars and GT4 racing to get back to having some fun and enjoying it. It's a stressful job running motorsport categories, and he's finding time back behind the wheel. He loves coming back to it, which is good to see.
If Lingy doesn't get behind the wheel soon, he'll drive that car home tonight and drive it back tomorrow just to get some more seat time.
Yep. He's so competitive for a guy. He's in his mid-60s, and he's done so much over a career.
A lot of travelling too.
Yep.
Keeping cars, using his contacts to keep cars down south. A lot of HQ racing in his day as well. We saw him when we went up to Darwin for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series a couple of years ago. He raced all day, and he had 2 cars there. He had a Commodore Cup car there, and he had a HQ he was racing. We had an Endurance HQ, and then on the Saturday night he went and raced his sprint car.
Yeah.
Just showing off a bit.
Son Steve was also a handy pilot too in a Commodore Cup car before he got the sprint car bug as well. Many moons ago up there in the Territory. So this has settled down, which is good to see. Walker is looking to break the heart of everybody. And the fastest first sector of the race, he holds the full. Actually, his teammate holds the fastest lap of tonight's race. The only car in the 1 minute 19 range. And the gap 40 seconds back to Jake Camilleri. We look at Paul Baccini behind the wheel now of the 999 BMW down at turn 3. Nice of them to have the lights underneath the mirrors too to light up the numbers on the side. Very interactive for us.
Just to help with those driver stops, just to make sure they don't, step into a puddle of fuel or something like that.
Is that part of the technical regulations for the media team? You must have lights on your numbers.
Compulsory. Yes. If I'm calling this, I want this to be.
You added that at the start of the year. Okay, that's fine.
Somehow I don't think that's true, but no. Someone will believe it.
Yeah.
As is Walker going 7/10 off his previous best lap time of 1:20.66. Down to Mel.
Ettore Vossolo, fantastic news to see you starting to get ready after the car's been in the garage for most of the race. Looks like you'll get out there.
Yeah, look, should only be about 10 minutes away, 15 minutes, fingers crossed. We've had a few challenges this weekend, but it's really, the car's been going really well until that point. So we can't wait to get back out there and do what the car's built to do, just go round and round.
Well, persistence pays off, doesn't it? I bet you're looking forward to doing some laps.
Absolutely. It's been a while. The car's had a few issues, but perseverance is the key. You've got to never say never die. You just keep going, keep going. And like I said, last time Richard drove out just earlier, car went like a rocket. So we've got some scars, I guess, from the Bathurst 6 hour, which we need to address, but we're getting onto that now, and hope a few more minutes and we'll be able to get out there, enjoy and have fun.
I'll let you get ready, enjoy and have a good time.
Very much. Thank you, bye.
How's this, guys? Currently back down 12th outright, and admittedly some 5.5 laps down, but Tom Heyman has carved out 20 seconds on Rohit Saini in that last lap and a half.
Yeah, good pickup. And still, we're looking 23 seconds maybe between the two of them right now. As we see Baccini down the inside of Rohit Saini, edging towards the closing stages of this race. That's a cool story down there in the pits there too, wasn't it? Ettore Vossolo, 61-year-old, Italian-born, but now lives up here in Brisbane. He raced back in the 80s in rallying and circuit rallying in a Turbo Celica, of all things, back in the late 80s. For the, I'm not saying the older fans out there, the experienced fans out there, remember the Toledo Tools series that used to race at Amaru back in the late 80s. He was part of that before taking what he called a short break, which was between 1993 and 2017. So I'd hate to see what a long break was. And he's been back in racing since 2020 now, racing locally here in the Queensland Sports Car Series. Has been a fixture at the Bathurst 6 hour the last couple of years as well, and loving his time in production cars. Hate to see what a long break is.
Well, we might not last long enough to find out. You never know. So Flynn gets back in the... so 51's actually gone in, changed drivers now. That looks like Flynn has taken the driver's seat of that car, and there's got to be a few nerves knowing the steering's gone on at once.
Yeah, you have a drive now.
yeah. Your turn. Heart rate's too high.
So he won't know about it. He'll go, no, it's okay, it's fine. Here's Williams bursting through the darkness. Flames licking. Oh, see the sparks a little simple. He's coming off the brake disc.
There it is,
pinches
big
it.
snatch.
And goes wide, so it was a mistake.
Oh, Ling will be getting him out of the car now.
Yeah,
can't make mistakes like that.
Yeah, you're getting tired. Stop for coffee. I'll drive the next 100 k's home.
Is that some fuel remnants out the back of that car, actually, on the right-hand side of the boot as it goes by? If we get another rear shot of that car, we'll be able to see that. Potentially something.
If Lingy was concerned about having this car drinking a lot of fuel, maybe they need to back the mixture down. I mean, it's been punching flames out at every braking point.
Yeah, what's that running down the right-hand side?
It's more oily, isn't it? Yeah. Either way, it's spectacular flames from the...
Maybe it's just a burn mark.
Could be.
Look at this.
From the... I think it could be.
Just that momentary pinch would have turned that tyre into a 50-cent piece. Take a few laps for that to settle down. Not trying to rattle your teeth out.
That's flame grilling on the back. That's what I'm going to go with.
Stand there tonight maybe with a couple of red steaks and cook them up later. Here he is.
On a stick or something.
Is it cold enough for marshmallows yet?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, look at the rubber on the right-hand side there. So will they get tyres in this one as well? Or is it just something hooked up on the side skirt?
Well, confirmation there definitely will be a driver change. Watch for David Ling to sprint out here. In fact, he's already on the scene, ready to rip Troy Williams out. And they'll take on their last dose of fuel to get him home with 29 minutes roughly. Williams tries to extricate himself out. Like digging the Robbie Gordon style helmet he's wearing there too from back in the day. As he climbs out, in gets Lingy.
I would love to see what's going on in that back corner of the boot. See what that trail is out the back of the
I'm pretty sure that's the flames. It's just, if it's got a wrap on it potentially, it's just melting a bit of the wrap.
There it is.
Oh, no.
No, that's oil.
That's oil.
By the looks of things. And where's it coming from?
Yeah, wow.
In any case,
it's got to be flowing
something going on.
Top of the boot down that little weather seal by the looks of it as it comes out. You can see some of our team just having a look. Yep. Taste that.
Yeah, what's that taste like? Yeah.
It's not iced coffee.
No.
Diff oil.
Oh, there you go.
Diff oil.
It's in a very strange place.
Perhaps where the breather can is on the back in the boot of these cars. And it's production as it gets, but we'll soon know whether that diff temperature will go up. It's enough oil to attract attention, especially with it being a white bumper, I guess.
Yeah. We've already oiled the track today. We don't want to keep doing that one. The white wrap on the car really gives it away at the moment.
And they're going for the old school drum and pump. So fuel is taking a lot longer to pump in there. It's not the overhead gravity-fed system that would be a much quicker pit stop. They're going for the old school setup.
Need to check the latch on that. Now look, it's like that slide down.
Easy with the rear wing.
Are they going to run a rag out for that one potentially?
No. It's fine
to see. We have seen our officials have noticed it.
In the meantime, off camera, Tom Heyman has got up around Rahit Saini and now starts to work on the 22.6 second gap to Bales. If he manages to catch up to him, that should push him to 10th place.
Oh, Heyman is pushing hard, isn't he?
So David Ling now behind the wheel of the 14 and leaves pit lane at the end of his stop and just cruising now the lane. See the digital timer on the right-hand side showing the speed as he leaves, and the 66-year-old, the insurance broker, joins the track with 26 minutes remaining. Multi-time Northern Australia Motorsport Club champion, was the 2022 Motorsports NT Senior Driver of the Year. He's been the Bathurst 6 Hour plenty of times, but noted for bringing the world skiing titles up to the territory. Now, why would you have I've always asked this, you can tell me because you're a local. The Darwin Ski Club, I'm sure J-Mac's been there over the years. Who on earth water skis in Darwin?
You don't fall off.
Exactly.
There's a lot of incentive with those big lizards that go around in the water not to fall off.
And the ski club is right on the beach where the most crocs are outside of Kakadu. Crazy. Anyway, I digress.
Tom Heyman on screen now in the Daimler Trucks Brisbane backed Mercedes AMG 845. A hot hatch even in standard road going trim, and Heyman turning this thing into a red rocket on the run down into turn 1.
Oh, they're telling me from Rock and Race Control that Lingy's done a bit of outback truckers as well, so we'll wait and see. Hopefully that means he's going to keep it on the bitumen.
Sure.
Sure.
Why not?
Yeah, he's done everything, Lingy. You got to do that in the territory, don't you?
Just tick it off, yeah.
Jack of all trades.
I can just imagine him doing that too somehow.
He'd just do it for the TV, I think.
Of course he would.
Yeah.
Hey, what the story would have been if they didn't have this tyre blowout early in the race?
Yeah.
The speed that Tommy Heyman's had in the last half an hour or so, it's been great to watch, but it's about as far as he's going to get, really. I mean, he's 15 seconds behind Angus Bales, who's in 10th position. This is good news. The 19 has been pushed back out. Try to feed the gears.
Not happy with something.
Collision between the mechanics as well as they talk in the window. The AXA Surveys entry, that was 1 hour 26 minutes in the pits, and we believe it should be Solo back behind the wheel because he was getting suited up, wasn't he? Yes. To jump in and get a stint here with 24 minutes to go and 4 minutes before the pit stop window closes. Everybody's done at least one stop now for the Daimler Trucks Brisbane car running back in 11th. They did 3 pit stops, but the standout tonight has to be the White and Walker car, Tammy, who has 55-second lead. Back to Camilleri. Down to you.
Yeah, I'm here in the pits with Troy Williams. You've been in since the start of the race. Mammoth effort. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, actually. I guess, first of all, big thanks to the sponsors, Hi-Tec Oils and QR, the host. Like, what a fantastic venue, and night racing is just so awesome. You sort of feel a bit tired, but then adrenaline gets you through, and the team did some fantastic fuel stops, and the David Ling General Insurance Falcons just spot on, so I was really loving it. I've been a bit rusty out of the car for a while, but I'll probably feel it tomorrow, but yeah, what a blast.
Right, and I was going to ask you, what's the plans for after tonight's race?
Sleep. That's about it.
Fantastic, mammoth effort, thank you.
I want to know whether that's they've got the flames coming out of that exhaust as a way of keeping the oil down. It just burns it off as it drips away.
One of those buttons you press on the dash, old school ways.
Yep. Oil's running, turn the flame on. It's a bit of a DPF style setup, isn't it?
Exactly.
Oh no, Lee just goes a little bit wide on that corner. Has a moment.
Yeah.
Under brakes.
Sparks flying from the front brake rotors there.
So nobody's going to catch our race leader here. And it's nice that we've got a mixture of classes in the top 4 there. It's not been dominated what we thought by the A1 and A2 class cars tonight. It's Walker who took over the car from Trent White early in the race. And here he is, appearing from the darkness in the Ultimate Diesel tuning entry and working lap 63. And 22 minutes roughly remaining of this race. And he can just cruise from here. In fact, he's backed off by about half a second at the moment. No need to do anything silly with a 58-second advantage back to the Caboolture Mazda 3 of Jake Camilleri. He's still in second place.
Got his slice of the pie, didn't he? He's taken out the first sector record at the moment in this race. So White got the second sector, Kearns on the third sector. So like you say, with a big lead like that, no point pushing the car. It's got to back up tomorrow as well and do another 30-minute race. And you really want to be doing that much work on it. We've got about 6 weeks till we come back in August for another big 3-hour endurance race. It'd just be nice to bring the car home with the minimal amount of maintenance, and they can try and turn that car around and get themselves some big points scored this weekend.
Tom Heyman back on your screen, looking to close down the 0.8 of a second gap to Bales in front in that 8.6 for Trackwell.
And that's him there, J-Mac. So he's right up on him, 5 seconds quicker on the previous lap.
That's what I mean. The pace over the last sort of 30 minutes from Heyman has just been monumental. And you do wonder, and you can get sucked into the trap of thinking what could have been as Heyman scoots up the inside on the approach into 3. Gets hard on the anchors in that A45. You just wonder where they could have found themselves if that front right hadn't let go.
And they're a lap behind the leading A1 class car, which is David Ling now behind the wheel, showing Troy Williams, but we definitely know it's David Ling. They're running 8th outright in lead of the A1 class. A2, of course, is our race leader outright with Walker behind the wheel. Class C being led by Jake Camilleri in 2nd place. Paul Baccini leads Class B1. And he's in 3rd with Jesse Dixon behind the wheel of the 87, leading Class D. And he's got about 2.5 laps roughly back to Alan Jarvis, who's the series leader. As the pit stop horn is about to go off any second to indicate pit lane will be closed. The mandatory pit stop window is complete, and everybody has done that, so there were no penalties from that point of view. In fact, we haven't had any penalties that we know of tonight during this race.
Oh, don't worry, I'm sure the pink slips will fly at the conclusion.
Later on.
All results are provisional.
Provisional, yeah. Holding all tickets at race 3 at Queensland Raceway.
In saying that, I don't really think that the DSO is going to have an awful lot to do after this 2-hour enduro.
You've just given the commentators
haven't you? We're trying our best.
20 minutes left, and we're trying to create a little bit of soap opera going on.
It took me 3 laps in TA2 today to get it flying again.
Yeah. Oh.
No, but well done. Everybody's driven very, very well out there tonight, and there's still 19 minutes to go, Mel.
Yes, down here with Rod Dawson, so we waited an hour and 35 minutes for Lingy to get in the car. He did 1 lap and then came back through the pits. What happened?
Well, for once in our life, we're too quick doing something, so we left at 2 minutes 20 and we were supposed to be here for 3 minutes for the compulsory stop, so we had to come back and do a drive-through.
That's what happens when you let a racing driver wait for too long. Is in too much of a hurry?
That's it, yeah, had to get going.
Oh, well, tough luck.
No worries, thank you.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, 40 seconds. I mean, that's a pretty big penalty. I mean, that's a pretty open shut case. It's when you do those 1 or 2 second ones at the end, you know you just miss your calculation. But 40 seconds, wow. Now, I know I caused the first penalty of the night.
Yes, directly your fault.
Yeah, so
penalty.
Robbie Farr doesn't like me now. That I know of. I mean, I haven't seen
it. Lingy's definitely not taking you out for dinner after
Definitely
this.
not. No. And Rod Dawson's about to have a word with me as well, I think. As a man with decades of experience, isn't it, Rod Dawson? He's been around for many years across many disciplines of motorsport. Still loves it after all these years.
I've never seen you leave a track so fast as you will.
I've already got the car started up behind the bus. I'll park further away tonight.
Yeah. Why do you want to change shirts to me before you leave the booth?
Give me a jacket. Watching car 25 of Kearns for a moment as we go back to the Baccini car through the darkness and that short straightaway. Car 999, 3rd outright. Paul Baccini behind the wheel. 1.5 laps away from the leader, but only 19 seconds clear of Jesse Dixon, who's about a second quicker at the moment aboard that 87. He's got 60 seconds back to Alan Jarvis, so Class D looks like it's starting to close down for the honours in that class tonight.
Good to see that the Baccini crew haven't had to whip the scan tool out on this machine for this race. Oh, why not? I'll throw it out.
Go on.
I'm glad you said that, not Noel.
Then we'll find something for Matty Cav to mess up.
Well, we're going to find out whether it's a commentator's curse or a Nolt's curse.
It's got to be me.
We've only got 16 minutes to find out.
What else can I do?
Just keep throwing speculators out there. Something will stick.
The
Baccini getting up in the inside of the Volkswagen Polo, the number 70 machine. Jarvis at the wheel. Been pedaling that to good effect. Currently 5th outright. 2nd in the D class behind Dixon, but there is a minute to try and bridge that gap.
Yeah, Baccini's locked in at the moment, isn't it? Just lap after lap, looking very, very consistent when we look at the timing boards. Obviously, going through a little bit of traffic, you see a little bit of deviation in the times, maybe a couple of tenths, but pretty consistent out there at the moment and just trying to finish off this race. The carb is 86, now goes a little bit wide. Oh, that was close. So he nearly copped a little bit of 86 guard across the front. As Camilleri slips down the inside, the Caboolture Mazda MPS. Expecting the Commodore to make up a little bit of ground down that main straight on the 86 with their horsepower advantage. And you're having a look up there, Jay and Mac. Tommy Heyman, there's some impressive things going on.
Up into the 9 spot over Oscar Budd and the number 78 Atlantic Oils machine. Now, the next gap currently looks like 45 seconds. Oh, no!
What gap?
The 51 machine off again.
Is that the same spot, or is that turn 6 this time? And is it the same issue?
And that'll be the question.
And that could be a late race safety car, and that'll bring a couple of drivers together that were hoping for this moment. Can the 51 car get out? I don't think it can.
Especially not now. It's just dug itself a hole.
Beached as
O'Flynn, who jumped behind the wheel more than 20 minutes ago. That's turn 6. So far, the trigger hasn't been pulled. Here it is on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. And I've got a feeling it's the same drama, although it's turning there.
Yeah, might be something different.
Could be intermittent with it. It might. Yeah. And he's banging on the steering wheel in frustration, and rightly so. But no movement from race control at the moment.
Especially if it's an electrical gremlin or something like that in the car.
Just I say it. Yeah. There it is. I've got a direct line with them, actually. When I say it, they pull it. No, they don't. Wow, this changes it a bit, especially at the front with 1 minute and 12 seconds. It's going to come back to 0. But let's start scrolling down the order. I notice a couple of drivers that are laps down here, but there's some that were only 8 seconds away, like Oscar Butt on Tom Heyman. Back there in 9th and 10th position.
Look at Jarvis. That's going to get him right in the back of Dixon as well. That's for the D class. So that'll close it up. That's going to be a fantastic little stoush we're going to see in the final 15 minutes, or 10 minutes of this race, really, by the time we get this out.
Just how deep that car has gone in for O'Flynn, and just how many others have fallen foul of the turn 6 gravel trap.
And there's our bit of rubber.
It's still there.
It's still there. It has not left the chat.
Yes. Oh, what a shame. And it's a long way in.
And nowhere to go. You can't get out of the car. There's no reason to get out of there at the moment. You just got to wait for the safety car to do its thing, and we'll get our safety crews to try and retrieve that car out of the sand. Hopefully it's simply a tow rope and try and pull that out backwards.
All that's down there is a camera looking straight at me right now.
Yeah.
Well, our third safety car period of tonight's race with Walker, a gap that was blowing out to nearly 90 seconds. Both he and Camilleri, the only cars on the lead lap that show on our screen right now in this QR300. Let's go down to pit lane. Here's Mel.
Oh, Chris, sad to see the number 51 there. Have you had any communication about what happened?
No, we actually haven't heard anything from him. He's just gone deep in there. I've tried to give him a few radio calls, and I haven't heard anything back yet. So, unfortunately, I can't give you any news. So, bit of luck, we can get it out, clean her out, and get a checker flag, get some points. That's the best we can do.
Yeah, so heartbreaking, so close to the end after such a long race, isn't it?
Motorsport, isn't it?
Sure is. You've got to take the good with the bad. Tough luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yes, maybe the communications are down as well. Hopefully it's not a ongoing steering issue in that car, because when you're fighting the same thing, it's going to be hard to come out into a 30-minute race tomorrow and have that confidence to push the car to its absolute limits. And you don't want to be chasing something that potentially need to get back to the workshop and go through a wiring loom or something like that if there's some sort of wiring issue with the electronics. Looks like the car's still running. I mean, he tried to drive out of that. Headlights are on, so...
It's now the second time that's happened. Would you want to be behind the wheel knowing it's done that twice now? Would you bring it back in the pits and go, you know what, let's call it and see if we can diagnose it overnight? No, it's only going to be, maybe less than 10 minutes when they go back to green flag, but you don't want to risk it again. It goes off somewhere where there is no escape plan.
Or he's going to go around and drive it at 80%, just like you take him to the shops, really, just to get the points.
That's true.
It might only be under high temperatures, with the brakes being so warm there, that'll translate through the car and up the steering as well eventually. Let's head out to pit lane, though, with Mel.
So Carly Piccini, currently third outright, and I see that the fastest lap in your car was on lap 4, which was you, which so you're faster than Dad?
Yeah, no, it was really cool. That was a lot of fun out there just then to get it up to third. So yeah, no, fastest lap as well. That's awesome. I love that.
And I was having a chat to your dad while you were out there. He was very proud and a little bit emotional. So looking forward to a sentimental podium potentially coming up for you guys in not very long.
Yeah, hopefully. That's really cool. It's really fun to drive with Dad. I haven't done it before, so yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, having a great time.
Yeah, great effort. Good on you both. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Should be proud of that effort from earlier to get that car. Was at 14th up into third place, and Dad's got behind the wheel and kept it there for the remainder.
Oh, and the blistering start from Carly.
Yeah.
She got out there, made a lot of positions in the first 10 laps. Very quick off the start line. We know how quick the car can be. It was unfortunate to see her further back, and we're just fingers crossed the curse doesn't come out in the last 10 minutes. We've thrown every speculator at it.
Beautiful shot to the moon, though. How good's that? Well, the rest of the world's got some sun burning. We're well into the night here as the O'Flynn car tries to bounce its way out of the gravel trap being towed by the Queensland Raceway Rapid Response Team. They've had their work cut out across the entire day here. No doubt tomorrow, when we go racing from the early hours right to 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, this third round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series.
I think we're going to have to do a bit of driver's brief tomorrow. Remind them the Fink was run and done a couple of weekends ago.
Yes. You're late.
Yeah.
So 9.5 minutes. You'd think there'd be 1 to 2 laps still behind the safety car. And I hope, just pray that someone's gone and picked up that piece of tyre. Tammy, rescue us.
Two finely tuned athletes. Have a look at us. I'll do my Griffo impersonation.
Griffo, I was having a bit of a chat to you. You were like a kid on Christmas Day when you saw that safety car come in. Where does that put you now?
Well, it wasn't my car that was off, so you're always happy when it's not yours. And no one's hurt, so that's always good. No, I don't know. We've had 2 tyres blow, so we're down several laps. But in class, we're right behind each other behind the safety car with my good mate here. He got out before. He's trying to burn the paint on the front of my car with his flames. All my wraps all blistered from following the Falcon.
Troy, you're going to have Griffo behind you. How are you going to take him on?
It's a scary place for Griffo to be, trust me. But look, Griffo's been around motorsport for a long time, and it's great to have stalwarts in the category like him. So it's good fun racing. We can go door to door, have some fun, and bring the cars home straight, and that's the main thing. So.
Great. Let's hope the safety guys can get the car in quick so we can check out this battle.
No, we're right for the safety car just to go to the end now. Yeah. It's good. We can just go. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, guys.
Falcon versus Mercedes. What a deal, hey? What more could you ask for? The crowd's going to go wild.
Tommy Eamon ain't going to sit behind Lingy for too long.
No. The memo hasn't got out to the co-driver yet.
We've seen the brakes on that thing. Tommy Heyman is pushing hard into the corners.
Do you want a result or not?
Yeah.
Watch this.
And he knows one way. And he's going about a second and a half quicker a lap too, Tommy Heyman, than Lingy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's in blistering pace.
Should be fairly simple, you'd think. When we go back to racing, to Holt and O'Flynn cars back in the pits. Is that stubborn piece from earlier? They're finally going to rip that off?
Oh, I don't know.
Really scrambling to try and get that thing back out, aren't they?
I think just pulling that out of the gravel, that might have come unstuck.
Yeah. And they are now 22 laps behind with 2 cars on the lead lap. Safety car is going in. And a good old-fashioned sprint to the end. As we go back to racing, 7 minutes and 15 seconds remain in the QR 300 2-hour production car race to wrap up day 2 here at Queensland Raceway. And look how quick Walker just disappeared.
Here we go. Let's have a look for Ling and Heyman a bit further back in the pack. This one's going to be a good one to unfold. Tommy Heyman, let's see how long he's going to stick behind the big Falcon before he puts the AMG up the inside.
That was Jarvis up on the curb in the Volkswagen, car 70. And straight away, Walker had 6 seconds roughly to Camilleri at the control line. It's probably going to be more than that when we get to the second sector. It is nearly 7 seconds. It's Heyman and Ling, so the Mercedes and the Falcon GT. These 2 cars we're watching now with Camilleri. He's the second car outright with 6 seconds and maybe 6 cars in between he and the race leader. Walker, who jumped in to that number 18 car, has just been driving to perfection.
There's the Shinkfield 119 entry, effectively out of position here with the front runners.
Going up to Angus Bales. This is close. Jarvis almost had the 87 on the rear parcel shelf of Jesse Dixon in the battle for 4th and 5th position. And Tom Heyman has caught these two. But is a few laps down, but they'll race this like it is for position. 5.5 remaining. And there's some desperate stuff happening here at Queensland Raceway. The way the cars bounce their way through that right-hand turn at speed, punches the car across to the curb on the outside. Is that a flash of the high beams?
Yep. Look at Heyman coming down the inside here. He watched that. Come down the inside into 3. Cool and calm under braking, isn't he? Dixon does a fantastic job on the outside.
The best thing Heyman can do is just clear out of this. I mean, even the guys behind him, so Dixon and Jarvis, they're not even in the same fight as each other. You have to wonder at what point the radio call is going to come over and say, just settle into a rhythm, bring this thing home. You're down a couple of laps. Don't risk it.
Well, he's in control of his category at the moment, isn't he? Tommy Heyman. So they'll be in the A1 class over Ling at the moment, and I'm sure the banter's still going on down there in pit lane. There'll be plenty to talk about after this one. Camilleri now.
And you're right. It is a battle for Class A1. It's 6 seconds this time by, and 4 minutes remain of the race. It's 11 seconds between Walker and that car. Camilleri in the Caboolture Mazda 3. The only 2 cars on the lead lap in the closing stages of this race tonight under lights. So really the A1 is the battle to talk about. I don't think David Ling has got a match for Tom Heyman. He's just been lighting up the racetrack in the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry.
It's probably matched their bad luck. I mean, although Lingy's had to come in here, they didn't stay in long enough. They went into a penalty. They've had to fill up twice as well, but just to get that car here with the tank they've got in it. Tommy Heyman and Griffo have had to come in for tyres twice as well. So it's kind of even that category out, I suppose, when it comes to pit lane passes.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Now, will this car get there without the dramas? Remember what happened in Sydney? That's why he wants to get out of town as quick as he can. It's not for a class battle either. It is for the outright win, but he's going to easily win the A2 class the way it looks. With Camilleri, the only solo driver in the field, and ahead of the B1 class cars and the A2 class cars.
Yeah, well, Walker's not pushing the car too much at the moment. You can see that by the first sector time. He's got the purple sector record for this race, but just at the moment, still just going around half a second off what the car's been averaged, maybe a second off at a mid 121, where we know that car's been down to a high 119, low 120s fairly regularly, and they'd be pushing the fuel levels, getting lower. It's getting a little bit lighter now. The car will be ready to go, especially after that short break. The brakes had a chance to cool off just for a moment there. I think it's just bring this car home for Walker, get a swagger points, keep the championship fight alive.
Walker's still managed to pile on another 2 seconds in the course of the last lap as we go 2 minutes and 20 left to go of this QR300 2-hour enduro.
I don't think you want to roll off too much, do you? You've got a rhythm going, you know your brake markets, you get a little bit too relaxed, I suppose. It's when mistakes start to creep in. You need to stay on edge so the sensors are ready, the reactions are good to go, but you just got to keep to that lap time.
You're racing yourself, but you don't want to back off. Oh, and he's coming up to...
Is that another issue?
That is the Wash and Clean car. Robert Saney was cruising out the final turn. So that's got electrical drama maybe, or it's a technical drama with this car. There's certainly no smoke or nothing. It just seems to falter and then get going again.
And there's so many issues that could be causing that. An electrical gremlin, fuel, because it always seems to fire back up and get running again. So they'll have a busy night tonight. It'll decide whether they want to stay up late tonight going over that car, or they go home, get a little bit of rest after a 2-hour race, and they come and hit that car very, very early in the morning and go over it.
Well, his last lap was nearly 34 seconds slower than his fastest lap of the race, so clearly that's limped around. This guy's not limping, though. 27.0 in that first sector, so backed off by half a second. And the ultimate diesel tuning Ford Mustang that he and Trent White have teamed up with. Of course, Bryce Forward was in this car at Sydney. But Walker's drive late in the race has been amazing, to say the least, even with a safety car period. And now has one turn remaining and 76 laps in the books. The Ford Mustang is heading for home here at Queensland Raceway down the Dick Johnson Straight. Walker and White win the 2-hour endurance race under lights here at QR as the fireworks explode above the top of Queensland Raceway. Maybe that was the screaming for. I was meant to tell you about that.
That was our cameraman on turn 3.
Yeah, he's done it away.
Wow. Camilleri will be home for second, and the only car on the lead lap behind our winner. Cool shot of the Baccini team. Carlo Baccini watching on. And brings down the curtain on day number 1 of the 2 days of thunder of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Paul Baccini home for third and winner of the B1 class. Jesse Dixon will win Class D. Back in fourth, outright ahead of Alan Jarvis, who will be second in Class D. Kearns and Rolfo home for 6th and 7th. Kearns will be the A2 class winner, incidentally, in 6th outright. I think the drive of the second hour had to go to Tom Heyman, boys.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. That was a real charge back. I know, really fighting it out for the A1 class at the moment, but the speed he showed, having to come in, take a tyre as well. We knew that his times would pick up, knowing how fast he's been in whatever car he drives. It's just the limited amount of laps that he had in that car. So, waits that, but, class act there from our winners there. Walker doing a fantastic job behind the wheel, bringing that car home. They got the pit stop strategy right.
Great job. And 76 laps. And 3 safety car periods later, Glenn Walker and White will win tonight's 2-hour endurance race from Camilleri. Baccini home in third with Jesse Dixon, Jarvis, Kearns and Rolfo. All inside the top 7 with Tom Heyman. David Ling did get home with that extra fuel stop. And Oscar Butt jumped into the 78 car to get a top 10 result. And second outright, or second in Class C, I should say, in 10th spot with Brandel behind there in 11th position. Angus Bales home for 12th, back to Rohit Saini, who'll get a result regardless. They were 7 laps down. And Gerard O'Flynn finishing in 14th. And Richard Shinkfield, those guys were in the pits the better part of 90. And the sad story for the game over Chevy Camaro, bowing out early with Tony Quinn behind the wheel. And that car didn't see the first round of pit stops.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how Butt goes, especially knowing that they're down missing third gear in that car. So they've got to get that car back tomorrow. Let's check out some of our race highlights, though. And look, anything could happen. This was the explosion of the tyre there when Griffo was behind the wheel early on. A really scary moment because it doesn't turn when one's down on a rim. That could have got a lot worse for that team and a lot worse for the race. And we thought this was the moment where a bit of rubber inside the brake duct there was going to cause an issue. And then this happens. Tony Quinn going down the back straight at a whopping over 200 kilometres an hour, and out jumps a leg out of the LS, and there is oil smoke everywhere, and we left a slick down the back which had to be cleaned up, and that car unfortunately towed off. It got back underway though. These were the two. The Mustangs wanted to go at it.
Yeah, we were worried there for a moment they would make contact. That was the first moment for the 51 car that had steering dramas, ended up in. Then some stress in the pits here for the 999 BMW. Baccini, a fuel spill there for a moment. There was contact coming into the pits. Jake Camilleri car. Then White, after his successful stint, bolted. Glenn Walker in behind the wheel. Then this moment, we saw the 2 leading cars have 2 separate moments during the second half of the race. Moment there for the Toyota 86 down here for the second time. The 51 went off, this time with O'Flynn behind the wheel. That would be the third and final safety car, leaving us with a less than 10-minute sprint to determine, and Walker stretched that out to over 14 seconds at the end and wins outright and wins the A2 class. the Australian Production Car Series, the QR300. And under a burst of fireworks on a balmy Saturday night here at Ipswich, the Ford Mustang will stand proud on the podium. Well done to Jake Camilleri and Mel Price. There's some happy people down there in Victory Lane. Down to you.
Absolutely huge smiles all around. P3 for Team Bacchini here. Congratulations, guys.
Yeah, thank you. That was awesome. What an awesome drive Carly did to start. That was just taking cars after cars. It was a sensational start. Gearbox overheated when we came in, so she came in early, so I took over. And I just short shifted everywhere. I didn't rev over 4,500 RPMs and just kept the thing cool. And we got home. What amazing. And she planted the seed. She got us up there and I just kept it there. Well done, Carly.
Yeah, fantastic drive. You both look wrapped. First time we've driven together. What a great experience.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thank you so much. It's so good. Love it. Yeah.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake Camilleri, there's only one thing better than finishing an Enduro in production cars is getting on the podium. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Awesome race. I love those Enduros. 2 hours out in the car by myself. What could I ask for better on a Saturday night? Just cruising around. I had a really good race. Just worried about the tyre wear, front wheel drive, little turbo thing. So it's pretty hard on the front tyres and that. But yeah, it hung in there. Just a massive thanks to my crew, great Big G Muzz, brother Joseph's here, Nick's here, and the family. So and a big thank you to Caboolture Mazda, the best Mazda dealer in Australia, constantly supporting me with my mighty Mazda MPS.
Fantastic, congratulations.
Very excited.
Okay, and it is the win for Glenn Walker and Trent White, bringing it home. How does that feel?
Amazing. Awesome drive out there today. Trent got out and just absolutely ripped it in the first stint, and I was lucky enough just to really nurse it home. But first P1, so couldn't be more excited. Awesome.
What did you think when you saw that safety car at the end?
Yeah, that was amazing. We lost a bit of our lead because of that, but we're a bit tight on fuel, so it was good to get the late safety car.
Fantastic job, guys. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Big congratulations to all our Australian production cars after 2 hours of endurance racing. 2 drivers, Trent White and Glenn Walker, bring home the win here tonight as it wraps up our racing for day number 1 of the 2 days of thunder here at Queensland Raceway. It's not all over yet though for round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Join us tomorrow as all the action is back on track.